Good morning, good morning. Welcome to Twisted Tragedies, where we follow all the twists and turns wherever they lead. I am your host, Elise, and wowzer, good morning, everybody. Good morning. Give everybody a second to float in here. Um, is anybody a member of the Karen Reed is Guilty Facebook group? Because my Facebook is not loading right now, and usually I post a link there for people to have, and yeah, I couldn't do that this morning. So I'm betting there's quite a few people missing out today, not realizing that we're live because I could not get my Facebook to load. So if any of you are on that Facebook page and can share the link, that'd be super helpful. I would appreciate that. So yesterday was interesting at best. Yes, Sunken Grave hit it right on the nose, per usual, on what the thumbnail for today's stream was, which was the judge bearing forth gifts to the defense because they've just given so many gifts, okay, to the defense. I mean, they get to have the ARCA witnesses, so it's not like it's a loss, but I think it's a loss in a way where they're going to be able to, um, like, so I don't stream from Facebook. I should, but I just don't. I stream to X and YouTube at the same time, but there's a group that I'm a part of that I usually post a link so that the members there know that we're live. And I couldn't do that this morning because my Facebook was not loading. Like my Messenger is loading, but regular Facebook is not. So I don't know. Like I can use Messenger just fine. I used it this morning, but for some reason my app is not loading for regular Facebook, so I uninstalled it and I'm gonna try to reinstall it later. But Grant scolded you. Oh, shocker. Yes, Meredith was the blonde with way too much hair. Why would he scold you over that? It's kind of weird. Like, it's not like he's Meredith's bestie. I mean, that's strange, but all right. The judge has given the defense many gifts in this case, many things that they should have been excluded or she should have dealt with a long time ago. She could have excluded them, period. No ifs, ands, or buts. Would they bitch? Would they whine? Would they attempt to appeal? Probably. They wouldn't win, but yeah. I think it doesn't really matter because Hank knows this judge, right? He's been dealing with this judge since he took the case. He very well knows that she was probably not going to exclude them. Therefore, I have to believe that Hank has a plan, y'all. Hank has a plan. He definitely has a plan to proceed in both circumstances, whether she actually, you know, didn't let them testify or bring in reports or when she did. So have no fear. Hank is there to figure it all out for us. So I saw a few funny tweets. You guys will love this, right? So this morning, because I'm sorry if anybody messaged me in the last couple of days and I haven't gotten back to you, I apologize. It's been very chaotic. Right when I'm done here, I'm getting my little off the bus. I'm bringing her outside to play. Then we have homework, dinner, bath, like house chores, and then I'm tired and I pass out. So I apologize. It's been long, 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 long days. And so if I have not answered you yet, have no fear. I will. I promise. I just have a lot of messages. I get a lot of messages per day. So it's hard to try to answer all of them. But I promise I will get to them today. I promise. Good morning, Scorpio. Um, but Hank knows what he's doing here. He knows what he's doing, but you guys are gonna find these good, right? So one of the tweets was from the sewer turtle, who claimed this was a good one. Claimed that Ian Whiffen on the stand admitted to deleting the Google search. What? What now? I'm sorry. Good morning, Jennifer. What? See, this is the problem when you have people watching things they don't understand and then commenting on them. Crazy, right? That he doesn't understand a goddamn thing that's coming out of Ian Whiffen's mouth. Hark! The man understands nothing because he's not smart. Like, it's really that simple. The man's just not smart. Like, What Ian Whiffen said was the timestamp was removed from their software so that people like Richard Green couldn't read it incorrectly. They removed the DB wall file timestamp because people were reading it as if it was a Google search timestamp, which it is not. Okay? Which it is not. Oh, I'm sure they are, Jennifer. I expected it. I expected it. And I'm sure he did as well. But that's not what happened now, is it, folks? For someone to put something out so misleading and so incorrect should show anyone what he is doing and why he does it. He could have listened like anybody else. And if he didn't understand it, he didn't have to comment on it. Instead, he chose to make a tweet about something that never happened. Ian Whiffen did not admit to removing Jen McCabe's Google search. He didn't have Jen McCabe's Google search. Jen McCabe's Google search is not embedded into the Celbrite software. Like, what? Like, that's not even at all what happened. They removed the timestamp that people like Richard Green were reading as if it was a Google search timestamp, and it's not. So this is why I tell you guys, even when it comes to me, go check the information yourselves. Go do your own independent research because you have tens of thousands of people that watch him. Okay. Tens of thousands of people that pay attention to his social media, some that don't watch other shows, they just only pay attention to that, right? Who are being fed bold-faced lies and misinformation. That's a problem. That is a problem. That never happened. That's not even close to what happened. And I got screenshots and like someone sent them to me and reading the comments that from the ones I could see. And people like, oh my God, case over. What? Why isn't this case been thrown out right now? And I'm like, these people can't just, stop it. You guys cannot be that unintelligent. Like, stop it. So you're just taking whatever he says and you're just like, oh my God, that's awful. Don't check at all. Don't do that. That wouldn't be smart, right? Don't check. Just take whatever he says, even though he's been a proven liar, and just go with that, right? No, that never, ever, ever happened. That is not even close what happened. Then he claimed, this was a good one, that the witnesses or the first responders or whoever used John's phone, his Apple Face thing, to unlock it while he was dead by putting it in front of his face. No. Also, there would be an actual like record of that. You dummy. Like, I can't. Like, and the fact that anybody would even believe that has me seriously concerned for like society as a whole. All right. Like, yeah, they call it after David, and I'll tell you why. It's because one time he called it that, not really understanding what an affidavit is. And then instead of just being like, oh, that's not what it's called, and telling people like, oh, he effed up because he didn't have any idea what it was called, he just acted like he was supposed to say it that way, and that it's just some big joke, and he uses words like that. And so from then on, he started making up actual like phrases like that to make it seem like if it was on purpose, but it wasn't on purpose. It was a total mistake because he doesn't know what the fuck he's talking about. Agent 99, I freaking agree with you. There's a lot of insane shit being said over there. I do have some FKR watchers here on this channel, but I don't consider them FKR because they're here, right? Like they're here listening to both parts of the trial. They're asking questions. They're not some of them well, at least the ones that come here who are not trolling, they're not rude, they're not ignorant, they're not. So I don't consider them FKR. I consider them critical thinkers who are trying to figure shit out. Like maybe they just started following this, and it's our job to give them all the information that we possibly can, right? And tell them where to find it so that they can go look for it themselves instead of relying on people like that are claiming things that never happened. Ian Whiffen did not admit to removing a Google search. It was the timestamp that was removed, y'all. Everybody in the back, you hear this? It was the timestamp that was removed from the Celbrite software because people like Richard Green were reading it as if it was a Google search timestamp, and it was not. So Celbrite updated their software to remove it so that people could not read it incorrectly. Again, no Google search was removed. Ian Whiffin did not admit to removing a Google search. Also, I'd like to know how he's going to remove a Google search without, like, the device itself. Please, someone. Also, the Google search doesn't exist just in Celbrite software. It's pulled from a phone with Celbrite software. It doesn't exist by itself in Celbrite software. Like, that's not what? Like, he never had Jen's phone. Yes, Jane, exactly. He never had Jen's phone. Like, what the heck? The extraction. Exactly. Freak says, yep, a timestamp from a tab does not point towards a Google search. If there had been a search, there would have been a search artifact. And if she deleted said search, there would be traces of that. Exactly. You know, a lot of people don't because it's a waste of time and they don't want to waste their time or their money suing such an idiot who has nothing to give anyway if they win. And it's a lot of money for a civil suit. You have to like upwards of like 20 grand just to get them to do like the first couple things. Like it's a lot of money. And if you cannot afford it, like, or if it's a waste of your money, you're just not going to do it. You know what I'm saying? It's out of the realm of reality, Daniel, in my opinion. Okay. Like, I don't think they could get I agree with you, Scorpio. I don't think they could get anyone else to say that 227 happened besides him because at this point they would have. No one else is going to read the Celbrite stuff incorrectly. He wasn't certified in it. He didn't call Ian Whiffin back. I don't know. What really concerns me the most, Agent 99, is the way that the federal government and the U.S. Attorney's Office did what they did in this case. They were doing a favor. That's very clear. It was shady. It was wrong. And I believe Josh Levy needs to be held accountable for the things that he did when it comes to this case and the people's lives that were affected because of it. When does he hold some responsibility in all of this? You know? When? At what point? Sorry, guys. I have keeping an eye on law and crime over here to make sure we get the trial. Also, I didn't do my spiel this morning, so I will do it now. There's 167 of you here. Do me a favor, hit the like button, hit the subscribe button. If you can, donate to the channel. I have signed up for Revolut. They tell me there's a link for people in the UK to you can send and receive from US to UK, all over the world apparently with Revolut. So I signed up for that. They did tell me it would take five business days for the account to be opened to actually work correctly. So until then, for the UK people, all we have is Cash App, Venmo, PayPal, and we have an Apple Pay link that you can also use that will be put in the chat. But on trial days, donations are extremely slow for the channel. I actually make less on trial days than I do on a regular Sunday, just doing a 3-hour show. So keep in mind that if you can donate to the channel, it's very helpful. We don't have monetization yet. We still are waiting on YouTube, so we don't get paid per view, or we don't have memberships, and we don't have all that. So we rely on our amazing viewers to help us out and make sure we can keep bringing you the content day after day for this trial. And it's going to be a long, I mean, we're in week 2, so probably at least another 5, maybe 6 weeks on this, you know, like possibly like we got we got lots of people watching from the bushes. But remember, we also have hate watchers that just watch to hate on us for whatever reason. I wouldn't waste my time doing it, but hey, you know. B. Harley said defense is relying on an unintelligent mob who listen to a large amounts of grifters, and there's a new crowd following this case that are discovering Turd Boy on top of the old crowd cult. Yeah, it's really sad. And girl with an eagle eye, Sue O'Connell, I take nothing that she says seriously after what happened when we went and protested there. Also, what she claims is in stark contrast to what John DePetro says, and he was in the courtroom. And I don't believe anything she has to say because she's just a bull-faced liar. She did not see us, lay eyes on us, or even speak to us when we did the protest the first day because the family was being harassed. Okay. She then went on Canton Confidential that very night or the next morning, I think it was that night, to say that we were only there to agitate. Then we had to get her to admit, and only on X later on, that she never saw us, never spoke to us, and had no idea why we were actually there. Well, had she bothered like the rest of the media did, she would have known why we were there. I find it funny she thinks that 10 people are there to agitate, but the swarms of people screaming at the family and witnesses, innocent witnesses and family, by the way, they're not there to agitate. So they're okay to protest and try to get a murderer off, but we're not okay to protest for the victim, his family, and the witnesses. What? Like, so I take absolutely nothing that she says seriously. Also, nobody was taking notes during the time that Alessi was talking. Shock there. Shocker there. Like, but I don't take anything. She said yesterday, like, one person laughed when something happened, and John DePetro literally was like, well, I saw 3 people laugh. Like, what? Like, yeah, no, morning, Nav, and I don't consider those people that come and watch here and ask questions, and I don't consider them FKR. That's not, they're just critical thinkers trying to figure this all out, just like we were in the beginning, like, well, we know that there's a lot of the YouTubers and fake attorneys that no longer are even attorneys anymore, on YouTube, that just do it because they know that FKR is going to keep sending donations until the cows come home. Like, they start their channels off and immediately they're getting them in. Like, that they know if they ever like put the evidence out and said, okay, you guys, like, I've come to the conclusion that clearly she is not innocent, like, that would stop instantly, and then they would just be harassed until the end of time, and they don't think it's worth it. You know what I think is worth? I think it's worth telling the truth, because if you're looking at all the pieces of evidence, there's no way you could say that she was set up or it's a conspiracy or she didn't do it. You just can't. Like, not without looking yourself in the mirror every day knowing that you're effing lying if you're saying that she's factually innocent. That is hilarious to me. Ian Whiffen is the senior Celbrite person. So if you guys think the guy that works next to McNasty's and lied to the cops is smarter than Ian Whiffen, you got another thing coming. Lawyer Lee captioned on her video, "It's so stupid she put the Commonwealth disaster on her video." This is, it's so funny to me. Like, it's so funny to me that anybody buys half the shit that these people are telling them. Do any of these people tell their audience to go do independent research? I just want to know. Do they? Do they tell them to go look for themselves? Do they tell them, like, or are they just like, hey, trust me, bro? Just only me. Me and all the other FKR channels. It's just us. Don't look at this. Don't do that. Like, no. Go double, triple, quadruple check information. Don't ever just take someone's word for it. It's absurd. Like, exactly. This happened in the Google search for it different times. That was proven like 10 times over, and Jessica Hyde will prove it again. Like, he does claim he makes $50K a month. Although he claimed to the court he would lose $40K if he wasn't allowed in the court, but he is definitely part of the problem and why all of this has happened, because he's a useful idiot for Karen. It's that simple. He's a useful idiot. Like, oh, that makes my heart hurt though, Agent 99. Although I am not an attorney, I know a lot about the law. I've worked in the field, and to be purposefully misleading people as a lawyer, or someone who was a lawyer, or someone who wanted to be a lawyer, it makes my heart hurt. I'm not gonna lie. That makes my heart hurt. And not for you, because you should also get rid of these people. You should get rid of these people that are lying. But it hurts my heart that they think that it's okay to do it. Like, come on now. I'm going into bridge selling, right? You think they'd buy one? uh, It is weird to me that they don't seem to understand. You guys are all looking for a conspiracy over there. Like, you don't see a huge problem with what the Department of Justice did here? Like, with the you don't see a problem. Like, oh, I don't know how any of you guys watch Melanie Little. The highways and interstate at the border should have signs that read, "Welcome to Massachusetts, especially criminals." Makes me sad to be from here, I'm not gonna lie. That's very true, Lou. You can add 3 more weeks if we're having to deal with Alessi. That is no lie. All right, hold on. Let me see here. Hold on. We got something here. The fan. Let me still bring it up on the screen, though. Let's see. Share screen. And I'm going to unmute it too, just in case when it starts. All right, there we go. Yes, make sure you hit the like button, the subscribe button. Helping the channel is always super helpful to us. Oh no, I think my computer was unplugged. Oh my, that's not good. We're gonna need to plug that back in. Alrighty then. It was unplugged. I'm guessing my daughter probably accidentally unplugged it. Yes. Just dimmed my computer. Now I gotta fix it. Sorry, you guys. All right, I'm fixing that. There we go. The drama and conspiracies sell for grifters is a great way for them to make easy money and pass around misinformation all day. You are right about that. It's I find it funny when they call people like me or Kevin grifters. It's like, bro, I make more money doing a regular 3-hour stream than I do doing the trial. Okay, so let's make that abundantly clear. Most days of trial, I don't even break $100 for over 8 hours of streaming the trial. So, I mean, that's not even close to even minimum wage. Like, so I find it funny when they call people like me and Kevin grifters. If we were, we would have stayed on the FKR side where the money flows in. You know what I mean? Like, it just doesn't make any logical sense. And I feel like they just have to say something about other people, especially people who are telling the truth. Because what else are they going to say? What else are they going to say? Yeah, I mean, she is definitely delusional, Daniel, but she also like makes it known. She popped out of nowhere and she makes it, she goes on to all the FKR channels and like donates like $300 to $500 to each one of them every stream, and then buys computer equipment and stuff. Like, she says so that she can help get the truth out there. The problem with that is she knows damn well that's not the truth. Any attorney acting like they don't know that Karen is guilty is clearly doing it for fame. Their 5 minutes of it, because it'll be dead after this case is over. Like, there are 5 seconds of fame and fortune, or somebody paying attention, new clients, whatever it may be. Like, they're doing it for some sort of reason. I don't know why you would sit there and lie for no reason. Like, but to be fair, there are people who have lied, even in affidavits, for the sewer turtle for no reason. So, we do have to believe in Hank. The judge is disappointing, but the truth is the truth. And I think Hank has a way of bringing it out that's beautiful. And it seems like the jury is really intent on listening to everything he says, just like most of us. It's really hard to miss anything he says because you're just like locked in, paying attention. Like, "Hi, I'm Lady Baker. I used to love her. I was a member on her channel. I deleted everything, the Law Nerd app, all of it. Is there a grifting and making money off the victim and his family?" I mean, like I've said this before, I don't think that channels shouldn't make money, but Emily D. Baker actually quit being attorney because she made more money on YouTube. If I was an attorney, I would never quit being an attorney just to do YouTube. I'll promise you that. I did so much work trying to get myself there, and ultimately my life went in a different direction. But if I had that opportunity, I would never just throw it away for YouTube. You couldn't pay me enough money. Like, I wanted to get justice for people. Like, that was the whole point, and also be a legal advocate at the same time. Like, right? You can just hire those people if you wanna get away from it. Like, the victim does get lost, and there have been so many more victims after John. I feel like he would be jumping around in his grave because, John is the victim here, but his family has been victimized, the witnesses have been victimized, anybody they care about or love or are friends with have been victimized. Then you go forth to anybody who's supported them publicly have been victimized. Um, the list goes on and on. It's really just a sad state of affairs. Yeah, it is a curious thing, Freak, and I do believe that maybe it was planned. She just splashes all this money around everywhere. Um, and my friend has a pretty good theory on like her popping in out of nowhere, and I think my friend's theory is pretty good. Like, and it is, I think it's to encourage donations. We know that like the sewer turtle used to read, or maybe he still does, fake donations that don't exist at higher numbers, like 50, 75, 100, so that it would encourage other people to donate to him. So he's literally reading things he didn't get to just get people to, I don't know what the point of that would be, but apparently um he had claimed people it works, and I'm like, that's so slimy. Like, there's a reason why I interact with my chat and answer all the questions. There's a reason why I choose not to ignore people's questions until they send a donation so I'll read it. I think it's slimy and I think it's tricking people, and I don't like that. Like, I don't like the whole, like, ignoring the comments to get them to donate. That's for me. I mean, other creators can do it, but just for me, that's not for me. I feel like it's a little sneaky. Like, oh yeah, you're not allowed to defend Paul O'Keefe, right? Like, yeah, she timed you out. The only one person who is probably sticking up for the victim or the family. God forbid you actually do that. Not even that you're arguing anything else, but God forbid, Emily, you actually say, like, no, this behavior is not okay. God forbid you do that. Like, I 100% trust John's reporting. I've met John. He's just straight up guy. Like, I trust his reporting on what's going on in that courtroom. So if you want some accurate reporting, I suggest following his Twitter. Protecting to carry to get a fair trial. What are John's rights? Right. Exactly. Well, that's half the problem here is where are the victims' rights, and Massachusetts needs to start strengthening victims' rights because at this point, um, the victims have pretty much no goddamn rights, and they can just be harassed into oblivion, and that's okay. But the defendant, no, she can just do any lying, slimy BS, and nothing is going to be done about it. I do think that you will see some complaints about their licenses when this ends because it's like at least I think in Massachusetts it's required of the BBO to look into it if they didn't have candor with the court. So um, make no mistake. Hold on one second, guys. I don't know who this is. Wrong number bill collector for someone that doesn't exist, or at least not with my number. Weird. Weird. Strange. The truth never lies. You are right. Agent 99 said, my theory is the defense is somehow linked up with the government. Oh, we know that. They were the ones who asked them to investigate. Afternoon to you, Trisha. It's morning here, but afternoon for you, my friend. Why else would the DOJ have a vested interest in the Karen Reed estate murder trial? Like, well, that's the thing. Someone was doing, a favor for, and I believe it was Mr. Reed, with his connections. I believe Rachel Rollins helped them, and there was a reason why Rachel Rollins is no longer in the state. So we shall see, my friends. Like, I think we should all have that faith in.
Hey there, Karen Reed trial
Oh,
watchers. You know what
stop.
a lot of the trials we cover remind me of?
Shush up, guy. But I do believe that they were helped, and it was a favor that was being done for the Reed family. Yeah, I don't trust a goddamn word she says. Like, I just don't. And there's a good reason. I have a good reason to not trust a goddamn word she says. Like, that's because all free Karen Reeds don't know how to handle anyone who shows Karen Reed is guilty. Aren't they saying law enforcement, DA, judge are attacking? Yes, they are. They are saying all of it. All of it. All of it. Susie, are you a retired hospice nurse for real? I appreciate that work. My grandmother was an RN. I have a good friend who's an RN, and especially hospice work. It's heartbreaking. So I send much love to you and I appreciate what you do. But yes, they are hypocrites, and that is what everyone's in on it. The firefighters, the judge, everyone. Everyone. There's zero evidence to prove he went in the house. Matter of fact, there's evidence to prove he never went in the house. Isn't that amazing? Like, I mean, once again, Nan just throws money around like that all the time. Not just to him, but many other people, She is very brave because she's dealt with a lot. I mean, all of them have, Chris's Pizza Shop has been harassed into oblivion. Like, well, yeah, that's another thing people don't realize. Good morning, Jesse. That his reason to lie is the money that keeps coming in for him. Like, he's going to keep, he's going to keep lying. That's it. Like, the lack of intelligence and common sense is incredible. And I do believe, Jennifer, in my opinion, needs to be studied. Like, that's good stuff, Emma. Yep, that share button is definitely a help. Hit the thumbs up. Yeah, I mean, she's got a long way to go because that cross is going to be extremely long for Jennifer McCabe. That's for damn sure. Sorry, guys. I'm trying to locate my coffee. Thanks, DoorDash. Appreciate it. What the hell? Let's see. Yeah, that's what they do. I would love to visit. I want to go to Nashville so bad. It's on my bucket list, Emily. It's literally on my bucket list. If I'll ever, it's Elisa, but everyone calls me Elise. It's just easier for people to remember because otherwise they call me Alyssa, Alicia, Eliza. So it's always been people have just called me Elise for like since my dad died, which was a long time ago. Yeah, ambush. Ambush. That's exactly what they do. But they're getting away with it, right? Like, I'm glad you found your people here because I found my people here. I am proud of what this is, and I consider this more than just a channel to me. I consider it a community, a family. People get to know each other, actually make friendships. And I am extremely proud at what I have built on this channel. As small as it is, it's proud to watch you guys interact with people who come here and ask questions and aren't here to just troll who are FKR. I appreciate it, and all of you at some point came here to learn information, and I hope that we can give that exact information back to the people who come here looking for it. We don't want to run them out the door, you know. We want to give them information. If they're trolling, that's one thing, but we gotta have some patience because not everyone comes here to just troll, you know. Oh, she is definitely controlling, and I think the judge is like, I mean, the jury is seeing that, especially with her sitting on her computer constantly. I've never seen a defendant with her nose in her computer more than I see Karen Reed. Like literally, you know, I don't like. I've never seen anything like it. No, thank you guys. Without you guys, where would I be? You know, it's you guys that we have located the coffee, y'all. Hold on a second. We have coffee, y'all. I don't know what I would do without coffee, especially when it comes to Alessi. Yesterday, I wasn't even going to buy it because I'm like, I'm so broke, but there was no chance I was getting through that without a goddamn coffee. That's for sure. Like, no, seriously, thank you guys. I know it's a little harder for me on trial days because they're much longer than a normal 3-4 hour show. And the channel does make a lot less money than doing just a regular 3 or 4 hour show. So it becomes a little difficult. But we work through it together. That's for sure. And I appreciate all of you. The people that agree with Karen's attitude and actions are low class individuals. Yep. They would probably do that to their loved one apart and then cry later when they're dumped. What I find funny is that some of these people would be singing a totally different tune if it was their family. That's right. Yes, prayers for Jen because she'll be there. She's got some family that usually shows up for her. Yeah. Well, there was an incident last trial, Agent 99. Some pushing happened. I'll have to tell that story another time, but there was some pushing and Karen sort of walking into someone on purpose. Like it was a whole thing. That's why she was afraid. And yes, I've Gretchen said that before, and because it's about that incident is why. He is Clark Kent. I literally, when I use the AI to describe him to make my thumbnails, I say Special Prosecutor Hank Brennan, who looks like Clark Kent. That's what I literally write. I kid you not. Like, he is. We love Julie Grant. She's a friend of the show. She does an awesome show at 8 a.m. on Court TV. Okay, why haven't... oh, here we go. I'm unmuted, so we still have no audio in the court. And that's on them. Look at her with her face still on her computer, dude.
6, 8, 11.
Even while she's supposed to be standing and looking at the judge. Like, what?
Commonwealth versus Reed. Counsel had asked to see you before the jury came over, Your Honor.
All right. Good morning.
Good morning, Your Honor.
So what is it you wanted to see me about, Mr. Brennan? I was handed clips 12A and 16.
I think it's 12 and 12A that you should have.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, 12 from yesterday. You have 12 from yesterday, 12As in addition. This is regarding the evidentiary issue of Jen McCabe's phone call to John O'Keefe when she was giving directions and she identified the location by pointing out Bella's mom's house.
Okay.
I believe that those two clips will have statements of the defendant, which will establish the predicate for allowing in that statement by Ms. McCabe, and then I expect to play those clips after Ms. McCabe's testimony concludes.
All right. What do you say, Mr. Jackson?
That does not cure the hearsay aspect. I understand Mr. Brennan's argument about the relevance to this case of what Ms. Reed said and her statements. That's obviously, this was a admission of the party opponent and statement. That does not do anything to cure the hearsay that was being asked or requested by this witness to address the statements that were sought yesterday. There's a hearsay. If you want to get clips in to do so, I would hope the connection to that, as long as they were in context, and if they pass the relevancy test, but it doesn't cure the hearsay issue.
So Ms. McCabe testified, my notes for whatever it's worth said, at the end of the day, one of the things she testified to was the defendant on the morning when they were driving over to Fairview saying, could John be cheating on her? Could he be with Bella's mom?
Yes.
So that's in evidence. You want more than that? What do you expect the testimony to be?
I expect, if allowed to testify, Mrs. McCabe would testify that she had a phone call with John O'Keefe before John O'Keefe and the defendant arrived at Fairview. And John O'Keefe and the defendant were lost. And in giving directions, she offered to John O'Keefe, which was heard by the defendant, the house is near Bella's mom's house. That is evidence of motive.
All right, just that she said, yeah, I'm going to allow that.
I don't have a problem with that. Yesterday, I'm sorry, I misunderstood. I thought Mr. Brennan was trying to get in the nature of the relationship between Bella and John, which would be hearsay. I have no problem with this offer of proof.
Yeah, it's a little bit different than yesterday.
Okay.
All right. And I understand the loop you'll make eventually, but
Right.
This is all you intend to get through Ms. McCabe now, right?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes, because I don't think from what I heard, she knows of that relationship at that time.
Okay.
So I don't think I should ask that.
Okay.
Just that she was giving directions and.
Yeah, that's fine. That's fine. And then those clips can come in.
Great, fantastic, thank you.
All right. So we'll bring the jurors over.
The only thing I would ask is let's not be played with Ms. McCabe on the stand.
Agreed.
Okay.
All right. Let's bring the jurors over. Do you need me to take a recess? Okay. Why don't, yes, yes. You are.
Gonna bring the jury in, but I don't think no, you don't need a fucking recess for at 9:11 in the morning, lady. Like, well, he definitely does that. Claims that he gets more money to inflate, make him sound like he's more important because he has to tell everybody how awesome he is. What he feels this big on a daily basis. Like, yes, just be very careful. What you guys should do is either email me or email each other. Yeah. I guess you couldn't email each other without putting your email in there. So you could email me and I could switch you guys' info to each other. But definitely don't talk to yourself. Not that I'm just going to figure out in a city of however many people, you know. Girl, I told you people are welcome up on panel anytime. I love having a panel, having people have some things to say. At some point when this starts, I'm going to move my computer. I'm going to put my headphones in. I'm going to move my computer to my bedroom and watch from there. My hubby's home today and he wants some attention. He likes a good head scratch. So I'm going to bring the computer in there and put it on my lap with my headphones in to listen and talk to you guys from there. Oh, yeah, I'm sure she was encouraging them to, delete some of their content that might get them into some legal trouble. Too bad it's already been all backed up anyway, so they can delete it as much as they want. We have it all. So I feel bad too, because make no mistake, guys, it's going to be bad when he starts to cross. He's going to be an a-hole, Oh, yeah, that's sus. That's definitely sus. They already have it, though. It's already stored, Good for you, Agent 99. Tell them where to go and how to get there. Guys, oh, by the way, my shirt today brought to you by, it says, oh, look. What does it say? Nobody gives a shit. He's looking for his flying X.
He. All persons have any business before the office of Liberty County, before the office of the Norfolk Superior Court, from the country of Norfolk. Do I need it? Give your attendance, do I shall be heard, give your attendance, on St. John Park, Massachusetts. This court is now open. You may be seated.
All right, good morning again, council. Good morning, Ms. Reed. Good morning, jurors. Good morning. We appreciate you being prompt and ready to go this morning. There was something I needed to discuss with the lawyers to help streamline the evidence that will be presented to you today. So I appreciate your patience. I do have to ask you those questions. Were you all able to follow my instructions and refrain from discussing this case with anyone since we left yesterday? Everyone said yes or nodded affirmatively. Were you also able to follow my instructions and refrain from doing any independent research or investigation into this case? Yes. Everyone said yes or nodded affirmatively. Did anyone happen to see, hear, or read anything about this case since we left yesterday? No. Everyone said no or shook their heads. Thank you very much. Could we have Ms. McCabe back, please?
One teen and one adult, so I totally get what you mean, Emily. There is not really much more you could say worse than a teenage girl, that's for sure. They do say a lot of shit they probably shouldn't, though. It's already been recorded. Good morning, Alma. He's going to make himself look silly once again, and it's not going to go over well with the jury, like it didn't the first time. He's not changing anything,
Mr. Cave, I'll remind you, you're still under oath. Thank you.
Good morning, Ms. McCabe. Good morning.
You go, girl.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Before you take us back to Fairview Road, I want to ask you a couple of questions about John's house at Meadows.
Yes.
Are you familiar with his house?
Yes.
Have you seen the front of his house before?
Yes, I have.
Are you familiar with his driveway?
Yes.
Are you familiar with whether there's any surveillance system at Mr. O'Keefe's house?
Yes.
May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
Ms. McCabe, I'm showing you what has been previously marked as Exhibit 6. Do you recognize that photo?
Yes, I do.
And what is it?
That's John O'Keefe's house.
Could we provide Exhibit 6 for the jury, please? On that screen, is that Mr. O'Keefe's home?
Yes.
Show me what's been marked as Exhibit 8. Do you recognize that?
Yes.
And what is it?
That is the side of Mr. O'Keefe's house, the two garage doors.
Is there any indication of surveillance?
Is this a Ring camera right here? Looks,
Is that what John O'Keefe's side of his house looks like?
yes,
I'll show you Exhibit 10. Do you recognize what's in that photo?
yes.
What is it?
It is the driveway at John O'Keefe's.
See a car to the left?
Yes,
Do you know whose car that is?
yes, that's Miss Reed's.
Is that where you left it the night before? Those early morning hours when you drove to Mr. O'Keefe's house?
Yes,
I want to show you it's been marked as Exhibit 11. Do you recognize what's in that photo?
yes, Miss Reed's vehicle.
Is that the vehicle that Ms. Reed showed you with the broken missing taillight that morning?
Yes, it is.
You mentioned earlier in the night, you spoke to John O'Keefe when you called him or he called you about directions to Fairview Road.
Yes,
And you also shared that you had a phone conversation offering directions.
yes, I did.
Did you tell John that the house at Fairview was near Bella's mom's house?
Sustained is to form, Mr. Brennan.
Okay. What did you tell John as far as directions to Fairview? How did you mark it for him?
I told him to go by, past Bella's house, the Bella's Street, and then to follow it down to the end.
Now I want you to take us back where we were yesterday when we left off. You had brought us to Fairview Road. You had found John.
Yes,
You shared with us that you were trying chest compressions. Before the chest compressions, did you make a phone call?
I called 911.
I'd like to move to introduce a copy of that 911 call.
Okay. Do you have something physically to, thank you,
Ms. McLaughlin does.
thank you,
With,
thank you.
with the court's permission, I'd like to play Exhibit 45.
Yes.
No, this is for what
Yes, I'm someone from the third floor, Fairview Road, in that, the Indian tapped out in the snow.
You can't hold up, because you can't really stop. You connected to know, okay?
Yeah, I don't know why I did that.
He has to tell the rest of the line.
I'm 15 days, like, you guys that area, 15, okay?
I'm trying to tell line, because it's.
Okay. I don't. Where's the market? I don't keep my concern.
911, what's your emergency?
I need someone to come immediately to 34 Fairview Road, Camden, Mass.
What's going on?
There's a guy unresponsive in the snow.
Is it self 34?
Yes, 34, the Albert resident, yes, I just pulled up and found it.
Okay, 34 Fairview?
34 Fairview, Camden, Mass, yes.
911 is under order, where's your emergency? Hello?
Yes, I'm sorry, can you come to 34 Fairview Road in Kingston?
34 Fairview?
Yes, there's a man unresponsive in the snow.
Okay, and
He's gonna get here, okay?
okay, what's going on? Is he face down?
We just switched him over.
Okay. And who's that in the background? Is that someone related?
That's his girlfriend, he's John O'Keefe.
Okay, how old is he?
John is 46 years old.
46, how long has he been outside?
I don't know, I don't know. He got out of the car and it took him a couple of hours. Is he carrying, I don't know if he's breathing. There are two women trying to, into the spot heat and then cell phone.
Okay, can you just try to ask him? I know it's tough, but we have the other side of the bill and they just gotta know.
Okay. Is he breathing? It doesn't seem to be breathing.
Okay, do they know how to do CPR? Do they want to test CPR?
he's got to do CPR. No, I guess he's gone.
Okay, they don't feel comfortable doing so?
No, I think he's passed
Poor
away.
Jen, yeah, listening to that, it's hard for her.
Please step out of the way. If everyone's declining CPR, then I'll hang up with you, and if anything changes, you can give us a call back. Where are you guys outside?
I'm right up front. I know, Mom, that's all the interviews. I know, honey, I know. Carrie, you gotta get off of me. Carrie, you gotta get off of him.
You know if there's any alcohol or drugs involved?
He has been out. Joy has been out.
They've been out drinking?
Yes, like I'm talking hours about maybe, and I don't know how he's been.
Okay, is there any bleeding or anything? Maybe his head out?
Yes, possibly. I think he's bleeding in the face.
Okay, bleeding from the face, all right.
Yeah.
And how big's the pool of blood, if there is any?
Something coming out of the note, and one of the ones that they do CPR.
Okay, one of them is doing CPR?
Yes, they're both working on him.
All right, if you want CPR, and just give us a call back, if you tell us response, all right, but we're on our way.
Okay, thank you.
Ms. McCabe, describe your mental state when you were speaking to 911.
I guess the best way to describe it was I was in shock. My heart was racing. I was trying to be as helpful as I could and get the information to the most important information out as quick as I could to the 911 operators. But also the scene there with Karen and Kerry was a bit chaotic between the two of them. So I was just trying my best to be as calm as I could, to get help there as fast as I could, and to answer their questions the best that I could.
Before you told the 911 operator John O'Keefe's name and his age, you said there's a man in the snow. Do you know why you chose those words?
I think I just wanted to get out the most specific details. So a man in the snow versus, John O'Keefe and into a story. I think I just was get the details to them as fast as possible to get help there to him as fast as possible.
When you told the 911 operator that your friend John O'Keefe was the person lying in the snow, how did you know his age?
We used to joke because he was a couple months older than me. So I would, say, oh, you're older than me. It was a silly little thing between friends.
When you called the 911 operator, had Kerry and the defendant already been around or near John?
Yes.
Do you know if they had begun trying CPR before you called 911?
I'm not sure if they had, because Karen had straddled him and was lifted her shirt, was warming him up, and then Kerry was yelling at her to get off. And I think when Kerry got the blankets and was trying to put him under John, I think as she started to move him and wipe him, blood started to come out. And then Karen was afraid that he was going to choke on his blood and wanted to move him on his side. But then Kerry was yelling at her, we move him. This was kind of all going on while I was talking to 911.
You described what you saw, and you said at some point he was bleeding from the face area. Was that before or after he was moved?
After.
Before he was moved, did you see any active bleeding?
No.
After you called 911, what do you do next?
I think I called my sister and she didn't answer. And then as I think I called her as I was walking over to John, and she didn't answer. And then I immediately got down on the ground, and Kerry Roberts asked me to take over.
How long did you try to help John for?
I'm not sure. I'm not sure.
How long were you and the defendant and Miss Roberts there before someone else arrived?
Police officer was the first to arrive. In the moments, it seemed like a long time, but I think it was fairly quick that they arrived.
Any point during the time when you tried to help Mr. O'Keefe and the first police officer arrived, at any point did you see any signs of life from Mr. O'Keefe?
No.
When the police officer first arrived, do you remember what happened next?
I remember it was very chaotic, but there was talk about a spotlight. And I remember, I think I got up and ran to kind of wave the, to get the police officer's attention so he could see where we were.
And then what happens?
The police officer, not sure specific, I do remember him asking about John. I think he said, is he a drug user? He was just asking some basic questions.
And what's the environment? What's going on around you?
Karen's just running around crazy, like just yelling, screaming, kind of like a ping pong.
What are you trying to do?
I was just trying to talk to the officer. I guess I just went into this like type of mode of, all right, I have to just talk to him, get the information out, figure out like how we can best help John and like what happened to him and try to save him ultimately.
And what happens next?
More officers begin to come, fire and EMT. So the scene becomes active with a lot of different presence. John, I think they lift John onto a board at one point. The officers are asking us questions. Karen's kind of coming over, talking to the questions, and then kind of just running away, and then she just runs back over. She's doing a lot of screaming, a lot of repetitive, is he dead? Is he dead? Is he dead? Could I have hit him? Did I hit him? Kerry, I think, Kerry's off kind of making phone calls, I believe, to John's family.
Do you know what time the first responders lifted John from the ground and put him on that bed?
I don't know a time, but it was...
Okay, that's the only question.
Okay.
You heard your 911 call. Do you know the time of that 911 call?
Not off the top of my head, no.
At some point, did you talk to a number of different people at the scene?
Yes.
And who were you talking to?
The first officer was Officer Sarah. I know I spoke with him. I spoke with an Officer Lank, an Officer Good. There were other officers. I don't remember their names. There were EMTs. I don't remember their names either.
You have lived in this area for a long time?
Yes.
You're active in the community?
Yes.
Did you know Sergeant Good from before that night?
I knew of him. I didn't know him personally.
Did you know Detective Lank?
Yes, I knew him.
How did you know him?
We were friendly.
Did children ever associate with each other?
Not until recently.
After you had a chance to speak to some of the officers, did you move around at all yourself?
Yes, I the officers would talk to us here and then a little bit over to the side. I tried to comfort Miss Reed. At one point, Miss Reed was very upset. And one of the officers thought it would be best if maybe she went and just sat in one of the cruisers for a little bit, because she was just doing a lot of screaming and yelling. And I think they were just trying to, work on John and make the scene a little less chaotic. So I went into the back of the car with her, and Kerry Roberts came over. And then we all were just sat in the back of the, well, Karen and I kind of were scrunched and sitting in the back, and Carrie was at the door of the cruiser.
Why did you get in the car with the defendant?
She was crying. She asked me to get in. We held hands. We prayed. She did have blood on her hands, and she said, could I have gotten my period? Who's going to take care of the kids? She just kind of was all over the place. And then at one point, we saw them moving John towards the ambulance. And at that point, Miss Reed started yelling to Miss Roberts, go check on him. Are they working on him? Is he dead? Is he dead? And at that point, myself and Miss Reed got out of the car, and she started yelling and pulling on me to Google hypothermia and Google how long it takes for somebody, to die in the cold.
When the defendant first asked you to Google an inquiry about hypothermia, were you still inside the police cruiser or were you outside?
Outside.
What was the weather? I know it's an obvious question, but how cold was it?
It was very cold, windy. The snow was blowing. As I stated, I have multiple sclerosis. So when I'm out in either extremely hot or cold temperatures, I lose the feeling and sensation in my fingers, which obviously made the Googling very hard for me to do because of my, motor skills.
So when you were outside of the car with the defendant and she had asked you to do a search regarding hypothermia, did you try to do that?
Yes, I did.
Do you know the exact time from your memory? Not from reading or learning, but from your memory. Do you remember the exact time you did that?
No.
Was it after the police came that morning?
Yes.
Had you ever attempted to search about hypothermia any time before that moment, that morning?
No.
Or that day?
No.
That week?
No.
Was this the first time that morning after the defendant asked you to search that you searched that phrase?
Yes, it was.
And did you complete your search and get a result?
So I don't know what came up, because I think as I entered it, I think I misspelled things. And so then I think I tried a second search. And again, I don't think I even paid attention to what came up because we were already on to the next thing. Karen was already moving and screaming about, the next thing to Kerry. Are they working on him? Is he dead?
Did the defendant move somewhere from the point when she first asked you to try to Google about hypothermia to something else?
She was next to me, and then I think she took off. Like, she kept kind of running off.
And what did you do?
I believe as they were I think I stood there, I believe as they were putting John into the ambulance, I went back kind of to the original spot where we had been talking to the police. And at that point, a new officer might have come because I remember talking to multiple officers there.
At some point, did you go back towards the area of Ms. Roberts' car?
Yes, that's where I'm referring to. Sorry.
At some point, were you with the defendant when she spoke to an officer and a first responder?
Yes.
Do you remember if the first responder was a man or a woman?
I remember there was a woman right next to us, yes.
Do you remember if that was before or after the defendant asked you to search about hypothermia?
I'd be guessing if I then don't.
Don't guess.
Mm-hmm.
When the defendant was speaking to the first responder, the woman, were you near?
Yes.
Did you hear or do you remember the defendant saying anything to the first responder?
Yes.
What did she say?
She told the first responder, I hit him, I hit him, I hit him.
When she told the first responder, I hit him, how did you react?
I was startled, kind of like, what are you saying? What are you talking about?
Did you say anything to the defendant?
I think after the second or third time she was saying it, I was like, Karen, like, what are you saying?
Why were you trying to interrupt her?
Because I thought she was just talking crazy, and I'm saying, why is she saying she hit him?
Were you trying to look out for her?
Yeah.
Sustain. I'll strike it. You can ask it differently.
What was your motivation for trying to interrupt the defendant making the statements to the first responder?
Karen was hysterical, irrational, kind of.
I'll move on.
Oh, okay. I'm going to see counsel at Sidebar for just a minute, please.
Sorry, guys. I don't even know if you guys can hear me. Please tell me if you guys can hear me, because right now I'm trying to switch over my headset to my my headphones, my Beats headphones. So I have no idea if you guys can even hear me right this very second. I'm trying to figure out why it's muted. Okay, you can hear me good. Sidebar, per usual. Sidebar, per usual. I'm sorry, guys. I'm like trying to like put this on my headphones so I can move the computer. Guys, do me a favor, hit the like button, the subscribe button if you can. Donate to the channel. It's very helpful. Thank you for our first donation of the day from Potluck. Sends $20. Thank you, Potluck, my friend. I appreciate it.
Yeah.
It is cringe.
After you made the search at the defendant's request for an inquiry regarding hypothermia, did you have a chance to speak to the officers further?
Yes.
Did they ask you to do anything or go anywhere?
Yes. Officer Lank asked me to go into my sister's house and to wake them up.
And your sister's name again?
My sister, Nicole.
And that is the house you were in the night before?
Yes.
And after you spoke to the officer, they requested you go in to speak to your sister, did you?
Yes.
Was there any directive on what you should speak to your sister about?
No.
After the officers asked you to go into the house, did you?
Yes, I did.
Do you remember what door you went through?
Yes, I went through the front door.
Was the door locked?
Yes.
How did you get in?
Oh, I'm sorry. I thought you said, was it unlocked?
No, I asked if it was locked.
Oh, sorry. It was unlocked.
As you're approaching the house, were there any lights on?
No.
Was it dark?
Yes.
Any sign of any movement inside the house before you went in?
No.
Take us through walking through the front door. What happened?
So I went in the front door. I opened the door. I walked up the stairs into their hallway, and then I think I knocked on their door.
Bedroom door?
Their bedroom door. And then I opened the door. I went in, and I walked over to the bed, and I was like, Brian, Nicole, because I was in a position where I felt like the world was going on around me, so much was happening, but I also was aware that I was just about to wake up two people that are sound asleep, and they're going to see me standing over their bed and be startled, wondering, what am I doing here?
So what happens?
So it took a minute or two, and then Brian woke up, and he immediately was like startled and was like, Jennifer, what's going on? What are you doing? And then I believe I tried the best I could to say what was going on. I think I said, we found John.
You don't need to describe again, but I want to know their reaction and your interaction with your sister and Brian Albert.
They woke up startled and confused.
Did you have a conversation with them?
Yes.
How long was that conversation?
Brief. They got up, got dressed. I spoke to them.
And where did you go and where did they go?
Then all three of us went down the stairs.
The upstairs to the downstairs?
Upstairs to downstairs,
And
yes.
upstairs is the second level, is downstairs the first level?
Yes.
As you come down the stairs, can you see the front door?
Yes.
Is there anybody in the house at that point?
I saw Officer Lank.
In the house?
Yes.
Do you know if he had been invited in?
I have no idea.
When you came down the stairs and saw Officer Lank, where was your sister and Brian Albert?
They were walking with me down the stairs.
And did you see whether or not the officer spoke with your sister and your brother?
He did.
Brother-in-law? I'm sorry.
He did, yes.
Were you there during that conversation?
No,
How long was that conversation? Do you know?
not sure.
Where did you go when the officer was speaking to your sister and your brother-in-law inside their home?
I was standing at the front doorway, and then my husband, Matt, had just arrived.
What happened next?
I started talking to Matt, and almost immediately Officer Lang came, got Matt, and asked if he could talk to him outside.
Okay. At this point, I want to go back and show you some video. Have you seen video in this case before?
Yes.
I'd like to ask the court's permission to display Exhibit 4, and I would like to walk through some of the video.
Okay.
Ms. Gilman, if you kindly put on Exhibit 4. I'd like to start at 6:09:57. Ms. Gilman, if you can take us to the arrival at Fairview. Can you stop there, please? Ms. McCabe, do you recognize this scene?
Yes.
Is that morning?
Yes.
The car directly in front of this dash cam, do you know whose vehicle that is?
Kerry Roberts.
On the left, we see somebody with a blue parka or jacket. Do you know who that is?
I believe that's me.
Can you continue to play, please?
Does he have front problems? Is he correct? Is he front? Huh?
Can you stop there, please? Does that fairly depict your first interaction with law enforcement?
Yes.
Do you see the flagpole in that video?
Yes.
And is that the area where you found John?
Yes.
I'd like to move forward in the video. If we can move forward to 6:14:45, please. Could you stop there? Can you identify people on that video from right to left, if you can?
I don't know the officer. That's myself. I believe behind me, that's Miss Reed.
And this is about, well, let me get the time correctly. 6:14:47. And do you know where John is at this point?
Are they lifting him to the left?
Okay. Could you continue, please, Ms. Gilman? Could you stop there? The person all the way to the left near the flagpole. Do you know who that is?
I believe Carrie Roberts.
And is that the area where John was found?
Yes.
And that's at 6:15 a.m.? If you don't know, that's okay. Do you know what Ms. Roberts was doing at 6:15 a.m.?
My guess is
I
that
don't want you to guess. Just if you know.
I don't know.
Okay. Now, you're over to the right. Is that you?
Yes.
Okay. Continue, please. Is that Carrie on the left?
Yes.
Stop, please. On the right, do you see yourself?
Yes.
And which person are you?
I'm the one next to the one with the fluorescent yellow.
Is your back to us?
Yes.
To the right in yellow. Do you know who that is?
I don't.
Continue, please. Continue. Stop, please. Do you see the defendant move from the right to the left?
Yes.
Do you see the yellow jacket?
Yes.
Do you know whether or not that's the woman first responder?
I believe so. Yes.
Do you know why the officer moved the defendant over to from right to left?
I don't.
Okay, continue, please. Stop. At that part, is there a conversation between the defendant and the first responder?
Yes.
Are you listening?
Yes.
Continue. Stop. Do you see the officer that was with you in the group?
Yes.
Do you see him now turned away from the group speaking to somebody else?
I do.
Continue, please. Thank you. If you could move ahead to 6:19, please. Is that you, Ms. McCabe and Ms. Roberts?
Yes.
Is that Ms. Roberts?
Yes.
Stop for a moment. Do you know at which point you went to the officer's car and sat in the back with Ms. Reed?
I believe it's right after this.
Can you continue, please? Is that Ms. Roberts?
Yes.
Stop, please. Was it before or after that moment that you sat with the defendant and Ms. Roberts stood outside the car and you prayed?
I'm not exactly sure from that video.
That's fine. If we could move forward to 6:23:40, please. At this time, are you still with the defendant behind this car in some spot?
Yes, I am.
Is it during this time, 6:23 and 6:24, you tried to make those searches at the defendant's request?
Yes.
Ms. Gilman, if you can move forward to 6:26:15. Pause, please. Ms. McCabe, do you see anybody returning to Ms. Roberts' car in that area?
Yes.
And who did you see?
I saw myself, and I'm standing outside of the car speaking to Officer Lank. I saw Kerry go up and near her car. I'm not sure if she went into it. And I saw someone walk Miss Reed into the car.
Is it around this time you have a conversation with Mr. Lank?
Yes.
And what does he tell you again around this time?
He's at this point, I think, asking me questions about what had happened. And then soon after, he asks me to go into my sister's house.
Ms. Gilman, if you can fast forward to 6:34:15, please. Stop, please. You described that the house had no lights on. Is that a fair depiction of,
Yes.
the view?
Yes.
Do you see a figure walking up the driveway?
Not on this pause clip, but I did see it. Yes.
Let's play it and see if you can identify.
Yes, I can see myself walking up.
Where are you now?
I'm walking up the path to go up to the stairs into the house.
And this is at the request of Officer Lank?
Yes.
And you described first you went in? And woke up your sister and brother-in-law?
Yes.
Could we move forward to 6:39, please? Stop. And do you see something happen with the house at that point?
Yes.
Okay. And what happens?
Light went on.
I'll note it's 6:39:08. Thank you, Ms. Gilman. After first responders took John and you had gone in your sister's house, what did you do next?
Next, after Officer Lang spoke to my husband, Kerry Roberts, her and I had a conversation. She was going to go pick up John's parents in Braintree. At first, I had told her I would go with her. But then Officer Lang said that one of us had to stay at Fairview to speak to the, I believe it was the state troopers that would be coming.
Did you stay at Fairview?
I did, yes.
What was your mental state at that point?
Again, I was in shock. The best way I can describe it is the feeling of I'm present and everything's going on around me, and I'm just trying to process and make sense of everything.
Did you speak to your sister about what happened?
Yes.
Did you speak to your brother-in-law about what happened?
Yes.
And were they giving you any comfort or support?
Yes, they were being very comforting and supportive.
As you were waiting at Fairview, did anybody else come to the house?
Well, my husband, Matt, had arrived. A little while later, Julie Albert had arrived. She was dropping something off, and then Brian Sr. called her in.
Is Julie Albert the wife of Chris Albert?
Yes, she is.
And Brian Albert and Chris Albert are brothers?
Correct.
When she arrived, did you talk to her?
Yes.
Were you in a group? Were you talking to people privately?
No, we were all sitting around the kitchen table.
And why were you talking to everybody?
We were trying to figure out what had happened. They were trying to be supportive, trying to help me.
What was your mood?
I was extremely concerned. I was calling Kerry, trying to get updates about John. I was worried about John, his family, about Kaylee.
At that point, did you know whether John was going to live?
I had a very strong, I think deep down I knew that John was gone. But, until you hear it, I think there was that little bit of hope, maybe.
Did you speak to anybody but Kerry, who was not at the home that morning?
I believe I spoke, Miss Reed.
You had a conversation?
Yes, I spoke to her when she was in the ambulance.
Did you speak to her again later that day?
No, I think I texted her asking her for Kerry's number because I didn't have it.
Did you hear back?
No.
Did you ever speak to Miss Reed again?
No, I've never spoken to her again.
When you were trying to get information from Kerry and you were in Fairview, did anybody else other than the people you've described arrive at Fairview?
Chris Albert, Brian Higgins showed up, and Chris Albert.
Did you know Brian Higgins?
I knew him as a friend of Brian's.
Did you see him at the waterfall that night before?
Yes, I did.
And after you arrived at Fairview that night, after leaving the waterfall, was Brian Higgins one of the people there?
Yes.
And did you talk about what had happened in front of Brian Higgins as well?
Yes.
Was there a group discussion?
I wouldn't say discussion. I would just say, for instance, someone would ask me a question because everybody this didn't make sense to anybody. No one knew what had happened.
Agreed.
So just move on.
And so was there a lot of questions about what you saw and heard?
Yes.
You mentioned earlier that you felt like you were in a state of shock. Did you feel like you were still in that state, or were things changing mentally?
Little by little, as I sat there, I started things started coming back to me that had been said to me earlier.
Did something significant come back to you about what happened earlier, or what you heard?
Yes.
And what is that?
When Miss Reed stated to myself and the female, I hit him.
And did anything else over the course of that morning come back to you about that moment?
Throughout when I was still at Fairview, or throughout the day?
Still at Fairview.
I believe that was maybe the main thing. I can't be sure what memories came back.
When you remembered the defendant's statements to the first responder, did you decide to do something with that information?
Yes, Officer Lang had said if I, remembered anything or needed anything before the state, the state police came to give him a call.
And did you?
I did, yes.
And you knew Officer Lang?
I did, yes.
Were you comfortable calling him?
Yes, I was.
Did you tell him the information that you had remembered?
I just asked him to come back to Fairview.
Did he?
He did, yes.
When he came back, did you speak to him?
Yes, I did.
Were you with the group or were you alone?
No, I was with the group.
And did you tell him what you had remembered?
I did, yes.
How long did you stay at Fairview for?
I believe somewhere between 11:30. I'm being approximate with my times. Officer Proctor called me from the state police.
Do you know how he got your number?
No.
Did you have a discussion with him?
He said he would like to come by and question me, and I'm not sure if he said at your house or if I said I need to go home because I had 4 kids at home that were still sleeping, and I knew that I had to go home to them and eventually break this news to them and comfort them, and I knew that was going to be a whole nother situation to deal with.
Did you speak to him on the phone before you went home or
A
after?
quick phone call. I'll see you at my house.
At that point, did you share any information with him?
No, not on the phone.
Did you return home?
I did, yes.
Do you remember about what time that was?
I'm going to say 11:30 or after.
that a-
Approximate.
General?
General, yeah.
When you got back home, did you have a meeting or speak with Mr. Proctor?
I did, yes.
Was it a phone call or an in-person conversation?
He came into my house with Officer Buchanan.
Okay, him and Trooper Buchanan came in?
Yes.
Was there anybody else at your home?
My husband was home, and my brother-in-law, Brian Albert, came over.
Did you speak to them?
Yes.
Did you tell them any additional information at that point?
The troopers or?
The troopers?
Yes. I know I had said what Karen had said to me, and then she had said, I hit him. Could I have hit him? I told them how she showed up at my house. I just basically gave them the events of that morning.
At that point, did you mention anything about the defendant's broken taillight?
At that conversation, no.
Did they leave?
They did leave, yes.
At some point, did they reach out to you again, or did you reach out to them?
At some point, I had another conversation with them a few hours later. I'm not sure if they called me or if I called them.
Do you know what generally the content of that conversation was?
Yes, I had remembered that Karen had told me about her taillight.
As you're processing that morning, are you trying to think and recreate the event, or are you trying to put it out of your mind?
I couldn't get it out of my mind.
While you were at home, did you receive any updates from anybody, Kerry Roberts or anybody, about John?
Yes, when I was still at the Alberts, Kerry had given me word that, John had passed. Then once I got home, I know different friends who were starting to hear.
Without content, were you receiving contacts, calls, text
Yes.
messages from other people?
Yes,
And were you reaching back out to other people?
some, yes.
At some point, did you go over to Meadows Road?
On Sunday, I did, yes.
Was Sunday the next day?
Yes, it was.
Why did you go over to Meadows?
Kerry and I went over with my daughter and her daughter to see the family and to offer support and
You
our
said you-
sympathy.
You said you and Kerry. How did you get there?
Kerry picked me up.
Prior to that evening, you and Kerry, you described, weren't friends or familiar.
Correct.
Were things changing?
Yes, rapidly.
When she picked you up, who else did she pick up with you?
My daughter, who is Kaylee's friend.
And was anybody else, or any of Miss Roberts' family in the car?
Yes, her daughter was in the car as well.
So it was you, Miss Roberts, and your 2 daughters?
Yes.
You said you went to Meadows.
Yes.
Why did you go there?
to offer our condolences, sympathy, support, to be with the family. I mean, I love them.
Were they staying at Meadows?
They were at Meadows, yes.
When you went there that next day, can you describe the traffic and the people that were there?
There was a house full of family, friends, coworkers, loved ones. I mean, the car repairman, like anyone and everyone.
Did you ever see the defendant?
No.
While you're at the house, did you have a chance to speak to Miss O'Keefe?
Yes, I did.
At some point that day, did you leave the house?
Yes.
Who did you leave with?
Carrie and my daughter stayed to be with Kaylee, and we left with her daughter.
Where did you go?
We were heading home, but then we ended up dropping off her daughter at her friend's house.
Now, who's her daughter? Don't give me a name. Carrie's daughter?
Carrie's daughter, yes.
And was Carrie's daughter friends with any of the Lanks?
Yes, Carrie's daughter's good friends with Mike Lank's daughter.
When Ms. Roberts drove over to Mr. and Mrs. Lank's house, did you meet anybody?
Yes, her daughter, Carrie's daughter, went in the house, and Mrs. Lank came out. Her and Carrie are very good friends, so she came out to offer support and condolences.
Was it still cold outside?
Yes, it was freezing.
When she was offering her support, was she inside or outside of the car?
She jumped into the back seat.
During that time you spent with Officer Lank's wife, did you ever go into the house?
I have a faint memory. I think I went in and used the bathroom at one point.
Okay. When you were having the conversation with Mr. Lank's wife, were you talking about what had happened?
Yes, Carrie was just explaining the morning, the phone calls, the scene, things like that.
Were you trying to get any type of inside information or push the investigation in any particular direction?
No, I didn't speak much. It was mostly Carrie and Trish was just being a supportive friend to Carrie.
At some point, did you get together with Ms. Roberts and try to memorialize what you had saw or thought that morning?
Yes.
Why did you do that?
Peg had asked Carrie to do a timeline. So Carrie came over and we were sitting down talking about it. And so my sister was there and she said that she would jot it down for us.
And so when you got together, it was at the request of Mrs. O'Keefe?
Yes.
When she made that request, if you asked you to do that, did you question why?
No, she wanted us to do it, so I did it.
Why?
She wanted us to remember and try to jot down everything we remembered so we wouldn't forget.
So I'm going to sustain discretion. There is disregard.
Did you speak to officers further in the future?
Yes.
Can you count how many times you spoke with police or the interviews you had?
There were a lot, or a good amount, I should say.
At some point, did any of the police officers ask if they could take your phone and copy everything on it?
Yes.
Did you have any hesitation about that?
Objection.
Ask it differently.
Were you cooperative?
Yes.
Why?
I wanted to help in any way I could.
May I approach?
Yes.
Handing you a piece of paper, do you recognize that?
Yes, I do.
And what is it?
That's my signature.
Do you know what that document is?
Yes, it's the consent form that I signed from my phone.
I can use this as an exhibit.
Any objection?
Yes, Your Honor, we can deal with it sidebar. I have no objection to the identification of it, moving in and exhibit, I do have objection.
Okay, I'll see what's on that.
Can you guys hear me? I don't know if you guys, it looks like you guys should be able to hear me. I have my Beats in. I am moved to my bedroom, so I just want to make sure that you guys can hear me on these because I have unplugged my regular microphone. So let me know if y'all can hear me in the comment section. Okay, you can. All right, perfect. I'm just making sure that it's all functioning correctly. The only thing I haven't gotten thus far is the audio into my headphones. So I don't want to mess up the audio for you guys. So the mic is working. I just need to get the audio into my ears because right now it's just playing on the computer and not into my headphones. But I don't want to mess up the audio for you guys. So I'm trying to be gentle here. Yeah, he does have a hearing today at 2. We'll see what we can do about getting real-time information on that as we're doing this. It's going to be difficult, but we'll try. Yeah, the prosecutor wasn't happy. He lied. He had somebody sign a fake affidavit. I'd be unhappy if I was the prosecutor as well. Ew, I hope not. That's disgusting.
You met with Miss Roberts, and you tried to memorialize your memory about what had happened. After that date, have you discussed what happened that morning with other people?
Yes.
And have you discussed it with police over time?
Yes.
I have no further questions at this time.
All right, here we go. Now this is going to be the cross, guys. Get ready to be pissed off with AJ. In the meantime, hit the like button, the subscribe button, donate to the channel if you can. It's all very helpful, especially on trial days. Let's get ready for this douche nozzle.
Good morning, Ms. McCabe.
Good morning.
When was the last time you spoke with Carrie Roberts before your testimony today?
She called me last night.
What did y'all discuss?
She asked if my daughters were going to be staying home from school today because her daughter would possibly join them.
Did you discuss anything having to do with your testimony?
Not my testimony, no.
Did you discuss anything in that conversation with her prior testimony?
No.
Are you aware that she testified last week?
Yes.
Did you discuss anything after that, after she testified with her about her testimony?
No.
We know that through her testimony that you had a conversation with her the morning that she testified.
Yes.
Right? Did you discuss what you anticipated to be her testimony in that conversation before she testified?
No.
Have you and Ms. Roberts ever discussed anything about either one of your testimonies, either in the last proceeding or in anticipation of this proceeding?
No.
So for the entirety of the last year, even though you both went through a proceeding last year where you both testified under oath and it was highly, highly publicized, neither one of you, your good friend Carrie Roberts and you, have ever discussed either of your testimonies between that time and this time.
No, we've discussed the case and we've discussed what happened that moment, the moments of the morning, but we have not discussed testimony.
Okay, so let's break that down for a second. I'm talking about, because the timing matters. I'm just asking at this point, if you'll bear with me, just the year from last year at a different proceeding to this year, you have discussed this case.
Yes.
With Ms. Roberts.
Many times, yes.
And you've discussed the specifics of her memory, which would be reflected in her testimony, correct?
We talked about what happened that morning.
So you were talking about what she remembers happening that morning, correct?
No, what happened that morning.
Okay, so not to put too fine a point on it, Ms. McCabe, but if you ask me what I had for dinner last night, it's my memory of what I had for dinner last night. Would you agree with that?
Sustained.
Did you talk about her perception of what happened that morning during the last year?
We've talked about what has happened, yes.
Okay, so I'm trying to break it down between you and Ms. Roberts. You've discussed her perceptions and her memory of what happened, as well as, and separate and apart from, your memory and your perceptions, correct?
Correct.
So there have been circumstances in which you and Ms. Roberts have compared, by definition, what she remembers versus what you remember, correct?
I wouldn't say compare.
Now let's move to what would you say in terms of what you've discussed and why?
I would say that we've both talked about what we've discussed, but it wasn't like a comparison. We weren't comparing anything.
You've talked about what you discussed. What does that mean? Talked about your testimony?
No, we've discussed what happened to that moment,
Right.
and in those moments. So, when I got a phone call, and that's my story. I got a phone call in the morning, and then Carrie can say, yeah, I got a phone call as well.
As you said, that's your story, correct?
Not my story. It's
Those
the
were your
truth.
words.
It's the truth.
Okay. So for instance, when you got a phone call at 4:53 in the morning, Carrie Roberts wasn't there, correct?
Correct.
But you've discussed that with her.
Correct.
And you've told her what your perception of that, your memory of that phone call was, even though she was not recipient to and did not witness that phone call, correct?
I've told her about the phone call, correct.
As well as many other details that she was not privy to personally, correct?
Correct.
Conversations that you've had, for instance, conversations that you claim you've had with Miss Reed, correct?
Correct.
And you've told her what your perception is of those conversations, or your memory was or is of those conversations with Miss Reed, correct?
Which conversations with Miss
Any
Reed?
conversations, just anything that she wasn't privy to. You've discussed that with her.
Some things, yes,
Okay.
absolutely.
And conversely, Ms. McCabe, obviously, she's also discussed certain perceptions and memories that she has about this case, and the facts of this case, as she recalls them, that you were not necessarily privy to, correct?
Yes.
Things that may have taken place outside your presence, correct?
Correct.
And you've talked about things, she's talked to you about things, now I'm getting myself confused. Y'all have talked about things that were outside of her perception and outside of your perception. And you've shared those with each other.
We've shared our experiences. We've become very close. We both lived through a traumatic experience.
How many times would you say you and Ms. Roberts have discussed your individual perceptions of what you remember happening on the 28th or the 29th of January 2022? How many times?
It would be hard to put a number on that. We talk about, it's hard. We're bonded. We talk about the trauma that we relive every day. Karen called us for help and we both answered the phone.
And that bonding is the glue that holds you two together. Is this case, correct?
Yes.
So that probably, by definition, is the foundation of many, many, many of your conversations. Would you agree?
We've grown into friends where we talk about many other things besides the case.
Sure, the movie you saw last weekend and what the kids are doing next week.
Yes, and yes, absolutely. We talk many different things, just like girlfriends do.
I'm just concerned with and asking you about the subject matter of this case and the details and the facts of this case. You two have probably talked hundreds of times, that's fair to say, about your individual perceptions, your respective perceptions of this case, correct?
This happened 3 years ago, and we've talked about it time and time again. This case has traumatized us, so
And
it's a
talking
huge
about-
part of our lives.
I'm sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt you.
Oh, I'm
I
sorry.
didn't hear you.
I believe I meant traumatized our lives.
Okay. It would be impossible for you two to have had so many conversations about your respective perceptions of the details of that day without that influencing the other person, correct? You've somehow been influenced by Miss Roberts's perceptions and her memories, correct?
I don't think I would say influenced.
Would you say that she's been influenced by your perceptions and your memories?
Objection.
Would you say that, Ms. McCabe?
No, I wouldn't.
Next question.
How many times have you met with anybody from the DA's office? And I'm just going to limit the time frame right now in anticipation of your appearance in this trial yesterday and today.
I'd say roughly 4 or 5.
Can you give me a time frame when those 4 or 5 meetings were?
I don't have dates. I do remember at one point I met with Mr. Brennan. He was new to the case. So I went in and he introduced himself.
How long ago was that? Weeks or months?
I can't give you a time frame. I'm sorry.
Do you think it was last summer?
No,
Do you think it was?
no, it was more recent.
Okay.
Yeah,
It
sorry.
wasn't in the fall of last year.
No,
It was in 2025 sometime?
I believe so, yes.
You think it might have been February, January?
Again, I can't give you an exact, I'm sorry.
All right. I want to talk about the timeframes of those conversations, then I'll ask you a little bit more about those conversations. So that was the first meeting that you had was with Mr. Brennan in anticipation of your testimony. What were the subsequent 4 meetings or so that you've had? With whom and approximately what time?
Okay, so another meeting with Mr. Brennan. Are you looking for who was
Sure.
there?
Who else
Alright.
was there?
I mean, can I give you a general answer? I didn't write down like every meeting who was there, but
course.
generally, okay.
Was Mr. Lally there?
During 1 or 2 of the meetings, he was, yes.
Was Ms. McLaughlin there?
Yes.
Was there anybody else from the DA's office there?
The officer or trooper Tully was there at 1. Trooper Buchanan was there at 1. The witness advocates were there. And again, give or take the particular meeting.
Those are 2 meetings that you've talked about with Mr. Brennan and others. What about the 3rd meeting?
No, I'm sorry. I was lumping a few of them together.
Sure,
I
understood.
apologize.
How many meetings would you have? Let's just start there. How many meetings have you had with Mr. Brennan and either staff or colleagues?
So after the first initial meeting, I
Right.
would say, again, I didn't write them down. Off the top of my head, I can think of 2 or 3 more after that.
Okay.
Excuse me, first initial one.
So that's either 4 or 5 meetings with Mr. Brennan and some combination of his colleagues, Mr. Lally, Ms. McLaughlin, perhaps, Mr. Nelson, perhaps, the other employee of the DA's office, and Troopers Buchanan and Trooper Tully.
Correct.
You asked questions about at any of these meetings. I'm just going to lump them all together. Any of these 5 meetings. By the way, when was most recent?
Last night, I had a Zoom call in regards, I think the court asked them to.
Yes, I'm going
Yeah,
to stop you right there.
Oh, okay.
I'm going to ask a different question, and if you don't
Okay.
mind, I'm just going to lead you through this question.
Okay.
You had a conversation last night. I'm not interested in that particular conversation. That was for a very specific purpose. I'm asking you about everything leading up to, but not including last night's conversation, okay?
Okay.
So let's just leave that one out. You've had, I think you mentioned either 4 or 5 other meetings with Mr. Brennan and some combination of his colleagues and or law enforcement.
Yeah, and I might have, in the 5, included that one from last night.
Okay, fair enough. Were you asked questions in those, we're just going to call it 4 meetings. Were you asked questions during those 4 meetings about your testimony at the first proceeding last year?
I did review some of my testimony, yes.
In what format? Paper transcript or?
No, we just watched a little bit of it.
Do you watch your direct examination?
A little bit, yes.
Did you watch your cross-examination?
A little, yes.
Who cross-examined you?
You did.
That was me.
Yes.
And did you watch the redirect or any part of it?
No.
Did you watch any part of any subsequent version of recross or additional questions that you were asked?
I don't believe so, no.
Was there a specific area that Mr. Brennan asked you to look at and review in terms of your direct or your cross-examination?
No.
Did you watch the entirety of the direct examination and the entirety of the cross-examination?
I do not believe so, no.
Were you questioned by Mr. Brennan following your review of that direct and cross-examination?
No.
So he didn't ask you any questions about any of your answers?
He showed me a dash cam and would ask me to point out who's this, who's that, a waterfall video, is this you, is this somebody? Those are the type of questions that he asked me.
What about any discussion about your demeanor and how you performed in the last proceeding? Objection.
Sustained.
I'll ask it a different way. What about your demeanor? I'm using probably a poor word, perform.
Mm-hmm.
How you came across your demeanor in the last proceeding? Objection.
Sustained.
Did you discuss changing your demeanor in any way, shape, form, or fashion from the last the last proceeding to this trial? My mistake. From the last proceeding to this trial, was your demeanor ever discussed?
No, I was just told to slow down, answer the question, and, answer it to the best of my memory.
Was there any discussion about talking about your background, for instance, your family and your children and being a sports mom, as you talked about in your direct examination?
No, I believe I did that in the previous one as well.
Was there any discussion about crafting your
I don't know
testimony in
where
any
he's
way,
going with this.
to suggest a softer approach?
No.
Was there any discussion
He's got
about
nothing. This is so
how
bad
to
for
develop
them.
your testimony from beginning to end?
Sustained.
Did Mr. Brennan ask you about, or let me ask it a different way. Did Mr. Brennan take you through a series of questions, for instance, as almost a test run of questions that you might be asked either on direct examination or cross-examination?
No.
Did you practice your testimony with any member of the DA's office?
No.
Were there any sessions where you sat and was subjected to a cross-examination, like a fake cross-examination or a fake direct examination?
No, there
Anything
wasn't.
like that?
No.
What were the things that stand out in your mind? You said you had at least 4 meetings. How long was each meeting, by the way, ish?
The first meeting I think was fairly quick. It was just the introduction.
The jury doesn't
30
care about
minutes,
any
less
of
than
this,
30
by the way.
minutes?
I don't want to give a time because I'm not sure,
Okay.
but it was fairly quick, yes.
Okay. What about the second meeting?
Again, I don't know specific meetings, but I can tell you that there was a longer one where I did watch some dash cam video, look at different pictures, things like that.
What kind of pictures did you look at other than the dash cam video?
The pictures of John's house.
Okay. The same photos that we saw today?
Yes.
How long in total would you say all of those meetings were? Just taking them all together.
I really can't give you I really can't give you an estimate. I think the first one was fairly quick. The second one, one of them was a little bit longer, maybe a couple hours.
Okay. Then the third one, was that also a couple hours, or was that one fairly quick?
That was fairly quick, yes.
So fair to say between 2, 3, 4 hours total meeting times?
Again, I'd have to probably go back and look at the date and the time. I really can't give you a specific amount of time. I apologize.
Did Trooper Tully or Trooper Buchanan ask you any questions during the course of any of these meetings?
Regarding the case, no, but we did briefly talk about how my kids were, how their kids were.
But they didn't ask you any questions about your testimony, about your case, about the case, about your memories, about specific facts?
I do not believe so, no.
During any of these meetings, was anybody taking notes? Ms. McLaughlin, Mr. Lally, Mr. Brennan, any of the troopers?
No, I don't believe so.
So there was several hours worth of meetings with you, and nobody scribed any notes that you saw?
None that I saw, no.
And these meetings were not recorded?
I do not believe so, no.
They're never recorded, by the way.
Ms. McCabe, I'm
Trial
going
prep.
to ask you a series of questions about your family because I just want to make sure it's crystal clear who's who. You're married to Matt McCabe, correct?
Yes.
Your sister is Nicole Albert.
Yes.
Nicole is married to Brian Albert.
Yes.
It was Brian Albert's home that you were at 34 Fairview that you arrived at where John's body was found, correct?
Yes.
The same home where that late night gathering was on January 28th going into the morning of the 29th, correct?
Yes.
Would you consider yourself to be close with your sister Nicole and Brian?
Yes, very close.
Your families, it's not just you and Nicole, your whole families are close, correct?
Yes, we have a very close family.
How long have you known Brian Albert?
Since I was in kindergarten.
You consider him, even though he is not blood related to you, you consider him family?
Yes.
In addition to Brian and Nicole Albert, you're also very close with Chris and Julie Albert, correct?
Yes.
Just to be clear, and I'm going to do this slowly.
Okay.
Brian Albert's younger brother is Chris Albert, correct?
Yes.
Chris Albert is married to Julie Albert.
Yes.
You consider Chris and Julie family, even though there may not be a blood relation as well, correct?
Yes.
Chris Albert is a Canton Select Board member, is that right?
Now he is, yes.
And the Canton, that's in Canton? I said Select Board member. Did I mention Canton Select Board member?
It is in Canton, yes.
All right, obviously it's in Canton. The Canton Police Department reports to the Select Board, correct?
I'm not aware.
You're not aware of that echelon?
No.
Okay. You're aware that Brian Albert, your friend of, I'm not going to say how many years, but since kindergarten, was a Boston police officer.
Yes.
He had been a lifetime law enforcement officer for some 30 years before he retired recently, correct?
Yes.
He's a trained first responder, obviously.
Yes.
Brian Albert and Chris Albert have another brother named Kevin Albert, correct?
Yes.
Kevin Albert is a detective with a police department, correct?
Yes, I believe that's his title. I'm not
Which
100%.
Which police department is Kevin Albert associated with?
Canton.
And you've grown up in Canton your whole life, you indicated.
Yes.
Your entire family has grown up in Canton, correct?
Yes.
And you, Ms. McCabe, have three sisters. Nicole, we've talked about. You also have a sister named Shelley, is that right?
Michelle, yes.
Michelle?
Mm-hmm.
And Denise, who you mentioned in your direct examination.
Yes.
Nicole is also known by nickname, is that right?
Yes.
What is Nicole's nickname within the family?
Coco.
Does Shelley also have a nickname? Well, I guess Shelley is the shortened
Shelley
name from
is.
Michelle, correct?
Yes.
What about Denise?
She's Dee Dee.
Dee Dee?
Yeah, like Deeedee.
Your father lives close by in a neighboring town, correct?
Yes.
Don't tell me the town, but it's relatively close to Canton.
20 minutes, yes.
Okay. His name is Tom Weeks.
Yes.
I'm not going to go through all of them right now because the family tree is getting large, but there are children, cousins, second cousins, nephews, aunts, uncles. There's a combination of familial relations within that set of folks that I just talked about, Chris and Brian and Nicole and you and Matt and the folks that we've just talked about.
Yes.
That family, that large family, celebrates holidays together, I'm guessing?
We don't typically, celebrate with Kevin and Chris, but my family does, yes.
Along with Brian, Albert, and Nicole?
Yes, of course.
Birthdays are celebrated within that family?
Yes.
Go on vacations together, I'm guessing?
Yes.
Gatherings like the one on the 28th?
Yes.
Special events?
Yes.
Spend weekends together?
Yes.
You mentioned a lot of sporting events. There's a lot of sporting events that y'all go to together.
Yes.
So it is very, very easy to see that it's an extremely close-knit family.
Yes.
And naturally, you're very protective of your family, as anybody would be.
This actually screws him. It doesn't help him.
You also said that you knew, and your words, liked Karen Reed, my client, on the 28th of January 2022, correct?
Yes.
But she very much is not family, correct?
Correct.
She certainly was not as important to you as your actual family, the Alberts, the McCabes, the folks associated with them. Is that right?
Yes.
On January 28th, 2022, members of the Albert family and the McCabe family all went to a bar together, had drinks together that night. Waterfall, we've heard a little bit about that, correct?
Correct.
Ultimately, you went back to your sister's house for the after party that we've heard so much about. That was at Brian Albert's house, is that right?
Yes.
You've been interviewed, I think you indicated multiple times. You didn't even give a number of how many times you've been interviewed by police in this case. Is that right?
Yes.
Your family is connected to people at Boston Police Department. We've just talked about that. Brian Albert, is that right?
Well, was a Boston police officer.
Right. So when I say connected, there is some familial or family or friendly connection to that police agency, Boston Police Department, it'd be Brian Albert in this case,
Objection.
correct?
The objection sustained.
There's also a connection to the Massachusetts State Police through your family, is that right?
Objection.
So define connection.
Julie and Chris Albert are very, very close to you, correct?
I'm close with Julie and Chris, yes.
You're aware that Michael Proctor's sister, Courtney, is basically best friends with Julie.
No, I'm not aware of that. She's best friends with Julie's sister, Jillian.
Okay, so Courtney's best friends with Jillian, who's sisters to Julie,
Yes.
who's married to Chris, who's an Albert, who's the little brother of Brian Albert.
Yes.
Okay. And Canton Police Department, there's also some connections there as well, Kevin Albert being the most obvious of them.
Objection.
You know what? I'm going to allow that. Do you have a connection with the Canton Police Department?
Not with the department, but with Kevin Albert.
Right, who's a member of the department.
Yes, but my relationship's with him.
Understood. You've indicated that you've been interviewed by law enforcement agents associated with Massachusetts State, with Canton Police Department. That'd be Officer Lank.
Yes.
Can I
and
stop
Officer
you for a
Good.
second and see counsel at sidebar, please?
Sure.
Judge knows what he's doing here. He's trying to go for third party, but you cannot connect lines that do not exist, folks. You cannot. Also, this doesn't help the defense. AJ just sat there and said, well, Karen Reed was an outsider. She wasn't family, right? Right? So all those people are family that you're close with, right? So, but he just made the point right before that to say, but Brian Albert's not family though, right? She's like, right. But you would consider him family, right? Right. So I don't know how he thinks that that's going to help him by basically trying to be like, oh, well, Karen Reed's the outsider and she's not part of the family. So he, so that's a bad thing. She was the outsider when he just made the point that Brian Albert was not family, but she considered him family, which means she could consider anybody who's not part of the family. I consider plenty of people who are not actually blood related to me family. My child calls many people auntie and uncle who she's known since birth that are not blood related to me in any way, shape, or form. Isn't that about a bitch, huh? Jen is very calm, and I think that is pissing him off hardcore. If you guys remember last time, he kind of badgered her, and she snapped back. She had every right to, but this time, she's sort of biting her tongue, and she is calm, cool, and collected. I love the answer she just gave. No, I am not connected to the police department. I am connected to Kevin Albert, who is my sister's brother-in-law. Like, it's not the department she's connected to. It's the person that works there. That's like saying you're connected to the Department of Justice because your uncle works there. You're not connected to the Department of Justice just because your uncle works there. He works there. It's his profession. It's his job. It's like saying that the judge is your neighbor, but you're connected to the judge. You're not connected to the judge. You've probably not said more than hi or bye to her if she's your neighbor. Judges work really, long hours, and they have a lot of work to do, like at home too. Like, so that doesn't mean you're connected to that court because the judge is your neighbor. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, it just doesn't make any logical sense. Like, I'm very proud of her. And that's another thing. Canton's a small town. It's a very small town. It's not a huge city like what I grew up in. It's a small town. Many people know each other. Everybody knows everyone. Like, that's not a shock in any sort of way. Anybody on that jury that lives in a small suburban town would know that. And none of what he has done thus far is relevant in any way. Third party was excluded unless they can build a foundation for it. But they can't build a foundation for something that never happened and doesn't exist with evidence. They don't have it.
Please rise for the jury. Jurors, right this way, please, with your notebooks and chairs.
Uh-oh. What's happening? They're sending the jury out, you guys. I'm not really sure. She didn't say anything about a break, but, it is 10:42, 15 minutes before they take a morning break, so looks like she's probably taking a morning break. Interesting already. You don't know exactly, just because you don't know. Even if you know of someone personally, for instance, a couple of years ago, when we went on the Saco trip, a friend of mine brought this girl, right? None of us knew this girl, all right? None of us knew her. He brought her. We took a bunch of pictures while we were down there together. She's in a bunch of the pictures. I have not talked to her since then. Obviously, he has. It's probably his friend, so I'm assuming he has talked to her. But just because she went on that trip with us does not mean that we are best friends. You know what I'm saying? Like, it could mean that you then gain some sort of acquaintance or friendship from things like that. But it also could mean that, like, one of your friends brought a friend and you're not one of those people who are like, no, nobody can bring anybody and I'm really stiff. I'm not one of those people. I'm usually like, hey, cool, the more the merrier, like, as long as they're not a-holes. But at that point, like, just because she's in a bunch of pictures doesn't make her a friend. She's an acquaintance. It's the same as Katie McLaughlin, who didn't really know. Hold on, this is gonna.
Hey there,
mute this.
Karen
Hold
Reed
on.
trial watchers. You know what a lot of the trials we cover remind me of?
I hate that guy in that commercial, guys. Katie McLaughlin and I can't remember who, one of the Albert kids or the McCabe kids that knew of her because they were at like the same like trip, kind of like what I did with Sacco, because someone else brought them. And so last trial, AJ tried to draw this line that Katie McLaughlin was best friends with this person because they were in these pictures together over the years on trips and things that were with like 15 other people. Like, that's not the way it works. That is not the way it freaking works. Like, yeah, 24,000 people in Canton. That's not a huge place. It's probably 4 times, 5 times the amount in the city that I grew up in. You know what I mean? Like, he does kind of need a timeout, to be honest. Sometimes they do need a timeout. Oh, wait. This closed captioning. Hold on. I'm unmuting that for a second. Damn it. It stopped. I thought we were going to get a hot mic, guys. Well, that's what he's going to do. That's what he's going to do. He draws lines where they don't exist at all. Yeah, it has to be the morning break, which is, she always does it early. Like, right? There must be lifelong best friends now, just because they have friends that are in common. Yeah, Morgan and Morgan, the trial lawyers for me. I don't know if you got that earlier because I was. Oh, thank you, Willow. I'll check right now. I did want to say, because I don't know if you guys heard me when I was trying to like ruffle around everything and move it into my bedroom. I did say thank you to Potluck, who gave the first donation of the day for $20 on PayPal. Thank you, Potluck. I appreciate you. I'm glad you got your thing sorted out. Everybody got to be careful. If you get weird messages from PayPal, don't just click on them, guys. There's lots of phishing scams out there. They try to steal all your banking information, so don't believe it. Thank you so much, Willow, who sends $10. I appreciate you, my friend. I appreciate you. I got all these little more notifications on my screen that need to come off because they kind of mess up my whole being able to read stuff. Hold on. Okay. Yes, thank you, Willow. If anybody else wants to donate to the channel, trial days are slow. We very well appreciate it. These are the 3 ways you can do it. We also have an Apple Pay link. And for the guys and gals that asked, I set up a Revolut account for you UK people. They told me 5 business days for it to work. I do have a buy me a coffee, but can't remember. I think it was Agent 99 that asked me that earlier. I got to figure out, maybe I'll figure it out when trial starts again in a minute after the break. I haven't used it ever after I like signed up for it. So like I'd have to find the details, re-sign in, make sure the thing's still active or whatever, but I will do that. Just had to lock my card. Someone charged $7 like 5 minutes ago. What? Does it tell you what it's on? Like from PayPal, Scorpio, or just your card? Like, so you don't even know. That's the thing that's scary these days, guys. Phishing scams are like when you go into the store. There was a grocery store, a small grocery store, not a big chain, but a smaller chain that's in Massachusetts that is local to us. And probably, I want to say like 2 months ago, they found skimmers on all like 3 or 4 locations that they have in the area, on 2 or 3 like checkout counters, like on the actual pin pad. They found so like you never know. That's why anytime I go to the ATM, I pull at it to make sure nothing is going to pop off, so that there's not like a skimmer over it. Same thing at the grocery store. You pull on it and make sure like there's not a skimmer, because the skimmer goes directly over it. You would never know it's there. It would look the exact same as what you're looking at. So I always like mess around with it and make sure there's nothing on there before I put my card in. That's for damn sure, because I cannot afford. Yeah, it was. I had it, but I never used it, Willow. It was back then, but I never used it. I had a link for it, but I never used it. Oh, you like my window? They actually light up as well. They're my cherry blossoms and vines. From the other side, it looks even better. And then I have my my cherries over here. A lot of the things in my house, I have like cherry pillows or whatever, but over here, you guys can see the cherries. It's boop. Then over here, I have one that says "Do epic shit." That one is extremely bright. So if I turned it on, y'all wouldn't even be able to see it, because that's how bright it is. And then over there, I have a bow. See the bow? I have a bow over there. It's a pink bow. Shocker, right? It's pink. Is anybody shocked that it's pink? It's pink. It is pink. Everything's pink in my house. Everything is. Hold on a second, guys. I don't know what's happening with the screen here. Oh, I definitely think he's making her sound like a normal, like, mom. I mean, that's what she is a mom of 4 girls. God bless her. Having 3, I thought, that's pretty bad, but 4. 4 girls. Oh, so they must have saw that someone was trying to buy stuff on your card, Willow. That's smart. That's good. That's good of banks to do that, though. Although it is annoying when it's actually you and they do it. That's got to be really obnoxious. I've heard those wallets are decent, but don't they also deactivate the strips on your cards as well sometimes? Like I heard that was a problem with those wallets as well. I do believe that he's probably having a fit. I don't think he's getting to anything, Emma. That's the problem. I don't think, like, he's not really making a point other than she lives in a small town. She has brothers and sisters-in-law and brothers and sisters of her own. And some of them are police officers. That's not a shock. Police officers often will hang out with other officers because guess what? Their hours are long, So that's not a shock. And also, as they try to move up the ladder, they might work in different departments, like detective or sergeant, and then you might work in like the online whatever department versus the sex crimes department. You know what I mean? That's sort of how it is. You sound like my husband, Jesse. He says the same thing. Cold hard cash, banks are shady. Says the same thing. As we know in this case, the government was extremely shady. The U.S. Attorney's Office was shady. The feds. RFID wallet shouldn't affect the cards within, only stop radio signals getting to talk to the card. I know I heard something about those wallets deactivating like the strips on certain cards. That's something I can't remember what it was, but I was reading something specific about those RFID wallets and the strips on them being affected. Ooh, girl with an eagle eye always has the good reporting. So WCBB reporting, Brennan calls Jackson and McCabe into a back room. Jackson and McCabe. 88, McLaughlin, and Lally are also there. Doors closed. McCabe leaves with McLaughlin. What? This was just right now, girl with an eagle eye? Ashley, you have fun with the calls from scammers? My husband has a blast with those people. Literally. I'm like, I don't know why you're entertaining them, babe, but he'll just waste the F out of their time. Like, he'll give them different voices. He'll re-ask the questions back to them. Like, he has a field day with those people, too. I just hang up on them, but I guess it could be fun once in a while to fuck with them. You know, we all know why. That's a good question, Anna. I would like to know why the defense would be any part of that at all. Number two, I'd like to know the answer to that as well, Casey. Why talk about Jen McCabe's dad? Like, so he could just be doxxed and harassed? Like, I don't get it. Like, nobody needed to know his name. That was not necessary at all. Her dad has nothing to do with anything at all. I do wonder what's happening, though. If she left with McLaughlin, like, what's happening? Like, is there, like, some emergency? Unless there's, like, some family emergency, I don't understand why they would be in any back room with both the defense and the prosecution. I don't think I've ever seen anything like that before. That's really strange. Anna says, when she was testifying, she balked at explaining her dad's address appearing in some of the correspondence. Defense made me admit that was my dad's address to a clinically diagnosed psychopath. Yeah, see, that's the problem with that, is putting people's addresses like that. Like, I mean, I don't think they said her dad's address, but they said her dad's name. That was not necessary. Like, he was very careful with the minor children, though, or the children in general. You don't have to say their names. Like, oh, okay, cool. Like, the world doesn't already know at this point, though. Yeah, that's the scam where they tell you if you don't go put money on a gift card or Cash App them or Venmo them or whatever, that they're going to put a warrant out for your arrest and they'll be at your house by 5 p.m., which is so funny because FYI, like, they can't, only the police can put out a warrant, number one. Number two, nobody tells you they're going to put out a warrant. That's just utterly ridiculous. I remember them years, and probably at least 10 years ago at this point, them calling both my aunt and my grandmother and saying that they were going to come there at 5 p.m. to arrest them if they didn't fix this bill or whatever, a bill that never existed. And they both got the same call on their own separate cell phones. And they called me and I'm like, that's a scam. That's not a real thing. Like, sometimes I'm shocked at some of the scams people do fall for when it comes to, like, the online, like, I am a prince. I have $3 million. If you just pay this $150 so I can send you this check. Like, some of these people actually fall for this crap. Like, or you will go get a gift card and you will, Western Union me the money, and just crazy, crazy stuff. Oh yeah, they've had those ones. Like, that's why you always hang up and call that person, but it's a scary call to get. Like, kidnappings, hostage, like, or jail. We have your child in jail if you do not pay this amount of money. We will not release them, and they're in a different country, or we got to do it over the phone. Like, those are other scams that I've heard of, that I've read about, that the FBI puts warnings out about. I don't usually answer the phone for calls I don't know either, which is why I tell people, like, if you're someone who has never called me before and you go to call me to get in touch with me, your best bet is probably to text me first and tell me it's you before I answer the phone, because 9 out of 10 times, if I don't know your number, I'm not answering the phone. I might answer it, like, if I think it's like a government building or entity or school, one of my kids' schools or doctor's offices. Sometimes they'll call from private numbers or like other lines, which are different numbers. And so if I know like the area code, sometimes I'll pick it up, but most of the time I let them leave a message. If it's important, they'll leave a message. If it's not, I also leave my voicemail almost full on purpose as well, so that like you kind of can't leave one. It's obnoxious. I don't check them anyway, to be honest. So your best bet in getting in touch with me would be an email or text message or a DM, because I don't ever check my voicemails. I know the incoming and outgoing calls, so. Oh yeah, there's lots of those too. The toll scam, telling you they owe a toll, blah, 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 blah. Right, Jane? Like, it's already shitty enough having to pay lots of money to your own bills. Like, never mind giving money to like some idiot that like is trying to scam money out of you by like saying crazy shit. Like, but I guess it would be fun to waste their time and F with them if they're effing with you, you know? It's utterly ridiculous in my opinion, especially because look, it's the 30th today, which means rent is due for many of us tomorrow. And that's a hefty amount of money. We all going to be big broke. Like, I do wonder what's going on though. What is going on? Like, being pulled into a back room. That's a little bit weird for me. I don't understand. Like, by both the defense and the prosecution, that's strange. She's already a witness on the stand right now. Like, what could you possibly need to talk to her about right now? Joy, I want to hear your opinion on this. Why would they have pulled Jen McCabe into a room with the ADA, the prosecutor, and the defense? I'm so like, why? Hey, Maui, yes, we're on a break. And it's good to see you, Joy, by the way. I always love getting your second opinion. She said her sister and her mom had a scammer call about her son being in jail and needing bail money. Yeah, that was one of the ones they used for a long time and had injured people in a DUI. They were concerned, but told them to call his parents, his lawyers. That's a smart one. There were sirens right before the break. Well, to be fair, Whitney, there's always sirens. The court is in the middle of Dedham, and the police station and fire station is around the corner. So even through a trial last year, we heard a lot of sirens. You're going to probably hear a lot of sirens, ambulances, fire trucks, the police. Unfortunately, it's because of where they are in the center of Dedham, why we hear so much of them. I don't think that has anything to do with anything, I don't think. But it was before the break. But I feel like if it, like, that would have been something they would have stopped court for if it happened, like, right there. I don't know. You know, I mean, she does have family in the courtroom, so I don't know. It's a very real possibility that something happened, but it's really strange. Like, oh yeah, never do that. Like, verifying your address for a drop off. Yeah, it sure does. Hey, that's interesting. Maybe that's something everybody can get a little education about when it comes to that kind of stuff, because you never can have too much information, that's for sure. That is for sure. Sorry, guys, I'm trying to, like, check my messages at the same time because I'm trying to figure out what's happening. So I asked to see if anybody could give me an answer. It was weird. That's definitely weird. She did say sidebar, but then the sidebar turned into a break and then they sent the jury out. But I figured if they were sending the jury out right away that we would hear something about what they're saying. Like, right? That's weird. It usually happens before they're, right? Jen does have a lawyer. Never had that happen. Yeah, I've never seen it. Attorney conferencing regarding witness testimony, and then you convey to your witness if judge has given certain directives about their testimony. Yeah, that's the weird thing. Usually that happens before they testify, or maybe even during, but like usually that's like after the day is over, before the day begins. Like never during a testimony like that have I seen that. Like it's really strange to me. These scams are getting scary good. I got an alert saying my bank account was overdrawn. Yep, that's another one that they use. Yep. Always block messages like that. Never click on anything. Never. Oh, that. Or when they ask you about, I love the one where they call me about my car insurance. I'm like, oh, on a car I don't own a car. So, or my house insurance. I'm like, yeah, I don't have a house. I rent. So that's strange. Those are two scams that they love to do all the time. It is weird. I'm still trying to figure out what's going on. Like, what is happening? That is really weird to me. Like, also, it's been a couple minutes. Like, what is happening? Like, what is going on here? I mean, while we're waiting, make sure everybody gives a like. I'd appreciate it. There's 259 of you watching across the two platforms. If you're on X, come on over to YouTube and jump in the live chat, or just even read the live chat. You might, you might find it interesting enough to want to jump in with some of us and talk. I don't know if John's there today. Does anybody know if John's there today? John DePetro there today? I'm not too sure if he was, but yeah, if you're on X, come on over to YouTube, where we're over here at YouTube. Come on over here and watch us on YouTube. He is in there. Maui said he is. And once you get over here, do me a favor and hit the like button and hit the subscribe button and share the video with people who don't know we exist yet, because then they find us. Every day someone new is finding us. That's good. That's good. You know? My replay crew is just as important as you guys. I love my replay crew. They're so important because they put the comments on the video when the video is not live anymore. And I suggest you guys do too, because it pushes the algorithm out so that other people will find us, and I want to build this community that we have. We are still, this big when we could be this big, we want to build the community. We don't want to have just one house on the block. We want to have a whole community of people. And I need you guys' help to do that. I can't do it myself. And only if you can. Obviously, donating to the channel is a huge help. Trial days are extremely slow for the channel. We are struggling. We actually lose money by streaming the trial. I'm seeing this thing through one way or another. And it's going to be a very long, at least 6, maybe 7 more weeks of this. So it all helps any little bit, of course. I will not read your government name. I never do. If it's a name I've never seen before and I don't know your screen name, I just won't read the name. We'll just say anonymous. If you want to remain anonymous, you can just say that. In the notes, you can write anon, A-N-O-N, or anonymous, and I won't read your name. We want everybody who wants to feel safe. On Venmo, I have all of my friends list and my Venmo locked. So nothing is public so that the harassers cannot harass. A lot of the free care and read people who donate like to know that it's locked. The ones that actually come for information and don't run away, those will. WCVB reporting, still in recess. Court clerk told reporters to leave. They say the judge wants to talk to the lawyers and immediate family only. The courtroom door closes. Something's going on. That's not good. It might be good, but it's like something's happening. That's not leave, like leave for the day or leave the room. Do binoculars work in the bushes? Good. I don't know.
Hey there, Karen Reed trial watchers. You know what a lot of the trials we cover remind me of? That the world is unfortunate.
Sorry, guy, we don't want to hear that. And the reason I do, Anna, is because I'm one of them. So, you know, I have to make sure. That's why. Definitely is curious there, Casey. That's really weird. That's really strange. Hold on one second, guys. Trying to do some independent research here to find out what's happening. I don't know. Something's weird. Something's not right, obviously. Oh, B. Harley, that's not a shocker to me that they would be unhinged on some of those channels. A lot of people over there just bought the cult theory right away and didn't ever stop to think that maybe it's wrong. Okay, we'll go back and look. That's a good point, Joy. Hold on. Let's go back and look real quick. Joy makes a good point. What was the last exchange before they did this real quick break? All right, let's see. Right here. Oh, it's right around here. Oops.
Yes.
You're aware that Michael Proctor's sister, Courtney, is basically best friends with Julie.
No, I'm not aware of that. She's best friends with Julie's sister, Jillian.
Okay, so Courtney's best friends with Jillian, who's sisters to Julie,
Yes.
who's married to Chris, who's an Albert, who's the little brother of Brian Albert.
Yes.
Okay, and Canton Police Department. There's also some connections there as well, Kevin Albert being the most obvious of them.
Objection.
You know what? I'm going to allow that. Do you have a connection with the Canton Police Department?
Not with the department, but with Kevin Albert.
Right, who's a member of the department.
Yes, but my relationship's with him.
Understood. You've indicated that you've been interviewed by law enforcement agents associated with with Canton Police Department. That'd be Officer Lank.
Yes.
Can I
and
stop
Officer
you for a
Good.
second and see counsel at Sidebar, please?
Sure.
This was it, Joy. And then they do this sidebar, and then all of a sudden the camera goes up to the ceiling, and then they send the jury out. So I don't understand what's happening. He is a narcissistic fool. That's damn sure. Isn't this strange? Like, doesn't look like anybody over there knows what's going on, and that's the O'Keefe family right there. What showed up on closed captions? Good question. Oh shit, hold on. Nothing. They cut the audio. They cut the audio at this point because I didn't mute this. This has been muted by the court. Jackie Dougal looks like they're just talking. Zoom meeting, that was from last night. That was yesterday. The court had a Zoom meeting with Jen about her testimony, probably asking her to keep her cool, I'm guessing. I don't know. Unetti stood up before she said sidebar. Interesting. Yeah, it is the same nonsense, that's for sure. Definitely, I wouldn't be a gunshot, not in that area, that's for sure. Something weird is going on, though, that's for sure. Doesn't look like the O'Keefes know anything. Antichrist. You can say that again, Jezebel. Something's up. Really strange. I mean, asking for the immediate family, though, like that's the only time I've seen, like, when they talk to the immediate family is usually like, yeah, plea deal, like, because it's got to go by the family first before it can happen. So I don't know. It's a good question. If she pleads, then this is over, but I don't know. Said we streamlined it for you at the beginning and nothing has been smooth at all. Does this make her look bad to the jury? I don't know. So then she says, I'll see you in about 20 minutes. And then this is where they send the jury out. And that's it. No more audio. They cut the audio. I mean, they can. She can take a plea deal up until the very end in Massachusetts. It's happened a million times before. They're abandoning me? Oh my goodness. I'm just busting your balls. I'm kidding. Still not back. This is live right this very second. We're looking at the fan. So we did, but it was the court reporter talking about volume, I believe. It wasn't, yeah, you could, I mean, they could take a plea deal at any point, but I don't think she will, She won't plea if there was some plea in the works. Commonwealth attorney would talk to family about it, not a meeting in chambers and not in middle of a witness. Well, it's not in chambers. They told the reporters to go out of the courtroom. So they're talking in the courtroom, not in chambers. And they asked for the immediate family. So that's why I'm like confused right now. I don't think there's a chance she ever pleads out, but something's happening. House slippers. I love it. I agree, Recipe. She's definitely too much of a narcissist to take a plea deal. She could have taken the 18 months she was offered in the beginning and would have already probably been out of jail at this point. I don't know. I don't think, yeah, the immediate family part's the interesting part for me. Like everything else can be explained by just basic stuff. But the telling the reporters to leave the courtroom and asking for the immediate family only is the part that I am really confused about. Like that's the interesting part. Like, exactly, Joy. Me too. I don't think the judge will go easy on her, to be honest. If she gets to the end of this trial and is found guilty, I honestly think the judge will throw the book at her for all the bullshit the judge has had to deal with. She can't do that right now because she has to remain an unbiased, person who looks out for a fair trial. So that's, I know, okay. Sterling recess, court clerk has told reporters to leave. They say the judge wants to talk to the lawyers and immediate family only. The courtroom door closes. See, that's what happened last. Immediate family. I don't know if it's immediate family of Karen, immediate family of John, both immediate families. I don't know. Yeah, immediate family makes it sound like a plea deal. I don't know. But I doubt she would ever do it. So that's the part that remains very interesting to me. Yeah, but which immediate family? I mean, I would guess John's, because why would you need the immediate family of Karen? You know what I'm saying? That really doesn't sound right. Jackson and Sam and Karen are now friends because of this unfortunate incident, sort of like Jen and Kerry. They're just acquaintances. Oh, yeah. Yeah. Jackson and her are just magically friends. Is he friends with all of his clients? Yeah, it would be John's family. Previous statement was a question if we can ask Justin. Yeah, right? That'd be great if we could ask him. I know, right? I don't know. It's so strange. The part that I'm really confused about is the immediate. If they had never said that they want to talk to the immediate family, then I would just chalk it up to like some issue they have to deal with. But telling the reporters to leave the courtroom and that you want to see the immediate family, that is effing strange. Usually, even when they're going to play like a clip or whatever, like something that might be upsetting, like, yes, they tell the family in advance, but I don't know. It seems like Brennan already had planned the clips he was going to play after Jen McCabe was no longer on the stand. So I don't know what is going on here. Yeah, that's true, Paula. Fanny is still working. Fanny's still working. Yeah, but you wouldn't talk to the immediate family even if a juror was wearing bright pink. You know what I'm saying? Like, that's not, you wouldn't need to speak. They would just dismiss the juror if they needed to. Yeah, it's weird. So mom and pop were here. No, I don't think, are they? I don't think so. No. But no, that wouldn't require them to kick out the court, like people, the reporters, and talk to the immediate family. Yeah, no, I get it. I mean, that's definitely suspicious. Anybody at this point should know, like, not to wear pink as a juror. I mean, unless you don't really have a lot of court clothes and you decided that was like one of the only things you had that were appropriate. I could totally get how like a poor juror might not know and wears pink and then is like, you know, is like blindsided by people being like, you must be FKR. And they're like, what? Like, because my shirt? Like, I mean, it's good speculation to think about it. Yeah, we can lose at least 6 because we have 18. You don't want to lose 6, but you can lose at least 6 jurors. That's why there's backups, y'all. You need at least 12. Me too! I want to see all the videos. Me too. All the clips, especially the ones we didn't get to see because we saw some, but he has a lot that we didn't get to see. The unaired shit. That's the shit I want to see. I know. It's killing me. Suspense is killing me. It is killing me. I'm doing my best to try to get any information on anything right now. Doesn't seem to be getting me anywhere though. But I am trying. Because that is very strange. I have never seen that in a trial before. Kicking out the reporters from the courtroom? That's really freaking strange. That's very, very strange. Also, by the way, Grave, I sent you an email this morning. You probably haven't checked them yet, but I did send you an email this morning. I'm looking everywhere. I got nothing. Should be an open bar closed to a courthouse. Name should be Sidebar, right? Oh my God, if she pleads out, they'd lose their ever-loving minds. I don't know. That's the thing. Usually, and it's not till 2, but usually it's not if they're streaming this. Usually it's like Zoom. Maybe you could get the Zoom information. So, I mean, we'll keep an eye out, but I don't know. We never really know until it happens, you know? When my ex's wife's brother went to trial for what he did to my daughter, they talked to me before he took a plea deal. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Usually they talk to the immediate family before they take a plea deal. And Anastasia said same during our trial as victim witnesses. Yeah, usually that's what happens. So that's weird. Okay, just want to make sure you got it. I've been trying to find the Zoom meet. Freak said Found one, but it was not this one, sadly. Well, that happens. Usually we don't get it until like as it's happening, unfortunately. Yeah, that's really simply strange for them just to be wearing green like that. I mean, makes them look bad anyway. A victim, my friggin' ass. I can't find anything on what's going on. I mean, what time? What does anybody know the exact time that they sent the jury out? She said about 20 minutes. I mean, they don't really have a. Here's the thing. The problem is like families don't really have a choice whether they say yes or not. Like, you know what I mean? Usually it's like they're just being told because they're being given a heads up. They don't really usually have a choice about whether it's gonna happen or not. But at this point, like if she took a plea deal, like that's gonna send her supporters into a tizzy. I mean, probably be smart on her behalf to take a plea deal, although I don't ever think she will. But that is definitely strange, asking for the immediate family and kicking out the reporters. That's strange. We should totally call it the sidebar. That should happen. We should totally do that. We should all put together and make a bar called the sidebar. Oh my God, the amount of mental gymnastics they go through on a daily basis, Anna, convincing themselves that he's a award-winning, journalist. First of all, to be a journalist, you actually have to, especially investigative one, you have to actually investigate, not be fed bullshit lies from the actual defendant themselves. It's not the way it works. The man's never done actual work on a case ever in his life. Let's just make that abundantly clear. And even tweeting the things he was tweeting yesterday were bold-faced lies. He was making assertions that they used John's phone when he was dead to open up his phone. They used his face. And then making an assertion that Ian Whiffen on the stand said that he deleted the Google search from Celbrite. You can't delete the Google search from Celbrite. It's not in Celbrite. Like, it was in the phone extraction, number one. Number two, the timestamp was removed so that people couldn't read it as a Google timestamp because that's not what it is. So, yeah. Oh, yeah, of course. They'll spin that any way they want. Oh, the BS award where people who watched him went and voted on like a best blogger of whatever in the Worcester Times or whatever it was. So now he calls himself an award-winning journalist. He's never gotten an award for being a quote journalist ever in his friggin' life. It's hilarious. No, they do not belong in the same paragraph or sentence together at all. The word decent and the sewer turtle. The sewer turtle is not decent. He doesn't know how to be decent. Never will be. It's amazing to me. Like you just said, the mental gymnastics that have to go into ever claiming that he's a decent person or that he actually gives information that is 100% true and verifiable. He doesn't. He gives speculation. He gives spin. He gives bold-faced lies to sort of push the mob onward. Ooh, you ask Grok? Ooh, let's see what Grok says. Agreed, Willow. Plea negotiations are settlement discussions addressing emotional or disruptive behavior, sensitive evidence or testimony, juror issues or misconduct, victim impact or restorative justice consideration. Ooh, those are all quite interesting. Maybe it's the sensitive evidence or testimony possibility, juror issues or misconduct, emotional or disruptive behavior. I didn't see any emotional or disruptive behavior in the courtroom. So I think we can rule that out. But interesting, the first thing it says is plea negotiations or settlement discussions. Interesting. Yeah, that's what we read earlier, is that Brennan calls Jackson and McCabe into a back room. ADA, McLaughlin, and Lally are also in there, and the door is closed, and McCabe leaves with McLaughlin. Yeah, it's got to be something. Maybe about the kids testifying next if Jackson does it, but Jackson's going to take the entire day to cross her, so I don't know. They could talk about that after court. I'm not, or on lunch break. I'm not really sure why they would be doing that right now. That's the weird part. Why would you be taking a witness into the back room with a that part I don't get. With the defense counsel and the, I mean, that doesn't really make any sense to me at all. This is curious. And the judge said 20 minutes. I'll see you in about 20 minutes. It has been definitely, if not 20 minutes, it's right on top of 20 minutes. And we're on it live. I can see right now. It says court will be back soon. I mean, we're still on. So let's see. At 51:06, she was on the stand. Yeah, I don't, this is a long time here. A lot of minutes. Yeah, this is not quite making much sense. They should have already been back by now. Although, as we know, the judge likes to take a very long time to do anything, right? An ass whooping would have been funny. Hank Brennan is out of the courtroom. He just entered the DA's office with Paul O'Keefe, who is smiling. No sign of Reed or her lawyers. Oh, man. Oh, man. Something's happening. Something is happening. Paul was smiling. That's a good sign. That's a good sign. I don't know. This is, it's killing me. It's killing me. It's killing me. Come on, come on, come on, come on. Let us in on what's going on here, Judge. It's possible it's a plea, but I just never think, I don't know. I never thought Karen would ever take a plea. Ever. I mean, this trial is not going well for them. They know that. No, I don't think her dad had ever been mentioned before. Right, exactly, Joy. That's why I'm like, I don't think it has to do with the kids. Like, no, I don't think her dad's ever been brought up before, but they didn't say where he lived. They didn't say his address or anything, just his name. But she didn't stop him then. You know what I'm saying? The judge didn't stop him then. There's a whisper of a mistrial. Well, that's people just saying it, you know? And if Paul's smiling, I'm probably going to guess it doesn't mean there's a mistrial, because I don't think he would be smiling. And he's smiling, so that means, you know. Oh, girl, listen. We could talk about that. All the flyers and mail and the calls. Oh my God, that would be amazing. That would be amazing, Grave. I would throw a party. Yeah, the judge did call the last sidebar. It's weird. They're saying maybe crossed Karen. Uh-oh, something's happening. Something's happening. They're definitely getting ready to come back. So before they do so, give it a like and a subscribe, please. It's very helpful. Donate to the channel if you can. That's also super helpful. It's very slow on trial days for the channel. Something's happening, so we should be coming back. The camera keeps moving, so here we go. At some point in the next couple minutes. So strange. His insight would probably be the same as mine, Monarch. It would be the same. Like, really, you don't normally ask to speak to the immediate family. There's very few scenarios where that happens. Yeah, and us being told Paul is smiling is a good sign, not a bad one. So it's not, doesn't seem like if it was bad, he wouldn't be smiling. Weird. I mean, it's definitely possible. Yeah, we did hear that he was smiling. Talked about it a few minutes ago. That's what's so weird. It's in the middle of a cross. Like, what? Oh, here we go. Here we go. Council sidebar again? What the hell? An immediate sidebar? That's for frickin' sure. What is happening here? Oh. Let's look at Paul. Here we go, folks.
Yes, please. Oh, these?
It can't be a plea with her smiling. Something's happening, though. Something's weird. If they don't tell us, I'm going to lose my ever-loving mind. I noticed that, too. I noticed that Paul's not sitting in his normal spot. Oh, come on! Oh, this is usually to let the jurors in. I hate that they do this because we could still be looking at the O'Keefe family while they let the jurors in, like at least over on the side of them. They're not going to freaking tell us. Beautiful. Yeah, they're definitely not going to tell us. Whatever it was, we're not being told.
Thank you for your patience. Sometimes there are matters that we need to address, and that's what happened here. So I appreciate your patience. Mr. Jackson, could we please have Ms. McCabe back in here? Oh.
God damn it. No, she can't complain about where he's sitting. Something happening with the press that they can no longer stand. They have to be seated. Interesting. Why can they no longer stand, though?
All right, Mr. Jackson, go right ahead.
Thank you, Your Honor. When last we left off, we were talking a little bit about some of the familial connections that your family has with certain law enforcement agencies. We talked about Boston Police Department, obviously, Brian Albert. We talked a little bit about Massachusetts State Police and knowing friends of friends with regard to Chris and Julie, correct?
Yeah.
Knowing friends of Chris and Julie?
Friends of friends of Chris and Julie.
Is that your relationship?
With who?
I'd asked you about, I'll ask you a different question.
Okay.
A little bit vague. Courtney Proctor is friends with Julie's sister,
Yes.
and obviously Courtney also knows Julie and Chris, correct?
Sustained.
And there's also a connection to Canton Police Department through Kevin Albert. Is that right?
Objection.
Can you answer that? Is there a connection? Do you have a connection with the Canton Police Department through Kevin Albert?
Not with the police department, but Kevin Albert is Brian Albert's brother,
Right. And Kevin works for whom?
the Canton Police.
Thank you. So you've been interviewed many times by different law enforcement agencies, be they Massachusetts State Police, Canton Police, or otherwise, correct?
Yes.
Okay. Those interviews have not just been over the period of weeks, it's been over the period of weeks and months and even years since this occurred, correct?
Yes.
You were contacted by another law enforcement agency that was not Massachusetts State Police and not Canton Police Department at one point in April of 2023. Do you remember that?
Yes.
I want to talk for a second about that series of interview, or that interview. You were contacted at your residence by these members of this law enforcement agency, correct?
Yes.
All right. Later that same day, you did sit down with those same law enforcement officers for a formal interview. On that same day that you were contacted by them, they also went into your home and actually interviewed you, correct?
Yes, it was brief.
All right. Those law enforcement officers identified themselves as being associated with an agency that is not Massachusetts State Police. You understood that?
Yes.
And you understood that they were not involved with Canton Police Department either, correct?
Correct.
Completely separate agency, is that right?
Yes.
During the course of that interview, those officers informed you very specifically, Ms. McCabe, that it is a crime to lie to them, even during an interview, correct?
Yes.
Those law enforcement officers informed you that they were investigating certain circumstances attendant to John O'Keefe's death, correct?
They were very vague on what they were.
Understood.
I don't know what they were investigating.
But you did understand that it was having something to do with your involvement at 34 Fairview on January 28th, 29th, 2022.
Objection.
As a witness or otherwise?
Objection.
Sustained as to certain terminologies.
Sure. Let me see if I can rephrase that, Ms. McCabe. You were aware of the subject matter of their interview, right? They weren't interviewing about a car you bought last year, correct?
Correct.
They were interviewing you basically about what you're testifying to here, correct?
When I first spoke with them, the conversation was pretty vague.
But the subject matter, vague or specific, was about this subject matter.
Yes.
Okay, fair enough. They first contacted you telephonically, called you on the phone. Is that right?
Actually, they walked up to my car.
They walked up to your car.
Yes.
Okay, that was the very first introduction, correct?
Yes.
At that point, they had not identified themselves, correct?
They didn't know.
All right, and at that point, you told them that you were not Jennifer McCabe. They asked you who you were, and you said, I'm Nicole.
I thought they were like selling something, so I was like, oh no, I'm not the homeowner.
Fair enough, fair enough. However, after you said, I'm not Jennifer McCabe, you walked into the house, they then called you on the phone.
Yes,
They were
correct.
still sitting outside your house.
I don't know where they were, but they did call me.
They were close by.
I'm not aware.
Well, the call came almost immediately after you walked back in the house, correct?
I'm not sure how much time had passed.
Give me an idea. It wasn't an hour. It was
No, it was
5 to 10
soon
minutes.
after. I'm just not sure. I can't tell you where they were located. I'm sorry.
Okay. They told you that they would, at that point, they identified themselves as being law enforcement agents, correct?
When they called me, yes.
And they told you at that time that they were not with Canton Police. You knew at least they were not with Canton Police Department. They were not troopers with Massachusetts State Police, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And they told you that they would like to have an interview with you. They'd like to have a sit-down talk with you, correct?
Yes.
You told them that you would be willing to submit to an interview, but you needed about 10 minutes to get ready, correct?
Yes.
You ultimately did allow them into your home, and you did sit down for a formal interview with them, correct?
Yes, brief, but yes.
And it was during that formal interview inside the home that it was explained to you that it would be a crime for you to lie to them on any material issue, correct?
Yes.
During the course of your interview, your
In
husband,
which
Matt McCabe,
she hasn't
came home.
lied.
Is that right?
Yes.
As these law enforcement agents continue to question you, as law enforcement officers continue to question you at some point, you inform them that you did not feel comfortable with any further questioning and you suspended the interview, correct?
Yes.
Before leaving, however, those same law enforcement officers asked you if you had contacted anyone in those 10 minutes when you indicated, I need 10 minutes to get ready, between the time they called you and the time that they showed up and came inside your house, correct?
Yes.
You told them that you had contacted your husband, Matt McCabe,
Yes.
which is why he came home, right?
Yes.
And you told them that you had called Carrie Roberts before they interviewed you, correct? At that moment.
I'm not 100% sure, but if you have it, it seems like something I would do, but if you have it, could show me.
Absolutely.
Mhm.
I may have just a moment, Your Honor.
Okay.
Once again, so what? He's going to try to draw the line that her and Carrie were getting their story straight. Carrie wasn't there the night John died. And once again, the jury knows that Carrie wasn't there. She was called that morning to come out. So trying to draw some ridiculous conspiracy line between Jen McCabe and Carrie Roberts, is just utterly ridiculous nonsense. It's nonsensical.
Yes.
Carrie didn't buy it the first time. They're not going to, and that didn't involve Carrie. You think they're going to buy it this time? Absolutely
First, I want
not.
to ask you, Ms. McCabe, if you recognize that as being a report of that interview, just generally. Yes or no?
It appears to be, yes.
May I approach the witness stand and stand by the witness stand for a couple of questions?
Yes.
If I can have that.
Sure.
I want to direct
I'd call my husband and a lawyer. What the hell?
And for court and counsel, page 3 of 4, starting with the second to the last full paragraph, going into page 5, top full. I'm sorry, page 4, top full paragraph.
Okay.
You could review those 2 paragraphs, or even to yourself, and then look up and let me know when you're finished. May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
Thank you. Thank you, Ms. McCabe.
Yes.
Did reviewing those paragraphs refresh your recollection as to whether or not, as to what you told those agents initially? I'm sorry, what you told those officers initially from that other law enforcement agency, about who you contacted in that 10-minute interval?
Yes, I told them.
And you told them that you had contacted your husband, Matt McCabe,
Yes,
and Carrie Roberts.
correct.
I want to stick with that for just a quick second. One of the first calls you made after being contacted by this other these other law enforcement officers from a different agency. One of the first calls you made was to Carrie Roberts. Is that right?
She was the first one.
That's what I'm asking. One of the first 2 calls you made, your husband,
Right.
come home, there's law enforcement outside my door, I'm guessing is what you said, correct?
I don't remember my exact words now, but I did ask him to come home, correct?
And
Yes.
Carrie Roberts.
Okay, yes.
You wanted to let Ms. Roberts know that you had been contacted by certain officers from a different agency, correct?
I was curious if they had already been to her.
That was
Because-
my next question.
Yeah,
You also wanted to find out had these law enforcement officers from this different agency contacted her, correct?
yes, because typically if
I
you
just
enter
asked
our
yes or no.
town, she's,
Ms. McCabe, yes or no?
oh, sorry, I was just trying to
That's okay.
explain. I'm sorry.
Is that why you contacted her, to find out if in fact they had contacted her before you? Yes or no?
Yes,
And you also wanted to find out what she told them, if she had been contacted by them, correct? That was your motive in calling her.
no,
So you just wanted to find out, had she been contacted? But if
yes.
she had said yes, you weren't going to say, and what the hell did they say? What'd they ask you?
Well, I can't say what I would have asked her, but I know I was calling to see if they had been there. Yes,
That was
is
your
correct.
That was your intent.
I called to ask her if they had been there. Yes.
So that was your intent, yes?
Yes.
Okay.
This makes Jackson
Your
look
motive in
bad.
calling Carrie Roberts
He
at that moment
overdoes it.
before your interview was to ensure that your story would line up with her story, Ms. McCabe. Isn't that right?
No, that is not.
You wanted to find out if she had talked to these particular law enforcement officers and what she had told them, so that your story could somehow align, or it could inform how you responded to questions that they asked you. Isn't that true?
That's not true. We both know what happened. We don't have to have a story. There is no story. There's what happened, and that's it.
So if that's true, Ms. McCabe,
Mhm.
you have no reason to call Carrie and ask her if she had been contacted by these law enforcement agents, because it's just the truth, correct?
We're going through this whole experience together. We call each other about everything.
There would
That's
be no
nothing
reason
more
to
than that.
So
I'm
let her
sorry.
let her finish her answer. Go ahead, Ms. McCabe, you can finish that.
There's nothing more than me calling and saying, hey, did they come to your house? That's what we did when the media showed up, when Miss Reed's private investigator showed up. We just give each other the heads up, hey, somebody's coming, because we're just like normal moms. We're not used to this.
And that's helpful in making sure that the stories she tells are consistent with the stories you tell to different law enforcement agencies, correct?
No, we are not telling stories.
So let her finish. You said no what?
I said, no, we're not telling stories. We don't have to compare.
And if in fact what you were telling is just the truth, there'd be no reason for you to inquire about who's contacted her when. There'd be no reason.
There's no inquiring. It's like when when the ice cream truck was at the street next door and I'm saying, did the ice cream truck come? It's really that simple.
So you asked a question,
Not about an ice cream truck.
an argumentative question, and she responded in kind. Next question. Mr.
Thank you.
Jackson.
You also testified in your direct examination, staying with Ms. Roberts for just a second, about a timeline that you and Ms. Roberts put together, correct?
Yes.
That's another example of the two of you talking about your own perceptions and comparing and contrasting those perceptions and putting it down on paper, correct?
No,
Is that yes or no?
it's a no. Can I explain or no?
I'm sure Mr. Brennan will have follow-up questions. After you gave that answer to those law enforcement officers at that separate law enforcement agency, they asked you, was there anyone else that you contacted in that 10-minute period before we got a chance to talk to you? And your answer was no, correct?
Correct.
And that was a lie, correct?
It wasn't a lie, no.
Was it true? Was it the truth or a lie?
It wasn't a lie.
Okay, so it was the truth. You had not spoken to any other person between the time they contacted you telephonically and you said, I need 10 minutes, and then they came in the door. During that part of time, you didn't talk to anybody else or contact anybody else other than Matt McCabe, Carrie Roberts. Now you're testifying that was a true statement.
I can't answer that yes or no.
It's pretty binary. Had you talked, well, let me ask you this. In point of fact, you did talk to other people. You contacted others in addition to Matt McCabe and Carrie Roberts, correct? Yes or no?
Yes, I did.
Okay, so when you said no to the answer, did you contact anyone other than Matt and Carrie? That would be, by definition, Ms. McCabe, a lie, correct?
No.
It's not a lie? Is there some shade of lie that I'm not aware of?
It's the way you're asking the question. If I could explain,
let me ask
it will make more sense to you.
The agents asked you, I'm going to go over this one more time, then I'm going to move on. The agents asked you, in fact, did you contact anyone between the time we called you and set up the interview and the 10 minutes before we walked in the door? They asked you that question, correct?
The objection sustained. Watch the choice of language.
I'm sorry. I meant the law enforcement agency. That law enforcement agency, the members of that law enforcement agency contacted you. Sorry. They asked you who you had contacted between the time they first telephoned you and walked in the door 10 minutes later, correct?
Correct.
Okay. Data point number one. Data point number two, you told them Matt and Carrie, correct?
Correct.
You had actually contacted, they then asked you, did you contact anyone else other than Matt and Carrie, correct?
Correct.
And you said no. Is that correct?
At that moment, I said no, yes.
Correct. Or any moment.
No, at that moment, because they had just come in my house.
I asked you,
Only one person can talk at a time.
you said the word no,
She
correct?
was finishing her answer. Finish your answer.
I had said no because I was in a situation where there are two officers from a different agent had come in, were asking me questions, or they had said, can I come in and ask you questions? At first I thought they were selling something. Then they identified themselves. I just dropped my kids off at school. Going to be completely honest. I hadn't brushed my teeth. So I kind of made some phone
Objection, Your Honor.
calls.
This is not responsive.
So next question. Mr.
Thank you. Ms. McCabe, after you said no, that you hadn't contacted anybody else, those two law enforcement officers from that separate agency who had told you it was a crime to lie to them, they left, correct?
Yes.
Subsequent to that, Mr. McCabe, your husband,
Objection.
Sustained.
they left you their card so you could call them if need be, correct?
Yes, they did.
And you in fact did call them back, correct?
Yes, I did.
Without telling me the content of the conversation you had, did you have a conversation with Mr. McCabe?
Objection.
Sustained.
Did you call them back and say, I'm calling you back because my husband told me
Objection.
that I lied to you and I better clear that lie up?
So sustained. Jurors, remember I told you before that only answers to questions are evidence? Be mindful of that. Next, yes.
All right, we're getting a sidebar here because as you just heard the judge say, the comments of Alan Jackson are not evidence. His snarky ass comments are not warranted. The judge should already be shutting them down, as you know, even Brennan during the voir dire could have made he made plenty of comments, but it was a voir dire, and even in the voir dire she said, okay, with the comments, She needs to do the same here. It's the bottom line. Mr. Jackson's making a lot of assertions that don't exist, and they're not allowed to just narrate. They have to ask questions and get answers. The judges are not allowed to freaking narrate what they think happened. You know what I'm saying? Like, believe me, gals, mine's not dead either. But my husband can tell you I still very much have, nightmares just like you two do. It's not something, unfortunately, I'm going to tell you right now, it's not something that ever stops. It's PTSD, CPTSD, if you have more than one trauma like me and Anna. So I'm sorry, Jesse. That sucks, dude. You do have to remind yourself, though, that he can't hurt you anymore. I remind myself that. Nobody's coming through my door. Not at my house. Unless they want to leave in an ambulance. That's what the defense does. They ask questions over and over and over because they're not getting the answer that they want. Not only is it ridiculous, it's not going to go over well with the jury. This whole getting your story straight because you called. I would have called too. I would have been like, hey, there were some federal agents at my door. Like, they're probably coming to you next because you're a witness. Like, just a heads up. I would have done the same thing. Any one of us would have. And if you think about it, the jury's going to put themselves in her shoes and think, yeah, if that was my friend and they were calling, I would have done the same thing. Like, he's making a fool out of himself. He overdoes it. Alan Jackson does not know when to quit when he's ahead. He overdoes it to the point where it's detrimental to the case. You're not in LA. He forgets he's not in LA and he's in Boston. This kind of stuff isn't work here. We don't appreciate it. It might work in LA, but it don't work here.
May I?
Yes.
Thank you, Your Honor. You ultimately called these officers back, correct?
Yes.
And you explained to them that you had been untruthful with them, correct?
I explained that I had forgotten to mention a couple of people that I had reached out to.
You had forgotten. Is that your testimony?
Yes.
You had forgotten. You remembered Matt and you remembered Carrie, but you had forgotten the others that you had just contacted maybe 30 minutes before.
Yes.
There were 5 people that you contacted, weren't there?
I contacted Matt.
Let's go through them. Understand
Yeah.
yes or no. You know them?
I know 4 off the top of my head.
Okay, let's go through them.
Okay.
You contacted your husband, correct?
Yes.
You contacted Carrie Roberts, correct?
Yes.
You contacted Peggy O'Keefe, correct?
Yes.
Then, Ms. McCabe, you contacted the district attorney's office, correct?
My witness advocate.
The district attorney's office.
My witness advocate who works for the district attorney's
Thank
office.
you, Ms. McCabe.
Yes.
And you also left out that you contacted Brian Albert himself, correct?
Yes, my brother-in-law.
For some reason, your brother-in-law, who's the 30-year Boston police detective, correct?
Yes.
And on whose lawn John O'Keefe was found dead or dying.
Objection.
I'll allow that.
Correct?
Yes.
For some reason, you did not want these officers to know that you had communicated specifically with Brian Albert, the homeowner, just before you talked to them. Correct?
No, incorrect.
There was some reason that was important enough for you to lie about that, even though you had been admonished that it's a crime to lie about that to those officers. Correct?
Incorrect. I didn't lie to them. I had forgotten who I had called.
And all of a sudden, you had an epiphany right after they walked out the door?
Yes. Matt said, who have you spoken to?
Objection.
I'm going to allow it. It's out. You're not to go any further, Mr. Jackson.
Ms. McCabe, I want to draw your attention to January 28th. You had gone out drinking with your family at the Waterfall Bar and Grill, correct?
I went with my husband and met my sister, yes.
And met the other family, correct? The other family members, meaning
My niece.
Matt McCabe, Nicole, Chris, Julie, Caitlin, correct?
Yes,
And I think you mentioned Tristan was there as well.
yes,
You were later joined by Nick and Karina Kolakithis, is that right?
yes,
Ultimately, Brian Higgins showed up
yes,
and Brian Albert showed up.
yes.
You previously indicated that Caitlin's boyfriend, Tristan, left early for whatever reason. He had errands to run or had to get to bed early for some reason. Is that right?
He left before us, yes.
So he didn't stay through the shank of the evening.
Through the what?
The shank of the evening, through the course of the evening.
Oh, okay. Mhm.
Is that right?
Yes,
Okay. And ultimately, at the waterfall, John O'Keefe and Miss Reed showed up as well.
yes.
You didn't see any tension at all between John O'Keefe and Karen that night, did you?
No, I didn't.
They appeared to be getting along,
Yes,
sort of a normal couple having a nice evening out together.
yes.
Neither John nor Karen Reed appeared drunk or inebriated, out of sorts.
No, I wouldn't categorize them as drunk or inebriated.
And not.
But again, I don't know what the definition of drunk is.
Well, that's a fair statement. I'm
Yeah.
not asking for their BAC, but they didn't appear to be stumbling around, falling all over themselves and sloppy drunk, correct?
No.
Out of control, nothing like that?
No.
Okay. You did see Brian Higgins and Brian Albert at a high top table sort of together through the course of that evening, correct?
We were all kind of around like a long high top table.
And John O'Keefe, and as you look at I'm going to use the perspective of the video that we've seen, that camera angle that we've seen. John O'Keefe and Miss Reed were sort of further off in the corner, closer to the bar rather than to the tables, correct? Along with the Kolakithises and those, and you, as a matter of fact.
Yes, at different times, everyone was kind of moving around. I spent the majority of the time that Karen and John were there speaking with Karen.
And that was sort of over toward the bar.
We weren't in the bar, we were at the table. So it was one side of the table and the other. It wasn't like far away.
Right.
Kind of, yeah.
I'm using the bar sort of as a landmark for nothing. I didn't mean you were sidled up to the bar, but just sort of as a landmark. You were closer to the bar than, for instance, in the foreground, which would be the high top tables in the foreground, correct?
We were just on the other, I'm confused about this. We were just on the other side of the table.
Okay. You did see on the opposite side of that high top table, that's where Brian Albert and Brian Higgins were standing, talking and communicating with each other. Is that right?
I believe so. I was talking to Miss Reed. I wasn't really paying attention to them.
Did you ever see those two men get physical with one another that night?
I did not that night. I did not see that.
Have you ever seen a full review in all the hours that you've sort of prepped for your testimony? Have you been shown that waterfall video from the time you got there until the time you left?
Not the full video, but I have seen a good portion of it, yes.
Okay, and you've certainly seen the portion where Brian Albert and Brian Higgins get up from the table and sort of get physical with one another, correct?
I would say more like play fighting, and Nick Kolakidis was a little bit like doing it with them as well.
Okay, so the physical part is, all I'm asking is, did they touch each other? Yes.
I guess, yeah.
And you described it as play fighting, correct?
But I don't, if we could watch the video, it might explain it better than I could.
We probably will.
Oh, okay.
But right now, I'm just asking about your memory. You remember them squaring off on one another, playing, but squaring off on one another, correct?
I don't remember them squaring off. Like I said, I just watched the video. I don't remember it from that night, and I didn't really pay attention. It looked like foolish, like guys just, I don't even know how to describe it.
From your perspective, having watched the video, it appeared that they squared off on each other and sort of took a fighting stance.
I didn't look at it that in depth, so I could not say that.
Did you see them walk up to each other and grapple with one another? Like they were punching each other.
Right.
I get that. When they grapple with one another, like taking punches to each other.
I don't know. No.
But you did see them.
I saw them together. It's blurry, and they're kind of, I don't know really what they're doing.
Okay, but they weren't standing there holding hands.
Oh, God, no. No.
They weren't on their phones, right?
they were engaging with each other, playfully grabbing at each other. I don't really.
Playfully grabbing at each other, play fighting, correct? That's my point.
I'd have to watch the video to categorize it as play fighting.
You don't have that in your head?
I didn't know. It was a quick clip. I wasn't like focusing on Brian and Brian. I was just identifying that was myself in the video, and there was Miss Reed. And I believe Miss Reed actually did some play fighting to Matt.
There was, in fact, to Matt.
Yeah, I feel like she was about like this to Matt at one point. Yeah,
Okay.
in the video.
So let's talk about Brian and Brian. Brian Higgins and Brian Albert.
Mm-hmm.
Those two men, very large in stature, correct?
They're big guys, yeah.
Big boys.
Mm-hmm.
A lot bigger than me, right?
Yeah.
They took a fighting stance with each other and started grappling, playing, coming toward each other as if they were engaging in a fake physical altercation, correct?
I did not see that. I'm sorry.
Okay. You didn't even see it on the video.
I saw them on the video grabbing at each other. I didn't see stances but again, I didn't pay much attention to it.
And that's your best memory as you sit here today?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay. She didn't. She already answered this objection.
Eventually, you, your husband, Brian Albert, Brian Higgins, Nicole, Caitlin, everybody went over to 34 Fairview at the end of the night.
Yes.
Correct? The bar closed at, I'm guessing, midnight.
Okay.
Is that right?
I think we were wrapping up around then. I don't know what time it actually closes.
When you left Waterfall, the people that were still there included Matt, your husband, and John O'Keefe. Is that right?
Yes.
You walked out with Karina Kolakithis and Karen Reed.
Yes.
And you said to Miss Reed something along the lines of, "You're coming with me," correct?
I said, "Why don't you come with me?"
Okay, fair enough. You were prompting her to join you for the ride over to 34 Fairview. Is that right?
Yes.
You even went outside and sort of waited in the cold. There's a video. Have you seen the video of you outside, the surveillance video of you outside in the cold?
Yes.
And you're sort of waiting there, moving from foot to foot like it's freezing out, which I'm sure it was, correct?
Yes.
In a big puffy coat of some kind, right?
So the question was, I moving foot to foot in a coat? Yes.
My question is more, did you see yourself waiting outside the cold?
I saw myself convert. I believe I was in a conversation at that point when I was standing out there with John and Karen.
She's calling him
And
on
that's
his
when you were
narration.
asking Karen to come with you.
No, I had asked Karen previously when we were at the door to come with me because I didn't know how long Matt and John were going to be in the bar because they were in there still.
And that would have, by definition, brought Karen to 34 Fairview separate and apart from John O'Keefe if Karen had come with you.
Yes. Mm-hmm.
Miss Reed ultimately declined your invitation and did go with John. Is that right?
John ended up coming to the door, so they just went together. Yes.
And finally, you walked away and went with your husband, Matt, over to 34 Fairview in your personal vehicle, correct?
Yes.
When you arrived at 34 Fairview, were you the first among the group that we've just talked about to arrive, or had others arrived before you?
Others had arrived before me.
When you walked in to 34 Fairview, where was everybody generally located? Give me a layout of the interior of the home, how you walked in and where everybody was located, the people that were there when you walked in from the waterfall.
So I walked in through the front door. I took a right into the kitchen. And then there were people sitting around the kitchen table, Brian Albert Jr., Julie Nagel, Sarah Levinson, Caitlin Albert. My sister was over more towards like the counters and the sink, and Brian Albert and Brian Higgins were, there's like a room right off of the kitchen, like a TV room, and they were in there just talking. I think Nicole had like put up some new pictures, so, or maybe the sun and the Marines, they might have been looking at a picture. Vaguely have a faint memory of that.
You indicated that you walked in the front door, correct?
Yes.
May I approach briefly?
Yes.
your, yeah, I'll take care of that. Can you just take a look
Mm-hmm.
at that photograph for just a quick second?
Yes,
Do you recognize that photograph?
yes.
What do you recognize that photograph as being?
It's my sister's house.
34 Fairview?
Yes, sorry, 34 Fairview.
Brian Albert's house as well.
Yes.
Your Honor, I'd like to mark this as marked for identification. There's a
Identification's fine.
thank you. If I may. What would be the next in order?
Exhibit F for identification.
Thank you. Just slow your arm.
Okay.
What exhibit number is that, Mr. Wolf? 3. Your Honor, with the court's permission, I'm going to show a different exhibit until the other issue can be resolved. With the court's permission, it's Commonwealth Exhibit 3. Permission to publish?
Yes.
Mr. Wolf, could you highlight or enlarge the house as much as you can? Thank you. Ms. McCabe, do you recognize what's depicted in this photo? I know it's a little bit of an angle.
Yes,
What is that?
that is 34 Fairview.
Okay. Can you, I think this laser will work. May I approach?
Yes.
Can you use that laser and point to the front door that you entered when you walked in the house? Okay, that's directly in the middle of the just to the left of the flagpole for this purposes of this photograph, correct?
Yes.
Okay. Is there another entry door on the house that you may not be able to see, but you know the general area?
Yes.
Where's that door?
So that would be, see where these two windows are?
Yes.
The door would be kind of behind that right there. So it's right to the left of those two windows.
And Ms. McCabe, just staying with doors for a second, is there another door associated with the garage?
Oh, actually, yeah, there is. Right there.
Right there next to that side door?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. May I approach?
Yes.
Thank you. You didn't go in the side door, you went in the front door that night.
Yes.
You indicated that once inside the house, you were sort of in the kitchen area. Is that right?
I was in the kitchen, yes.
You weren't paying special attention to Brian Albert or Brian Higgins, what they were doing. As a matter of
No.
fact, I think they went into a different room. Is that right?
There's a room, kind of the kitchen opens up into the TV room. So they were in there.
So the only two that you recognized at this point in the night, not being sort of with everybody else, were Brian Albert and Brian Higgins, separated out in the family room or whatever that room's called, living room.
Yeah, if you like just right there, right where they are, just
Okay.
kind of right in the next room.
When you first pulled up, did you notice any vehicles in front of Brian Albert's house?
Yes, I did.
What vehicles did you notice? Vehicle or vehicles did you
Just
notice?
one.
What was that vehicle?
It was a Jeep.
Can you describe the Jeep for us, please?
I really can't. All I can say is that when I pulled down, the Jeep was on the parked on the street in front of the mailbox, and I turned into the driveway.
Okay. Did the Jeep have any special features on it that you remember, that you
No.
can describe?
Not that I can recall.
Big giant snowplow on the front?
Again, it was dark. I didn't really pay much detail to it beyond I just asked whose Jeep is that.
And did you learn whose Jeep that was?
I did, yes.
Whose Jeep was it?
It was Brian Higgins' Jeep.
And you said that it was parked in front of the mailbox, is that right?
Yes,
So as you're looking at the house, the mailbox would be closest to the driveway, is that right?
yes,
Rather than, for instance, the flagpole on the other side of the lawn.
correct. So if the flagpole's here, there's the lawn, and then here's the here's the mailbox, and then the driveway's over here.
Okay.
Does that make sense?
It does to me.
Okay.
Thank you for that. You've previously indicated that the back edge of of that vehicle, Brian Higgins' Jeep, was at the side, basically, of the driveway, which is what you've just described. It would be blocking the mailbox, the rear end associated with the driveway entrance, correct?
Yes.
Have you ever discussed having seen that Jeep in that spot with anybody else in this case?
Is that including previous testimony or?
It is. At any time. Before you testified at the previous hearing, had you discussed having seen that Jeep in that spot with anybody else? For instance, your husband?
Objection.
Sustained.
Was there any other car on that curb line, if you will, other than the Jeep when you pulled in?
Not that I remember.
And Brian Higgins, if it's his Jeep, he's in the house, that Jeep's not moving, correct? So it stayed where it was.
Yes.
At some point, did you observe Miss Reed's vehicle pull up to the driveway? I'm sorry, pull up to the house.
I was told there was a vehicle outside, so I went and looked. Yes.
Where was that vehicle? When you looked that first time, where was Miss Reed's SUV?
When I went to the front door and looked out, it was straight ahead.
So that would be parallel, actually in line with the Jeep, correct?
Yes.
Directly in front of the Jeep.
I don't know the distance, but yes, you're correct. It was in front of the Jeep.
So if the Jeep was a normal, it's a full-size Jeep, correct?
I don't know what size it is.
Certainly the SUV is a full-size SUV.
Yes.
All right. So that would take up much of the room of the curb area in front of 34 Fairview, between the Jeep, assuming there's a snowplow,
Right.
and a full-size SUV, correct?
I'm not really sure of the whole area, but there was the Jeep and then there was the car. I just don't know the distance between them.
You gave a description of the vehicles that were out in front of 34 Fairview in your January 29, 2022 interview with Trooper Proctor, correct?
He came to my house and asked me questions, correct?
When you gave that interview to Trooper Proctor, you indicated to him that you first observed Miss Reed's vehicle parked on the street by the driveway, correct?
I never said by the driveway, no.
So if that's in a report, Trooper Proctor got that fact wrong, got that detail wrong.
Sustained.
If in fact, well, let me ask it this way. What did you say to Trooper Proctor about where that vehicle was?
Miss Reed's vehicle?
Correct.
I told him it was straight out front, the window. The straight out front of the front door. Sorry.
Trooper Proctor wrote a report about his interview with you, correct?
Correct.
You've seen that report in other hearings, is that right?
Yes.
Your interview with him was on January 29th. Do you remember the date? I'm sorry, I just said the date. Do you remember the time? My mistake.
I don't remember the exact time. I'm assuming afternoon, like after 12, or I'm not 100%. Sorry.
You had been contacted by Trooper Proctor while you were still at 34 Fairview, is that right?
Yes.
Ultimately, instead of coming from the Canton Police Department to 34 Fairview, you went home to your house.
I did.
To
Yes.
the Country Lane address.
Yes, I did.
And Trooper Proctor ended up meeting you there, correct?
Yes.
And in addition to you and Matt being there, Brian Albert showed up, correct?
I asked him to come.
So you asked your brother-in-law to come to the interview that you were having with Trooper Proctor formally in furtherance of his investigation surrounding the circumstances of this case, correct?
No.
But Brian Albert did show up at your house.
He did. I asked him to come, yes.
And he was inside the house when Trooper Proctor ultimately interviewed you, correct?
He was in the house, yes.
And you'd spoken to Brian Albert before Trooper Proctor had interviewed you formally, correct?
I believe so, yes.
Matter of fact, several times you had to have spoken to him at 34 Fairview. You've already said that, right?
Oh, right, yeah, we were all there in the kitchen.
And then obviously you spoke to him about the interview before Trooper Proctor got to your house to interview you on the 29th as well, correct?
We were just talking about what happened. It wasn't specifically about Trooper Proctor.
Right, not about Trooper Proctor. You talked to Brian Albert about the circumstances of this case before you spoke with Trooper Proctor.
Yes, I had.
Do you remember exactly what you said to Trooper Proctor about the location of the SUV in front of the house?
I know what I said, yes.
Okay, what exactly did you say to him?
I said the car was straight out front of the front door. When I was looking out the front door, it was straight ahead.
Isn't it true that what you actually said, Ms. McCabe, is that you first observed the vehicle parked on the street by the driveway facing in the direction toward Chapman?
Objection.
I'll allow it. Is that what you said?
Those are not my words, no.
Okay, next question.
You've already indicated that following the events of January 28th and 29th, you have spoken extensively with your family and your friends, members of your family and your friend group about what happened that night, correct?
Yes.
And that includes Brian and Nicole Albert, is that right?
Yes.
That includes Matt McCabe, your husband, correct?
Yes.
That includes Chris and Julie Albert?
Yes.
Includes other people that were there that night, including Brian Higgins?
I haven't spoken to Brian Higgins since, I believe, John O'Keefe's wake.
But you did speak to him that morning at 34 Fairview, is that right?
Yeah. Oh, yes, he was there. Yes.
As a matter of fact, he's the one that told you to call Officer Lank back and have Officer Lank come back for the additional statement that you wanted to give Officer Lank. Is that right?
He may have suggested it. I'm not sure.
So in those discussions that you've had with all these folks, you've talked to the details about that night being at the bar, the house, who was where, all of those things, correct?
Yes.
You've talked about the timing of the night, who arrived, when people arrived at 34 Fairview, when people arrived at Waterfall Bar and Grill, correct?
No, those really aren't details we discuss. I mean, everybody kind of knows when they came and when they left. We talk more about, living with everything that we've gone through.
Well, what about on the morning of January 29th, when everybody was still in that sort of friends and family gathering inside 34 Fairview?
When I was there with my husband and sister and brother-in-law and, then Brian's friend and Julie Albert, I was trying to piece together what had happened. They were all being supportive. They had no idea what happened. We were just kind of sitting there in utter shock, waiting to hear from Kerry about John. It was nothing more than just us being together and trying to figure out what had happened. I had gotten a phone call from Karen to help her.
And during that conversation, or that series of conversations, you were sharing what your observations of that evening were, what your story was, how the evening started, how it ended for you, correct? Or the morning ended for you, correct?
No, not correct.
During the time that you folks were inside the house discussing this, there was no law enforcement agent or officer inside that house, correct?
Correct.
So the entire family and the friend network that we're talking about, with whom you discussed all these events, everybody was entitled to and did coordinate their statements without any separation and without any law enforcement oversight, correct?
I was with my family, my sister, my brother-in-law. It wasn't really a big group of us. As I've mentioned, I had 5 or 6 people. I was in shock. I didn't know what had happened. They were just asking me what happened.
And
questions like that, and I absolutely told them. But it was no story. There was no us being allowed to do it. That was my family. They were just there with me.
But nobody was separated by law enforcement, correct?
I don't believe there was a reason to separate us.
Nobody. Well, notwithstanding what you think was the reason, you're not a professional investigator, correct?
I'm not,
You're
no,
not a trained investigator.
no,
You're certainly not a homicide detective, correct?
no.
None of you witnesses were ever separated, were you, anymore?
There was no reason to separate us.
I'm not asking you if there was a reason, Mr. McCabe. I'm asking you whether or not factually anybody was separated in that house. Or was everybody allowed to talk amongst themselves?
I was with my family. We didn't need to be allowed.
Okay. I'm trying this again. Was anybody in that house separated? Were the witnesses separated from each other? The family who are witnesses.
Objection, she answered it.
From each other. By law enforcement.
At that point, I don't think anyone but myself and Matt were maybe even witnesses.
Okay. I'm not asking you what your determination of who the witnesses are.
Mhm.
I'm asking you whether the folks in that house were separated by law enforcement.
They didn't need to be. She was right. That was the answer. Like,
Have discussions about the events of January 28th and 29th. That's a yes or no question. Were you separated or not?
At one point, when Mike Lank was in the house, he had separated and talked to Nicole, then Brian, then Matt.
And then you promptly left and left everybody in the house together, correct?
He left us, yeah.
yes, what is he supposed to do? Stay there forever?
Nobody was taken down to the station, is that right?
Why would they be?
No,
As a matter of fact, Trooper Proctor didn't even come over to 34 Fairview, the scene of the incident, to interview you, correct?
I asked him to meet at my house because I had to go home to my children.
And he accommodated you, didn't he?
He did, yes.
And he accommodated the fact that Brian Albert escorted you to the house for your interview.
Escorted?
correct?
Brian didn't escort me, no.
Well, he went to your house at the same time that Trooper Proctor was there to interview you, correct?
He came at some point, yes, by himself.
Before Trooper Proctor did the interview.
I'm not sure if he was there, if he got there before or when
Well,
he arrived.
you've testified in the past that
Yes,
Brian Albert came to your house alone. I don't mean you came in the same car.
yes.
They followed you over to your house before Trooper Proctor ever got there. And he was in the house while Trooper Proctor.
There was no escorting.
conducted his
Sorry, your
interview,
story's falling
correct?
apart.
Yes, Brian was in the house for the interview.
Thank you.
She already said that. You're not making any headway here, Jackson. You just sound like an utter fool to the jury. Badgering
You've already
an
indicated
witness.
that you have been discussing this case with certain other witnesses, not for days or weeks or months, but literally for years. Most specifically, Carrie Roberts, correct?
The case in general, yes.
Because of harassment. Go ahead, say it, Jen.
Just before Carrie Roberts testified at a grand jury proceeding in this case, you were with her, weren't you?
I don't recall what you're talking about.
Do you remember being at the grand jury?
Yes,
Do you remember testifying at the grand jury?
yes, the one back in
April. I
April.
think,
Yes, yes,
22.
yes.
That sounds
Yeah, sounds about right. Yeah.
You remember being there in an ante room with some other folks?
What's an
An
anteroom?
ante room, a waiting room?
Oh yeah.
Waiting
Mhm.
for testimony?
Yes,
You remember Carrie Roberts being with you in that exact same ante room?
yes,
And that was right before her testimony, correct?
I believe so. Yes,
So in answer to my question,
Mhm.
you two were together literally just before she testified at the grand jury, which was the first formal under oath testimony.
Yeah, they're both going to testify, so yes.
yes.
Not the point he thought he made there.
When she testified at the grand jury, was that before or after you two had gotten together and created this timeline?
We did the timeline right after John had passed.
So she testified, the answer is she testified after the timeline was created, correct?
Yes,
Brian Albert and his family had a dog on January 29th, 2022, did they not?
yes, they did.
What was that dog's name?
Chloe,
What kind of dog was Chloe?
German Shepherd.
Was it do you know if it was a purebred German Shepherd or a mix of Malinois and German Shepherd, or do you know?
I have no idea.
Big dog,
Yeah, good sized dog. Yeah,
70-pounder.
I don't know its weight.
Wasn't a little munchkin dog, though. It was
No,
a full-size German
It's a
Shepherd.
full size. Yeah.
On the morning that you described going into the house, January 29th, 6:40 a.m. or so,
Yeah, he sounds slimy as hell.
you indicated that you burst into the bedroom to wake your sister and Brian Albert. Is that right?
Yes, I went into the bedroom.
Jury isn't going to appreciate it, contrary to what he
It's
thinks.
Still dark out, correct?
Yes.
There had been relative chaos on the lawn for a number of minutes, from about 6:10 until at least 6:40. When you went in, there were still emergency vehicles with lights on and engines running. Chaos, relative chaos, bedlam, as somebody has said, on that front lawn, correct?
Was more on their side lawn and down the street, kind of like all the cruises. A lot of them were behind their lot.
Right in front of 34th Fairview, correct?
To the side, in the side yard of 34 Fairview, yes.
And on the lawn of 34th Fairview,
Yes,
where first responders were responding, correct?
yes,
And you said my client is screaming to the top of her lungs, is that right?
yes, she was.
And Carrie Roberts screaming back at her,
Yes,
shut up or shut the fuck up, right?
yes.
Yeah. Then 6:40 a.m., under the cover of darkness, you walked in the front door of the unlocked front door of Brian Albert's house, correct?
I went into my sister's house, correct?
It wasn't Brian Albert's house?
And Brian Albert, yes, I'm
Right.
sorry.
You then climbed the stairs up toward the bedrooms, correct?
Yes,
You walked into the bedroom door where Brian Albert and Nicole Albert, according to you, were sleeping. Is that right?
yes,
So you would agree that you unexpectedly, in terms of their view, unexpectedly walked into their house basically in the middle of the night, middle of the morning.
yes,
You indicated that when you went through their bedroom door, you sort of burst through, correct?
I opened the door. I don't know if I used the word burst.
You previously indicated that when you went through the door, it was chaotic because you were so amped up from the events. Is that right?
I don't know if I used those words.
Would you say that you were loud or quiet?
I think as I explained earlier, I was like where everything was going on around me, and I was kind of like in just a state of shock. And I remember thinking, I don't want to startle them, but I have to wake them up, because obviously when I wake them up, they're going to be panicked and think something terrible happened.
Well, why didn't you want to startle them? Something terrible had happened.
I didn't want to give them a heart attack when I woke them up.
But you didn't walk up and just nudge them and say, hey, Nicole, honey, can you wake up? There's something we need to talk about. You didn't do that.
No, I was like, Brian, Nicole, wake up, wake up.
Okay, exactly. Yeah. But you weren't saying it in that voice either. You were saying, Brian, Nicole, get up.
I'm not sure if it was that loud, but I definitely was. You definitely like trying to wake them up. Yes.
What was the dog's reaction?
I don't recall seeing the dog.
So, according to you, to the dog at least, we can get in the mind of a dog, a relative stranger walks in the front door.
Stranger, Jen knows the dog.
The house is completely dark, walks into a bedroom door and starts barking. The person starts barking, get up, wake up, Brian, Nicole. And you don't remember seeing or hearing a dog at all.
No, the dog knows her. It's not a stranger.
As you indicated, it's not that the dog wasn't reactive, it's that you don't remember the dog even being there, correct?
I have no memory of the dog, no.
But you do know that that dog sleeps in Brian and Nicole's room, correct?
It may, I don't know for sure.
The reason you don't remember the dog being there is because the dog wasn't there, was it?
I don't remember the dog.
Right. So when you walked out of the room, when you walked in the house, didn't see the dog?
No.
When you walked up the stairs, no dog?
Wasn't looking for a dog.
Walked
She
down
also
the
didn't see a
hallway,
body.
no dog?
No.
Walked into Brian and Nicole's bedroom door, no dog?
I don't remember seeing the dog.
I realize that.
Mhm.
Dog or no dog? No dog.
I don't remember seeing the dog. It doesn't mean it wasn't there or it was there. I just don't remember seeing it.
Well, no dog came up to you and barked at you, correct?
No.
You didn't see or hear a dog whining or howling, did you?
No.
You didn't hear or see a dog scratching at the door?
No.
There's no sign of a dog at all in Brian and Nicole Albert's house at 6:41 a.m. when you walked into that house, correct? Or 6:40?
I don't remember seeing the dog.
And this was a 70-pound German Shepherd, correct?
I don't know the weight of the
Have
dog.
you ever heard a description given about that dog by Brian Albert? Anybody else? That dog was not good with strangers.
Other animals.
Did you know, as you said, you're very, very dear friends, and obviously dear friends with Brian Albert, relations with Nicole Albert, your sister. Are you aware that that dog was not good with strangers?
Object.
Do you know that?
I don't. It wasn't good with other dogs is what I knew, so I could never bring my dog over there. That's all I know about the dog.
Right. Had some aggression, correct? At least with other dogs.
No.
Possibly.
Possibly with other dogs.
Yeah.
That's your next question.
Thank you, Your Honor. If you could remind the jurors, in your memory,
My daughter has a
last
German Shepherd,
person
by the way.
to leave the house at 34 Fairview.
This
on
is
the
a
morning
ridiculous
of the early
assertion.
morning hours of January 29th.
I believe Caitlin left after us, my niece.
Thank you. At some point, we've already talked a little bit about this. You said you looked out the front door glass. Was it a window or is the whole door glass?
The whole door was glass, I believe.
Is it like and pardon my ignorance, is there like a wooden door that is open and there's a storm door that's all glass?
There's
that's
no
closed? Is
ignorance.
that
He
we're
knows
dealing
what it
with?
looks
I
like.
believe so, yes.
Okay.
Yeah, that sounds about right.
Just a moment, Your Honor.
Mhm.
He knows what the
Can
door
we
looks
take
like, folks.
one more glance? I'm going to back up for a quick second.
Okay.
Can we take one more glance at that exhibit 3 of the court's permission?
Okay.
Thank you.
Yeah, and Dr. Russell must have told him how dogs act, because every dog must act the same, right?
Thank you so much. May I approach?
Yes.
Forgot to ask you, and I apologize, Ms. McCabe.
Thank
One
you.
more point of reference.
Mhm.
Can you please show the jurors where Brian and Nicole Albert's bedroom window is in that photograph?
Sure, it's right there.
Upper left window, uppermost left window, correct?
Yes.
Thank you. May I approach?
Yes.
Go.
Let me get back on track. You indicated that you looked out that storm door and saw Miss Reed's vehicle, her SUV, directly in front of you, correct?
Yes.
That was the first time you noted or clocked that SUV being there?
First time,
The
sorry.
first time you noted the SUV, in other words, that you visually saw it, it was directly in front of you. It was not back by the mailbox, correct?
Correct.
Did you still see the Jeep parked back by the mailbox?
I looked out the window. I saw the car. I really didn't pay attention to details of other cars. I just looked and saw her car.
When you first looked out that window and saw, or looked out the door
Mhm.
and saw the SUV, what time was that?
I don't remember off the top of my head. I'm sorry.
Does the time 2:23 a.m. sound familiar?
2:23?
I'm sorry, 12:23, my mistake.
I'm not sure.
When you looked out the door, did you see any other vehicles at that time, other than the Jeep, other than Miss Reed's SUV?
I believe I saw lights. Oh, sorry. Lights like over here somewhere. If the Jeep's there and the car, is there.
Okay, can you describe for the record what you did? The theirs don't come across on the record.
Oh,
so
sorry.
to your left
Yes.
is,
Straight out would be Miss Reed's vehicle that I looked at.
okay,
I kind of looked at that. I remember my peripheral vision seeing lights over there. To the left, sorry.
All right. So the way that you're describing this, and that's like to a vehicle, correct?
Yes,
Matter of fact, you know what vehicle that is.
I do, yes.
What vehicle is it? Describe it for the jurors, please.
It's Ryan Nagel's.
Ryan Nagel's what? Car, truck?
I believe he has a truck.
Okay. So what you're describing is you looked out
Mhm.
the window, you saw Miss Reed's SUV directly in front of you. Right behind that, in line, was Brian Higgins' Jeep, and behind that was Ryan Nagel's truck. Is that right?
I'm not sure where his truck lines up. I just remember seeing lights. I just quickly saw Miss Reed's car and went back into the room. I wasn't, I apologize, paying attention for like specific details about cars.
At some point, you did become interested in exactly what time Ryan Nagel's truck arrived, correct? This is after the fact, well after the fact, months after the fact.
Yes, I did.
As a matter of fact, you took it upon yourself to ask Julie Nagel, Ryan's sister, to send you something, correct?
Yes, I did.
What did you ask her to send you?
I ran into the two of them.
I didn't ask you who you ran into, just what did you ask her to send you?
Oh, okay, I'm sorry. A text message.
A screenshot of a text message.
Yes, a screenshot of a text message between Julie and Ryan Nagel.
You knew at the time that Miss Nagel, very obviously, was a percipient witness in this case, correct?
I believe so. It was very early on.
Well, I mean, she was in the house. Mr.
Yes.
Reed. She was in the house when Miss Reed's vehicle appeared, correct?
Correct.
She was in the house when you were looking at the vehicle.
Correct.
She was in the house when everybody came home came to 34th Fairview from the Waterfall Bar and Grill, correct?
Correct.
She was interacting with those inside the house at the very time we're talking about, right?
Yes.
She went outside at some point to talk to her brother outside the house, right behind the SUV that you're describing as Miss Reed's SUV, correct?
Yes.
So you knew that she was, and you knew all this when you asked her for that screenshot.
I was trying to piece together.
You
the
knew all
time.
this when you asked for the screenshot. You
Yes.
knew what her position was in this case, correct?
She had no involvement. What happened
I
outside
didn't ask
is
you if she had
different.
involvement.
Let her finish her answer.
Go ahead.
Ms. McCabe, finish that answer.
I didn't. What happened outside was separate from anything that happened inside.
I'm going to ask you again. You knew all of that information, that Julie Nagel was a percipient witness in this case, as was everyone else inside 34 Fairview, when you asked for that screenshot, correct?
Yes.
That is another example of you coordinating information with other witnesses in this case, correct?
No, that is not correct.
Were you ever advised by Michael Proctor not to coordinate information with other witnesses in the case? Did he ever say, don't do that?
I don't recall.
So you don't recall, or he didn't?
I don't recall if he did or not.
Okay. If he did tell you not to coordinate with other witnesses, this would be a breach of that agreement, wouldn't it?
Objection.
Sustained.
Indeed, once you got that screenshot, we'll talk about that in just a second. When you got the screenshot, did you ever share that with law enforcement?
I'm not sure if I did or not.
You never provided that to Michael Proctor or any other investigator, did you?
I'm not sure if I did or not.
As a matter of fact, Ms. McCabe, the only reason we know about that screenshot is because of the extraction on your phone. Isn't that right?
If that's how you know about it, I'm not sure.
You asked for that screenshot for your own personal use, for your own personal information, for your own personal coordination, correct, of what happened that night.
That's, what are you asking? There's 3 questions there.
Did you ask for that screenshot for your own personal use?
Yes.
And indeed, you do know what time it was that you looked out and saw Ryan Nagel's truck, because the screenshot told you that, correct?
The screenshot told me when Ryan Nagel pulled up. It didn't tell when I saw.
And what was the time when Ryan Nagel indicated that he pulled up?
I'd have to look at the screenshot.
2:23 a.m., 12:23 a.m., sound right?
If you have it and that's what it says, absolutely.
May I approach?
Yes.
sure I did. Mary,
Okay.
take a look at that transcript, that column. You can read that to yourself, the highlighted portion to
I'd
yourself.
like to be heard.
All right, why don't you come to council? Why don't you council come to side?
Sitting at the sidebar, and Alan Jackson is making himself look and sound completely and utterly foolish right now with this line of questioning. He keeps going on and on about how them piecing together what happened that night is somehow colluding their information together to come up with a story. There's no story, there's the truth, and then there's what Karen has spun, some giant conspiracy that does not exist. So he's not moving the needle, not even a little bit. As a matter of fact, I think he's moving it backwards. She is an embarrassment to the medical community. I absolutely agree with you on that with Dr. Russell. The funniest live chat I have had thus far is the day that I played the voir dire of Dr. Russell a little over a week, maybe 2 weeks ago, because she sounds so ridiculous, telling Hank Brennan that she's the most qualified on earth, basically, to talk about dog bites, when none of what she has done in her being an ER doctor was specifically about dog or animal bites. That she has read excerpts from studies or books about dog bites, but the whole entire study or book itself was not about dog bites, just an excerpt about it. So she is definitely 100% the best expert ever, she says. Even though that dog has a no bottom jaw and there's no dog DNA, and you know, the whole, she doesn't want to see the mold of the dog's mouth, which no actual expert would say ever. Distraction Jackson is just doing what he does best. Exactly, Casey, distracting, but it's not helping him. I'll tell you that right now. Any unbiased attorney watching this is going to say exactly what I'm saying right now, which is he makes himself look foolish in front of the jury because he goes too far. And his points that he thinks are like really good points that he's making actually just make Jen McCabe look more credible, because she's answering everything very calmly, even when she's being badgered. The only problem that I have thus far is a little criticism. I'll give a little criticism to Hank. I think he's not objecting a ton, because it also makes you look bad if you just object to everything. But I do think that when Alan Jackson is asking her a question, she's answered 3 or 4 times. Even if he's asking in a different way, or when he's asking these 3-part questions and asking for a yes or no answer in a 3-part question, an objection should be made, because she can't answer. She was very smart to say, okay, what question are you asking? That was 3 questions. And also when he's narrating, being like, what was the question? None of that. For him to be like, you were dancing in the cold with a puffy jacket on and doing this and doing that, like, he cannot speculate as to what somebody was thinking. Like, oh, okay, I'll look at it. Hold on one second. Give me a second. I'll look at my ex DMs. Hold on. Yeah, you know what I'm saying? Exactly. And she claims she's seen hundreds, which I don't believe, not by a long shot. Oh yeah, he'll be dragging this out all day, Brett. You know.
Yes, yes.
Well, he's approaching. Please
Look at the highlighted portion and tell me if that refreshes your recollection about anything we've been discussing.
hit the like and subscribe. We're almost to lunchtime. Be very helpful. Thank you, Jack, for the $12.
Is the page available
I'm sorry,
before this?
just a yes or no, does that refresh your recollection about anything that we've been discussing?
It's just what we've discussed. It doesn't really refresh.
So it does not refresh her memory. Next question.
I don't think that's what she said.
That's what you?
Yes, that's what I said.
That was her answer.
That does not refresh your recollection?
Objection.
That was her answer. Next question, Mr. Jackson.
May I approach?
Yes.
I don't think that was her answer. So the judge is a liar. It's exactly what she said.
Take a look at the bottom of that page and tell me if that refreshes your recollection about anything we were just discussing. May I?
Yes.
Thank you. Ms. McCabe, having seen these, does this refresh your recollection about what we were just discussing concerning that conversation?
Regarding me asking Julie Nagel for the time?
Correct.
Yes, it does.
Okay. And what time did that was attendant to a screenshot that you asked for, correct?
Yes.
And that time was what?
Objection.
Do you remember the time?
Can I look at the paper? I was reading everything. I didn't
So
look at the
the
exact
question is
time.
whether you remember the.
Oh, do I remember it? I don't remember the exact time, but I can read it off the paper. That's different than a memory.
That's different. Next question.
So this does not refresh your recollection as to the time that was reflected on that screenshot.
I can read the time, but in my
That's
memory.
not my question. I have to do it this way, Ms.
Okay,
McCabe.
sorry.
Does it refresh your recollection as you sit here, having read this, as to the time that was reflected on that screenshot?
I don't, sitting here today, the only reason I know there's a time is because of what's on that paper.
But you did ask for a screenshot from Ms. Nagel, correct?
Yes, I
And that-
did.
And that screenshot said something to the effect of outside. Is that right?
Withdrawn.
Just that question. The screenshot said something about outside.
Is that right?
I believe it said here, yes.
Or maybe it's
Yes, something
And it
similar.
was it was a screenshot from Ryan Nagel to Julie Nagel indicating that he had arrived.
Can you repeat the question?
Sure, it was a screenshot of a text message from Ryan Nagel to Julie Nagel saying, I've arrived. In other
Yes.
words, I've arrived at 34 Fairview.
Yes, it was.
Because he was intending to give her a ride home, which she had asked for. Is that right?
Objection.
Sustained.
You did see Julie Nagel go outside and approach the vehicle, correct?
I never saw her go near the vehicle. I saw her go outside.
Got it. Did she ultimately come back indoors?
Yes.
Did she come back in with anybody else?
No.
About what time would you estimate that to have been in the course of that evening?
When she came back inside,
When she walked out and then came back inside?
soon after she went out, she talked to her brother. She came back inside.
And about what time of day was that? If you know.
I mean, this was all happening while we were at my sister's house.
Right. Was it 12:15, 12:30, 12:45, 1 o'clock?
Well, according to that paper, it would have had to
That's
been.
not what I'm
Not
asking.
according to the.
Do you have an independent recollection of about, if not down to the minute, about what time that was?
I could say I'd have to be. I wasn't looking at my watch that night, so it's very hard for me to give a time just off of my memory. I know what I've seen, but
Okay.
it's hard.
You did see both Ryan Nagel's truck and Miss Reed's SUV in front of the house at the same time, correct?
I saw his lights in my peripheral vision on the
Right.
left.
But the lights are attached to what?
The car, but it wasn't out front. Miss Reed's vehicle was out front.
Right. When I say in front of 34 Fairview, we're going to talk about the spacing in just a second. I just meant out in front of the house.
Yes, over to the side, correct?
Okay.
Yeah.
And you're indicating that, and I want to be clear about this,
Mhm.
as you're looking out that storm door window,
Mhm.
going from right to left, it was Miss Reed's vehicle, correct?
Yes.
Then Higgins's Jeep, is that right?
His Jeep was in front of the mailbox.
Then behind that, was there a space? And then Mr. Nagel's truck, or was the truck right behind the Jeep?
That's what I can't tell you. I just remember seeing lights. I didn't look over and pay much attention to it. I was just quickly looking at the Miss Reed's car,
Do
and
you
then I
remember-
went back and sat down.
Do you recall testifying at a prior hearing that it was, your perception was Miss Reed's car, her SUV, the Jeep,
Mhm.
a space, and then Mr. Nagel's truck from right to left?
I remember Mr. Nagel's truck over to the left in my peripheral vision. I can't give you an exact location.
But there's no question in your mind as you sit here that Brian Higgins's Jeep was between Brian Nagel's truck and Miss Reed's SUV. You remember that very clearly, correct?
I know that this Miss Reed's vehicle was here, and there were lights in my peripheral vision over here. I wasn't, I just was looking quickly.
So let me ask you a question again.
Okay.
Assuming that the lights are attached to something, Brian Nagel's truck, we've already established that.
Mhm.
What you're looking at, when you look out the storm door window, is Miss Reed's truck.
Mhm.
Or SUV rather.
Objection. She's answered the question 3 fucking times.
Just behind that is left, as you're looking at it, Mr. Higgins' Jeep, correct? And behind that, Mr. Nagel's truck. You remember the Jeep being between the truck and the SUV? correct?
And I remember
He
looking
keeps
out the
asking
window.
the
It was
same
dark. I remember
question.
seeing lights over to the left. That is what I remember.
Objection.
Where was the Jeep as it relates to the lights?
I'm
Objection.
assuming the Jeep was still parked at the mailbox.
You saw it there, I mean, it's a 5,000 pound Jeep, right?
It was dark. I wasn't studying outside. It was a quick thing I did. I looked, I saw it, I went back to the table.
Okay, and I'm asking for what the saw it part was. Let's just slow down on the saw it.
Objection.
You looked, you saw Brian Nagel's truck, then you saw Higgins' Jeep, then you saw Miss Reed's SUV, correct?
I saw Miss Reed's SUV parked straight out front, and in my peripheral vision, I saw lights that, yes, must have been attached to a truck, but I didn't study the lineup of cars. I'm sorry.
All right, so
And
Move on.
one more question.
where was the Jeep? Was it
No.
before the SUV?
No. Objection. Stop him. Enough.
It's a simple question.
You're asking what I saw when I looked outside. I didn't. And I'm telling you exactly what I saw. It was dark. It was Karen's car there. And in my peripheral vision, I saw lights. And then I went
Judge
back
should
to
have
the
stopped him
table.
already.
Okay, that's the last question. We're going to break for lunch.
Very well.
All right, jurors, we'll take our lunch and recess. And Ms. McCabe, you can follow up right behind the jurors and we'll see you up here in 45 minutes.
Okay, thank you.
Jurors, right this way.
Thank you.
Goodbye.
So, I am looking at post that was made on X. Hold on, let me mute this first because I know that guy's gonna come on with the stupid little thing that they did during lunch on Law and Crime. Oh, he'll drag this out probably the rest of the day, Britt. Probably the rest of the day. But I mean, really, Hank needs to actually start objecting to some of this because he can't keep asking the same question 72 times, getting the same answer, and then badgering her to the point where he wants the answer changed. They let them do it 2 or 3 times. After that, it should be an objection that you're badgering the witness. Objection, he already got the answer. Like, did you see? Where was he wants her to say where the Jeep was so that he can say, like, oh, well, if the Jeep was here, then Karen couldn't have done X, Y, or Z. Like, that's what he wants. Like, she already told you what she saw. But let me read this to you guys. You guys will find this funny. This might put into context what happened at 11 a.m. this morning. I'm not sure how true this is, but this is what was posted about 15 or so minutes ago. It says the 11 a.m. delay wasn't about motions or logistics. It was about babysitting grown adults who can't behave in a courtroom. Judge Cannoni was forced to drag the Reed family and their band of courtroom groupies into a private tongue lashing after reports surfaced of them mouthing off to the O'Keefe family. But the real issue, Bill Reed reportedly had his own, quote, Karen moment, going full meltdown and screaming at Attorney Jackson to do his job and bring McCabe to her knees like he said he would. So while the defense spins tales of conspiracies and cover-ups, their own side is melting down in real time, disrespecting the court, harassing victims' families, and throwing tantrums when the fantasy starts falling apart. So, yeah. Again, I don't know how true this is or not, but it sounds like it could explain exactly why why that happened. So, I mean, that's a better explanation than a plea deal, I'll tell you that much. It's a post on X that someone wrote. But usually this person has pretty good. Yeah, that's what it sounds like, Anna, is they got yanked out. That's why the reporters were removed, because you're not going to hear, the reporters aren't going to be allowed to report on the defendant's family being basically yelled at by the judge, because the judge, you know what I'm saying, the judge isn't going to have the right to a fair trial, so you don't want that in the media. So that's why she threw them out, all the reporters out of the courtroom, so that she could give them a good talking to. That doesn't shock me. And Bill Reed also doesn't shock me, because nobody's moving Jen McCabe. She is telling what happened that night. She is telling the truth. She's telling everything that she knows that happened that night. And Jackson is getting more angry and more angry and more angry that she's not giving him the answers that he wants. That's the funny part, because he's not helping himself in this. He's just not, in my opinion. In my opinion, he's hurting himself by not making a point and moving on. He harps and harps and harps on things that she doesn't even have the answer to for 10 minutes about where's the Jeep, where's the Jeep, where's the Jeep, where's the Jeep. If she doesn't remember, she doesn't remember. It's just, you're not going to get the answer to change, no matter how many times you ask it. That makes him look bad in front of a jury. I again think he forgets this is not LA. This is also not the Kevin Spacey trial. This is not Martha's Vineyard. Dedham is not anywhere near LA, or the Vineyard for that matter. This is real close to Boston. Us Bostonians do not appreciate that kind of shit. Like, we can be snarky and we can be assholes, but we do not appreciate you being an asshole or being snarky and coming here from LA thinking you're going to act that way. Sorry, it's just the truth. I'm from here. I could tell you his sort of LA flashy, everyone's in on it bullshit isn't going to fly. It didn't fly in the first trial. They found, even with McCabe, as mad as she was in the first trial being badgered, they found her extremely credible. Just remember that. The jury found her credible. She's even more credible now. She's calmer because she's, probably learned how to bite her tongue when it comes to this asshole. I don't think I could, so good for her. I'd give it right back to him. But once again, you're a witness. You want to try to remain calm. But he's not making any points that are going to stick, other than points that are then going to be debunked completely by the Commonwealth with actual real pieces of evidence. I do think that as well, Cynthia, that he's allowing, there's two parts to this. Hank does not want to be the one, I'm sorry guys, I'm literally laying in my bed and my back is killing me. That chair is killing me. So hold on, let me just, see if I can pop the camera on. I'll put my legs up here and pop the camera on so you guys can see me for a second, since we're on lunch break. I don't know how well you're going to be able to see me, but it's two parts, right? The first part is this. I think Hank Brennan doesn't want to object as many times as Jackson or Alessi does. It's not a good look to be objecting for every question. Objection, objection, objection. That's not a good look. No attorney wants to be doing the objection every 5 minutes thing, okay? It's not smart. It makes you look bad. It looks like you're hiding things, okay? So there's that. But I also think he knows that it's making the defense look like a-holes. You're badgering a witness that was inside, bitching and whining that she didn't know where the Jeep was. The Jeep is irrelevant. Then you're trying to draw lines between Jen McCabe and Kerry Roberts, concocting some story. Jen McCabe has reiterated a million times, this was a trauma we went through together. Listen, I've been through traumas in my life too. And yes, if somebody has been through the same thing as you or was there in that traumatic moment, it's easier to talk to that person about it. And yes, he's like, you talked about it for years, not weeks, not months. You'll talk about it for the rest of your life. For the rest of your life, even if you have to say it 75,000 times, because that's what helps you get through it, right? So anyone on that jury that has been through any kind of traumatic event is going to know. Their friends and family, like, are the first people you're going to want to talk to about it. Anybody being there is going to be the way that anyone sort of deals with it. It's not helping Jackson. It's hurting Karen's case. And no wonder why the defense team and Mr. Reed, somebody should tell Smithers to help out Mr. Burns there. He seems to be having a meltdown because he can't get Jen McCabe to say that it's some giant conspiracy. Like, there is no giant conspiracy. Nobody in that house has anything to do with anything. I know you meant Jackson. Jackson is getting, I'll just replace it with Jackson because I know that you meant Jackson. Jackson is getting nowhere. You're right, he's not. And he is embarrassing himself. Like, he's not succeeding at all. Like, oh, Mr. Reed definitely by now has to be hearing, like, guilty, knowing this. He knows this is not. Here's the thing. He wouldn't have had an outburst on the attorneys if he thought it was going well. You know what I'm saying? The only thing they did was answer the damn phone. Exactly, Brittany. That's what they did. They answered the phone. And it's good on Jen and Carrie for reiterating that, although I think there's a couple places where Jen could have entered that harassment into the answer. Although I do wonder if last night on that Zoom that they made her have, if they were just like, no, you can't bring in the harassment unless it actually slips out of your mouth, which they can't tell a witness that. So, I mean, if they instructed her that way, if the court instructed her, she couldn't talk about the harassment unless it was like an accidental slip of the tongue, like, I'd have a problem with that. Because the harassment has everything to do with why her and Carrie and the other people in that house are so close. It's not just what happened. It's the harassment they dealt with after that. That is what has made them so close as friends. I know, right? Get some Karen clips. We will get them, though. Brennan is going to play them after Jen McCabe. Hopefully they get it wrapped up after lunch. I can't imagine that the judge is going to allow Jackson to have her come back for a third day. Like, I feel like that would be absurd. Like, not that he wouldn't do it, but I just feel like it's a little absurd. Just got 3 calls in a row from a number that was spoofing my bank's credit card. See, that's why I'm saying never answer the phone, even for a bank. Hang up and call them back on your own. Yep, exactly. Call them back on your own. Yep, the clip that's like, if it's me or you, Jen, me or you, like, that's not going to make her look good. It's just not. It's going to make her sound like she concocted something against Jen, basically being like, well, it's my life, so you're going to take the heat. That's what it makes it sound like. Well, that's the thing, right? Like, that, like, they cared about John, that Jen cared about John. Like, and it's so funny to me because Karen shows none of that emotion for John at all. And he does keep going like a brick wall, What other topics do you think? Well, I'll tell you this. He's going to try to talk about how, he's already kind of went into, like, but he's going to go into the Google search, right? He's going to complain about the Google search that never happened, that was already debunked by 2 experts. But no doubt he will go there, right? He'll probably keep going into the Brian Higgins thing a little bit more. And then I don't know if he'll want to delve too much into what Karen said to her, Jen, because I think that Hank will bring a little bit of that out on recross or redirect. So, he's going to have a redirect after this. Yeah, that's another thing. He was being very sneaky, the way he said it, law enforcement. And I think that might have been one of the reasons why she talked to them at Sidebar, because he was trying to force that it was the federal government by trying to sneak it in there. And it's unacceptable. He was trying to say, like, agents, use the word agents instead of law enforcement. At first he said law enforcement, and then he started sneaking the word agents into there on purpose to sort of give the jury a hint about the federal investigation, which is not allowed. I guess I had a ton of a break while she was testifying. Oh, yeah, Colin. No, they can't bring Colin in. Not allowed. Not allowed to use Colin as a third party. She's not going to be allowed to use Colin as a third party. That was already rolled on. He wasn't there. He left before they ever arrived. And that's the part that gets me, is they're not even allowed to use third party unless they build a foundation for it, which they have not done yet. There's no foundation built where there's any evidence that Brian Higgins or Brian Albert had anything to do with anything. As we know, they did not. Okay. It just aggravates me. Well, that's exactly what happened, is they used their contacts in the Department of Justice for the U.S. Attorney's Office to basically harass the witnesses and attempt to get them to, like, shut up or not testify or whatever they were trying to do here to help Karen get off. And that's a serious freaking problem, like a very serious problem. Casey sends $6.42 and says, thanks for what you're doing. Great stuff. Thank you, Casey. I appreciate your donation, my friend. If you would like to donate to the channel while we're on lunch break, I'll put the information up on the screen. We also have an Apple Pay link. It's very helpful to the channel. Those are the only monetary donations we get to the channel, so we very much appreciate it. Oh, I agree, Jennifer, that the bond that they have is special. Like, and they've been through hell together. Like, and you can clearly tell that Karen does not like them, like not even a little bit, you know? And this, yeah, I mean, I agree with you, Insider Man. Like, the way our justice system works, it's broken. It's been broken for a long time. It was one of the reasons I wanted to be a lawyer, was I thought that maybe I could help fix it from the inside out, you know, at least at that young. I thought that, you know, now I realize that you can't just ever fix it alone. It's got to be a lot of people willing to do some overhauling for it to actually get fixed. But I mean, you got to start somewhere, right? And the victims in most states don't have as much rights as the defendant, and that's kind of a problem. Yes, it should be, you know, the whole reason is because there are innocent people who do go to jail. That's why defendants have the rights that they do. But the problem with that is by giving too many rights to the defendants, you are taking from the victims. And in this case, if something improper was done by the U.S. Attorney's Office, somebody should be held accountable. Yeah, that's my Revolut account for my UK folks. It won't work for 5 days, though, unfortunately. The Apple Pay link works right now, but the Revolut account, they tell me 5 business days before it'll work. So, but once that's up and running, my UK friends can use Revolut. But when it wasn't letting me, like, order the card, I was like, what's happening? And I reached out to their customer service yesterday, and they said it takes 5 business days after you accept the terms of service for the account to be fully work. So, yeah, you didn't hear what I said, Jennifer, about it? I have so many Jennifers. You two are not the only 2 Jennifers. You want me to read it? I'll read it again. But we got a little bit of an insight into maybe possibly why 11 o'clock happened the way it did. And the tweet itself was this. I'll read it one more time for the people who just popped in. It says the 11 a.m. delay wasn't about motions or logistics. It was about babysitting grown adults who can't behave in the courtroom. Judge Cannoni was forced to drag the Reed family and their band of courtroom groupies into a private tongue lashing after reports surfaced of them mouthing off to the O'Keefe family. But the real issue, Bill Reed reportedly had his own Karen moment, going full meltdown and screaming at Attorney Jackson to do his job and to bring McCabe to her knees like he said he would. So while the defense spins tales of conspiracies and cover-ups, their own side is melting down in real time, disrespecting the court, harassing victims' families, and throwing tantrums when the fantasy starts falling apart. And there are lots of comments on this. You know, that they're despicable, degenerates, you know. Yep. Girl, you don't got to tell me. I do that all the time. I was hanging shelves yesterday when I was listening, and my camera was off. I went and hang my bathroom shelves in the bathroom. I mean, this is just sad. This is just sad. you know? Like, I don't have any way to verify that, but it would make sense as to why they asked for the immediate families, why the reporters were sort of thrown out of the courtroom. That all makes perfect sense to me. Now, that's why it didn't make any sense before. And I'm like, usually they don't ask for the immediate families. Like, that's unless it's like a plea deal. Like, what? And they wouldn't really do that in the middle of cross. Like, that's kind of strange. Like, yeah, right. He's not getting his life savings worth, Bree. You know, Mama. That's how it works. Like, he's he is showing the world what an entitled asshole looks like. He's mad his princess isn't doing so well in this second trial, and it's looking not so good. I mean, even they have to know this is not going well for them. You know? Like, I agree, Marilyn. I agree. I mean, it's surfaced before in courtrooms, but usually it's like one person saying something or it happening in the hallway and nothing really gets addressed about it. So this leads me to believe that you missed some shit. Leads me to believe that their behavior was sort of escalating or getting worse over time as nothing was happening. Like, I mean, Mr. Reed has to know that this is just not going good for his daughter or his family in general, you know? Like, now Jen's ready for his BS, knows the stunts he's going to pull. She remains calm, asks to see things. It's always smart. Never take their word for it and be like, yep, I would like to see that, if they're trying to use your own words. Didn't you say? Because what they'll do is characterize what you said, not actually say what you said, which gives the jury a false impression and tries to bait you into answering something in a way that you didn't answer it before using different words. And then they'll say, well, you used this word last time, not that word. It's all a bunch of nonsense, but like, it's a way for them to try to impeach you. And Jen's ready for it. She knows that she's not going to fall for this crap. Like, I do think they should call Mr. Burns, but I don't know what we'd get out of it, really. I feel like he would just sit there and lie for his daughter at this point, you know? I don't know, because it sounded to me as if the court asked her to have that Zoom, which means the judge. So I don't think that's what happened. Right? Exactly. You should call him next because he's in a bitchy mood and see how bad it happens. A lot, Patty. What part did you miss? Or which parts did you miss? I guess I should say. Because there's been a lot today. I mean, Jen is really just doing an amazing job of sort of pissing off Alan Jackson because she's not giving him the answers that he wants. Like, all of it. Oh, you poor thing. I could say that, like I just said, Jen McCabe's doing fantastic on the stand, dealing with Alan Jackson's bullshit per usual. He's badgering her, asking her the same questions a multitude of times because he's not getting the answer that he wants out of her. I do think Hank needs to object a little more, or the judge needs to step in and, like she has, but only on very small occasions, and stop them from doing what they are doing. Like, they cannot keep asking 14 questions. If Hank asks a question more than 2 or 3 times, and they give the same answer, it's usually 2 times. Once he asks it the 3rd time, the judge stops him and goes, all right, she's already answered it. You don't see that happening when it comes to the defense, and I have a problem with that, but that's not that's not anything we haven't seen before from this judge, so it's not something I expected, but we expected it. But doesn't make it any less shitty, you know? Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah, but the Commonwealth has also went back and corrected the record on paper. That's what you're supposed to do if you forget something, or if you read something wrong or mischaracterize it by accident. You're supposed to go back and correct the record. You do not see the defense correcting the record about a goddamn thing they've misrepresented or lied about outright. And it's been proven over and over and over, you know? It's a terrible thing, you know? Yeah, Mr. Burns went nuclear, apparently. Isn't that the irony? Shocking. Wonder where his daughter gets it from. It is early days, but if I knew nothing, I would have no clue what Jackson is trying to assume. Well, that's the thing, right? I thought about that too, which is like, the jury has no friggin' idea what he's doing here. To them, this looks like you're just badgering a witness who is in the home and happened to be there, who has family and friends. Like, that's not We all have family and friends in the places that we live. Like, that doesn't really make any goddamn sense to the jury. This doesn't make really logical sense, other than him trying to be like, well, you and Carrie Roberts were trying to get your story straight. And then, of course, Jen is like, no, like, that's not what happened. Like, so, I mean, other than like him drawing that little bit of a line, like, the jury has no idea what he's even trying to get at this point. Like, she's definitely cool, calm, and collected. It's smart. It's very smart. Like, but yes, Grave went nuclear. We have to remember the defense hasn't even come out with their master stroke defense, but this time I like the fact that Hank's case has been far superior to first time, and jury will get a verdict. I think they'll get a verdict, Marilyn. I really do. I do think that they will get a guilty. I don't know if it'll be all of them, some of them, I don't know, but I do think that there will be a guilty out of this. Thus far, what I can tell you is that it's just not good. None of this has been good for the defense, and they're completely oblivious to the fact that it's not going well for them. They live in such a delusional world in their heads that, like, you can see like the first and second row of like the Reed family sometimes like smirking and laughing as if like the attorneys on the defense are doing a good job. And I just sit here and laugh because I'm like, you guys are so delusional and live in such a different world than the rest of the entire world that you actually think that this is going well for you when it's going really bad for you. And that just shows you, like, the fact that they think bringing Dr. Russell or Richard Green or Arca back is going to help them in any way. Hank is going to eviscerate them. They're going to be the most uncredible people on planet Earth. Like, never mind the fact that, once again, even when Lally did this case in the first trial, the jury did not find them credible, the defense witnesses. They just didn't. They found Jen McCabe very credible. They found Kerry credible. They found all the witnesses credible, but they did not find the defense witnesses credible. What does that tell you? That this time around, when Hank's doing even better, they most certainly are not going to find the defense witnesses credible, and now we have more information. Like, that's the thing. Defense does not know when to quit, and they're going overboard. That's Jackson's biggest problem. Alessi's biggest problem is never shutting up and never getting to the point, and asking, you know, the same question 72 different ways, but never, once again, actually making a valid point. Jackson's is overdoing the badgering of people. It's not going to help him here. And I do think that this is an intelligent jury. I think most juries know what the hell's going on, you know? I don't know. Something about Florida and the way they do shit over there drives me crazy. There's been a couple cases that they have found, quote, not guilty in Florida that should have been an easy hands down guilty. So I don't know. Florida, even though it's beautiful and I would love to live there, just for the weather, it's questionable when it comes to juries. Oh yeah, the jury definitely gets it, Marilyn. 100% they do. That's the thing, is what kind of precedent does this set for trials? And especially trials in Massachusetts in front of this judge. It sets a very shitty precedent that these people can keep doing this in front of this judge and nothing is going to be done about it. Defense can do whatever they want, lie, steal, misrepresent to the court, delete shit, work in Signal, do all that crap, and yeah, and nothing will happen. I think that's a shitty precedent. Hank lined up the witnesses perfectly. He's forcing them from the start to go with this bullshit theory. And after hearing nonsense for weeks, jury's going to realize they're full of shit. Yeah, they are. And also remember that we have clips. Hank's going to play the clips. The clips are going to get played after every witness, and it's going to show exactly what the defense is arguing against, in Karen's own words, is true, coming out of Karen's own mouth. So it doesn't, that none of that helps the defense. It's very bad for them. The fact that she still can't shut up outside of court, as of yesterday too, like, not helping her. Stella said, don't think it's really bad for defense or prosecution. It's still early in the trial. Hank and Jackson both doing a great job. Hank is better than Lally. Alessi is awful. I have to disagree with you there, Stella. I do not think Alan Jackson is doing well in this at all. He's made a lot of mistakes. And he's not getting to the point. Alan Jackson's points are not being, like, not being made, and he's not moving on after making the point, which is what makes it stick out in their minds. He's harping on one issue because he's not getting the answer he wants, and that makes him look bad. It does not make him look good. To a jury, they're wondering why you keep badgering someone who keeps answering the question over and over that they don't know an exact time. They would never be, they're going to put themselves in her shoes, and they're going to say, I could never give an exact time, because why would I be paying attention to the time? If I was just looking out the window, I'm not looking for any specific car. I'm not looking to my left, right. I'm not looking down. I just looked to see if someone was there, and I went and sat back down. I didn't look at my watch to see what time it was. They're going to put themselves in her shoes to be able to relate. And so his badgering to them could be them. That's not going to go over well for the defense at all. He definitely is getting to the point by skipping some of the other witnesses. I think there was no need to. At first, I questioned why not bring in Aruba, but I don't think they really needed to at this point, because and I think the whole point why is because the argument wasn't about Aruba. The argument was about Bella's mom's house. That's why Karen was so angry. So you didn't really need the Aruba stuff, you know? And you didn't need to bring in, I think it was the Colakeithises that she called in the morning too, when she was at work, because that would just be double testimony to like basically what Carrie and Jen is going to tell them. You know what I mean? She's doing a great job. That's for sure in dealing with him, because I would have already snapped and been like, listen, buddy, I'm giving you all of the truth and you just don't want to hear it. So yeah, she's definitely answering questions he doesn't like and giving answers that doesn't make Karen look good and isn't, but it's the truth. Like, oh, he's definitely probably not even going to eat lunch. He's probably just going to be going through paperwork the entire lunch. Ooh, I wonder too, Patty. I wonder too. Marilyn said, okay, about Alessi, who is a character to look, but even more icky is his voice. I've heard other people say it's not really his voice that bothers me. I feel like it's more the way he accentuates every single word or something that he thinks is important. It's not important to anyone else. And so people are wondering why you're talking like this and accentuating after every single word. He makes these dramatic pauses throughout an entire sentence and then says like the same thing over again, like 2 or 3 times. And it doesn't, like, he's not making like a point with it. So it doesn't really make any sense. Like, that's where his voice starts to get to me. Like, it's not so much his voice as it is the endless amount of like 3-sentence, run-on sentence talking he does before he ever asks a question. And even then, the question isn't really clear that he's asking. So like, you're not even hearing the answer because all you're hearing is him ramble on, really. Like, oh, he already said he was going to play a clip. Definitely said he was going to. You really can't, Grave. You can't. You cannot cut a Boston beef with an LA tinsel tongue. You cannot do it. I mean, it's plausible with this family. Anything's plausible. Yeah, right? I mean, that's what Karen got so mad about was Bella's mom. Although, to be fair, I don't know what she was so jealous or upset about. Oh, yeah, Karen's definitely... If Mr. Burns is pissed, that means Karen has been pissed, I do believe they will play some clip I think maybe that's the one they're arguing about. They have an issue with a clip or something. So I wonder if that's one of the ones. Yeah, we talked about it already. Twice, actually. Since lunch break started. Because, Tanja, I'll tell you why. Because the FBI and the state police and our local police are, and I don't mean, this is the best way I can say this without being extremely harsh, is they're uneducated about how to follow the cyber stalking laws and how to enforce the cyber stalking laws. So in turn, they just don't. And that's a mistake. But that's exactly how. It's because the FBI, the Attorney General's office, the state police, the local PD, they're not addressing the cyber stalking aspect of it. It's a crime. It's a federal crime. But I think since 2017, 19, somewhere around there, they had actually prosecuted, it was either 2 or 4. So I can count on one hand how many that they've actually prosecuted or done anything with cyber stalking cases. And this one is very clear, cut and dry cyber stalking. And yet here we are, And so I can answer that. That's exactly why. They don't want to deal with it. So they don't charge because they don't know how to deal with cyber crimes. It's unfortunate, but if you do research, there's not a lot of that being dealt with. The only cyber crimes you really see the FBI dealing with is like terrorism crimes. To be fair, this defense team are like terrorists in my opinion. Like this whole sham of them is a terroristic threat in my goddamn opinion. So Jennifer said Karen's the type that wants to keep the fight going. Hearing Bella's mom gave her an excuse to start with John and he was done with that crap. Yeah, I don't blame him. I think that's exactly kind of what happened. And then she got mad and she backed up, you know? That's basically what happened. Karen is for sure mad at Jackson. She's giving them all a hard time. No, she doesn't accept no. To be fair, I don't know what that word means. I don't know what no means, guys. I don't know what that means. I don't take no for an answer. But seriously, I mean, when you're advocating for people, you should probably never take no for an answer because you want to help them, right? So like when a government entity tells you no, just know that sometimes those government entities are lying to you to just get you to go away. So don't take no for an answer. But you're right. It's her entitlement. And that's part of the problem here is she thinks she has to always win. And she's so used to her entire life just throwing money at a problem and it being solved, kind of like she did in Aruba, except it's not solving this problem for her. And even with all of her cult paying for it, you know? And yeah, they do it under the banner of free speech, but it's very clearly cyber stalking. And the FBI, the police, they could do something about it. They choose not to. Let's not mince words here. That's unfortunately what happens. And that doesn't mean that, like, you know, I don't respect them for their job. Like, but I told you guys, I'm not really for or like, I'll buy a cup of coffee when I'm at Mary Lou's or a first responder. But I also have had some really bad instances with police that do lie and have been corrupt. So, I mean, it's kind of a toss up. You're going to find it everywhere. You're going to find good cops everywhere. You're going to find bad cops everywhere. It's just, it is what it is. And they just have not enforced the cyber stalking laws, whether it's statewide or even federal wide. They just haven't. And they really need to. Like, yeah, that drives me crazy too, Marilyn. The pauses in between every single word. Like, Ian was kind of like some of the questions he asked, Ian was like, I don't understand what you're asking. Like, because he answered it like 4 times and he's like, that's not even a thing. Like, reminds me of Pissed Off Evil Mr. Bean. Someone dubbed him yesterday. That's hilarious. Pissed Off Evil Mr. Bean. Right? Maybe he did bring a financial connoisseur. Well, that's another thing. Alan Jackson thinks everything's a gotcha moment, and what he's not realizing is it's not a gotcha that he thinks it is. It's actually making him look bad. Oh, there is a clear line written into the law, but they're not enforcing it. They're not enforcing it, and that's half the problem here, and it makes more victims. It's not right, you know? Yeah, the clip does go to consciousness of guilt. I mean, Hank can ask for a consciousness of guilt instruction to the jury as well. Bev asked if he wanted it last time. He said no. So, yeah, he's trying to get an aha moment, but there are no aha moments to be gotten. Yeah, Mr. Bean. I mean, she's had a couple. I don't know why she hasn't answered to a few things. Quite a few people, Stella. Quite a few. Quite a few. Ooh, you raged out on Amazon. What'd they do? Chamomile sounds nice. That would put me to sleep, though, to be fair, Anna. Like, TV committed himself to Jesus. He said how Jesus hoped Telly would. Yeah, that was absurd. That is definitely criminal. So the problem is he does these dog whistle threats and then says, but I didn't actually threaten them. Okay, but there are things built into the law for dog whistles. And once again, he needs to be held accountable, although I do think he will be. He is delusional. You are 100% right, B. Harley. He should be banned from YouTube forever, Tanja. You're 100% right. Yeah, witnesses, children, supporters of the witnesses, like you name it. Quite a few people. He has over 100 stock accounts. What does that tell you? His girlfriend has more than 24. Just those 2 alone. Never mind the rest of the inside of the cult. Yeah, he said a lot more about Tully and his family, and I believe it absolutely is a crime. It definitely is. Mr. Bean was hilarious. I used to watch Mr. Bean cartoons. We put glasses on his face thinking about a Star Trek character. Exactly. There are good and bad in every, every kind of job. And that includes police, judges, doctors, lawyers. Like, you got them in every profession. No, he hasn't had one. Not a single one. He thinks he does, but I guess you're going to have to go back and watch it and realize it's not what he thinks it is at all. If he was pulled up on that one, he'd probably go down the route of play acting, having a Jesus complex, and open up a commune, cult, compound, and combos between him and Jesus are true, right? I really had those conversations, Your Honor. He really spoke to me. Yeah, that Kool-Aid must taste real good, huh? 2 times 5, Mama Bree, 2 times 5. Play that shit on 2 times 5 like I told Jack, and then skip all the breaks and you'll catch right up. Yep. Yeah, so that's what we heard about the delay, that the Reed family got a little bit of a talking to because they were, like, getting into it with the O'Keefes. And that Mr. Reed had a little outburst at Jackson, basically telling him to do his job. Well, unfortunately, I guess he's doing his job to the best of his ability, which is not a good ability right now. Yeah, when Jen said, no, we didn't cooperate stories, he asked that like 20 times. Yes, he did. You are right, B. Harley. So it should have been at some point where the judge either said, okay, she answered that, because the judge has stepped in when Hank's asking a question, like, okay, that question was answered. Like, she answered the question 100 friggin' times. Should have stepped in, and of course didn't. That's no shock. The aggression doesn't play well, in my opinion, to a jury. She seems like she was a friend who was traumatized. Exactly. And that is exactly it, is the jury's going to put themselves in her place, and that is not going to look good to them. Bree wants to know if anybody else remembers all the way back when Judge Cannoni wagged her finger and told the defense to cut the shit, yesterday. Worked great, didn't it, Judge? Yep. Sure did. Yep. And how many is that time that she's told him to cut the shit? Like, at this point, it's not the first time. Walk that doggy, Potluck. Yep, Anna wants a picture of that dog poop, that she can walk her dog and put the picture down and be like, look, you did it. We're going back in the house. I am too. He's got a very good style. It's also hard not to listen to him, so that's a good thing. Bev needs to do that with AJ. How are you allowed to make assumptions and questioning and control some made-up narrative? That's another problem. She needs to stop him from having narrative, because they're not allowed to do that, and stop him from making statements that are not fact, which is why she did stop him at one point, though, and tell the jury, like, jury, remember I told you, statements from the attorneys are not evidence. You are to disregard their comments. Okay, but you need to also stop him from making such comments. Like, he is trying some subliminal narrative. He tried it last time too. It's like throwing in those words like, weren't you just doing this? Weren't you? You were just standing there doing this and doing this and doing this. Yes. And then she says, no, but it's still him saying to a jury, like, this is what I believe she did. And that needs to be stopped. Oh, I hear you, DJ. I agree 1,000%. I will try not to, Potluck. I mean, back in the day, I liked to mix Kool-Aid, but I mean, if someone handed me Kool-Aid and said, you need to drink this and do what I say, I would tell them to go F themselves. Like, now they're drinking some kind of like spiked Kool-Aid that I don't think I would like. Like, they're definitely drinking Kool-Aid full of shit. No, you don't need dog poo? No? Oh, yeah, you would definitely win by default with a Mastiff. You got that all day. All day. How dare the Reeds to besmirch the good Bentley name. I mean, Bentley's got to be very, I would guess, embarrassed by this whole fiasco, Oh, yeah, he lied. There's pictures of both of them having lunch with them. But he also lied a few times in his voir dire testimony. A few. He deleted all of them from last year. People saved them, though, so, like, I don't know what he thought he was getting by that. If the Kool-Aid's purple, I'm in. Pink Kool-Aid cult. They will never ruin the color pink for me. It wasn't Karen. It was her dad, I guess. I don't know, telling him to do his job. Mad they're not doing so hot, I guess. That's what I'm guessing. Cannabis hour. Anybody who needs to smoke, you better get it ready before they come back from lunch. I say, let AJ keep it up. The jurors will be put off by it and start to get toned. I agree with that statement, Navin, 100%. Like, that's exactly what I think is happening. You better tell your husband to, assume the position sitting next to you or something, Alba. My hubby right here, he gets a nice head rub, gets to chill out next to me. We both win. Win-win. You tell him, Alba, he can take notes from my husband.
Mm.
He's like half asleep. Huh? Oh, I can't do grape. I don't know how you guys do grape anything. Grape is not... I can drink grape Propel. That's it. I can't do any sort of like grape soda or anything like that. No, he like deleted them, I guess. He deleted, like, I guess, Nan, the one who donates hundreds of dollars to all those people on a daily... she told him he should probably take some down. A popsicle. Ooh, that sounds good. I ate my last SpongeBob popsicle that Tracy got me, and they were delicious. I'm not going to lie. I ate most of them. Edibles? Girl, you better be able to pay attention if you eat those edibles. Yeah, Daddy Reed always pays the bill. Hank mentioned he gave Canoni some clips. I don't know about the lunch, because that's something they already addressed in the voir dire and something they would address when it comes to crossing ARCA, but they have clips that they're going to play of Karen. They do. He has to know they're losing. I mean, you are completely blind if you don't see this is going not so well for Karen and her team. Like, oh, right? I'd be like, screw. See you later. Isn't this soon to be ex-hubby, Anna, that we're going to have your divorce party for? Oh, that's right. You guys are a different time zone. It's 8 p.m. there. Oh, you know what I usually do if I want my husband to shut up and just go to sleep? I just put his head down on my lap and I rub his head and he falls asleep in like 5 minutes. I just go, shh, and he doesn't complain. He just goes to sleep. Try that. See if that works. Right, Pip? Mm. Iced tea is good. I haven't had iced tea in a long time. With testimony so far, if there is a free Karen Reed on the jury, how can they vote not to convict? That'd be a damn good question, but they'd be outing themselves as an FKR real quickly. That's for damn sure, because anybody who would vote not convict right away, it would be abundantly clear. I would have come out of my chair by now. Carolyn, me too. She's holding her cool, and I don't know how she's doing it, because there's no chance I would be that cool. EDB is saying how Hank is going to have a hard time because so many things just don't make sense. Has she been paying attention to anything at all? Once again, have her go back to the car data and tell me with John's phone data how anything else could happen. She's like, no offense, but like she clearly has not been paying attention to a goddamn thing. Just saying. And DeWerkso could not watch much. What happened with the new theory and the garage door? Nothing. Absolutely nothing. And it was lost upon the jury. Anything about the garage. Absolutely nothing thus far. They made like one point about it when Ian Whiffen was up there, and that was like pretty much it. Oh, good. So he gets 10 points for being amazing. 10 points, sir. Good job. Eat the edibles. It's the only way to space out when AJ comes back. No, save the edibles for Alessi, y'all. Save the edibles for that. Canada has legalized the wacky tobacco so I can get high dose shutter. You know what's funny? My grandmother used to call, God bless her soul, we miss her. She's been gone a while, but she used to call weed the wacky tobacco. Is that the wacky tobacco? And I don't smoke weed, but the wacky tobacco, that's what she would call it. Hilarious. Earn her freedom feather soon. His head. You know, this. It's a good scalp rub. My mom used to rub my sister's hair when she would go to sleep. My daughter makes me rub her head right here. Just do this until she falls asleep. It's worked on all my kids. It's a magic trick. It's a magic trick. Well, he's mad because she's staying calm and she's not freaking out. That's what he's so mad about, and it's funny. Well, that's another thing, is that they worked together. So clearly she's got a bias in this. I mean, I'm not saying that I don't, because I clearly think Karen is guilty. But you can't act like you're in the middle when you're not in the middle. Like, oh yeah, the grift is to ignore the truth. Ignore all the evidence and all the truth, and then whatever, you know? There is no footage. There is no footage. You're not going to see the footage. There's no footage. Not that I know of, at least yet. Yeah, they have some theory about, oh, the garage. It's just funny because, like, didn't they say it was the basement and the basement door and the basement in the first trial? So how are they switching to the garage now? You guys knew who did it, right? Steve, they know who did it. And then they said they didn't know. And then when they were asked to name the third parties, they named 3 people, one of which that wasn't even there. So we know that they have no idea what the hell they're talking about. EDB, Emily D. Baker. That's very true. It was taped during that time, the lunch stuff. You're right. I forgot about that. Yeah. Yeah, you're right. It was during the trial, so. The white circle that covered much of the house didn't reach the garage, Graves said. My mom calls it dope. I'm like, Mom, we don't call it that anymore. Yeah, that's my same thing. My grandmother, that was the other word she used. But I'm like, that's a totally different drug now these days, just saying. Like, the big white circle shows that Karen was there. I do not doubt at all that some of these people are. I don't think that they necessarily need to be paid by Karen herself. I think they're sucked in by Karen saying, listen, if you just cover this on the way that I'm innocent, or her team, like saying, if you just cover it this way, like you will get plenty of money coming into your channel. Look at all the other channels and all the donations they get. And I think they get sucked in that way so that they don't necessarily have to pay them out of pocket, that they get paid by all the viewers that buy the conspiracy. And I think that's how they're like covering their tracks in that aspect, because they don't actually have to pay them out of pocket. Exactly, Anna. That's at least what it means in this state. I know different states have like different slang terms for things too. The cops use different words. Yeah, the garage was retooling. Oh yeah, I would have too. I would have too, Carolyn. I would have probably snapped by now and been like, what part of this are you not understanding, Mr. Jackson? Let me slow it down for you. This is what happened. I cannot give you the answers you're looking for because you're looking for a vast conspiracy that doesn't exist. Yep. You know, I just want them to rub their one brain cells that they own, like each, together and see if it works, you know? It makes me sad though, B. Harley. I'm not gonna lie. For someone that loves the law as much as I do, it makes me sad. It does. They make this, you know, profession and this justice system look bad by doing things like that, you know? So that's what we're saying. Everything when they sent everyone out was the judge had a good talking to with the Reeds about the devil's lettuce. Yeah, that was another one that it was called. Saying things to the O'Keefes, and apparently Bill Reed yelled at Jackson. Those are the 2 things that were being told happened. They're just playing cool. Last year it was Colin in the basement with a dumbbell. This year it's Brian in the garage with rocks or glass or something. Exactly. Or Chloe in the pool with the cell phones. Mary Jane, yep, that was another one. Karen looks, she's got RBF, resting bitch face. Oh yeah, the jury watches her, you know, so like, and she can't help her facial expressions anymore. Oh yeah, they definitely figured it out, that's for sure. Repulsive, but they figured it out, you know. Yeah, the Menendez brothers did. Their family did for them, at least. A lot of trials it's happening, which is kind of gross to me. Like, listen, if I get sponsors for a video, like, cool, the sponsors can pay me to like shout out their product or show their product or show their website or whatever, but like, I would never allow myself to be sponsored by a murderer. Like, that just, and then again, when you're doing sponsors, you say this video is sponsored by, or this portion of the video is sponsored by, so that people know that that person like gave you money or a product in turn for you mentioning their thing for 30 seconds or a minute, whatever. Like, these people are not doing that. So they're hiding whatever it is that they are getting. Girl, me too. Not from my nightie, but totally from my bed at the moment. With my shirt that says, oh, look, nobody gives a shit. And my skull is looking for his flying fox, as you can see. He's looking for the flying fox that nobody gives. And excuse me with my swearing, but you know, it's just me. I can't help it. I'm from Boston. Give me a break. Give me a break. I do have some conflicting feelings about the Menendez brothers case as well. No, it doesn't. And then maybe that's because we've suffered abuse to know that, but you know, I have to guess that if William Reed, Mr. Reed, was yelling at him, that Karen was also upset, Michael. Birds of a feather is right. Where does the dog come into all this? Nowhere. They just want the dog to be the one that, like, somehow did something wrong. The poor dog. Like, Mary Jane. You know, they might be related. Too many stories. Alan Jackson was talking about stories. Why don't you talk about the multiple ones that Karen has come up with? Well, that's another thing. He's not even going with one cohesive theory right now. He's literally spreading multitude of, like, implying a multitude of conspiracy theories that don't all go together as one cohesive thing. And that is going to be, that's another problem they had in the first trial they're going to have in this one, which is making the jury believe one cohesive thing. If you're off blaming this one and that one and this, and none of those things go together, or it's proven that those can't go together, jury's going to be like, disregard the whole thing. Like, that sucks, Brittany. That hurts my heart for you, you know? Professor Plum in the kitchen with a candlestick. With the revolver. Yeah, Anna told me that too. Just makes me sad. Nature and nurture and all that different. That's true. Colonel Mustard in the library. That's Karen. She's Colonel Mustard. Could see her with that hat and a mustache. He doesn't care. He talks about everybody else making money, but fails to, or how they don't give it to Karen, but fails to tell anybody that he doesn't give Karen a single thing off the shirts that he makes with her name on it. You love my shirts? I love that. I love that you love my shirts. I ordered a couple things for my daughter for Easter that didn't come until recently, and every couple things you get like a free thing on Temu, and a couple of these shirts came from that, actually, funny enough. I also bought my daughter a couple things for her apartment, her new apartment, so she's just starting out, so gotta start accumulating stuff. I want her to make it homey, you know? Homey! Can you imagine when the jury will watch the waterfall video and if they will be seeing the yeah, no kidding. Once they see that, they're going to be like, what in the hell is this guy talking about? It's clearly play fighting. They're clearly, like, doing what guys do and, like, you know, wrestling, like, a little bit. And it just looks, any guy who was a guy on that jury, which, as we know, 50% of the jurors are men and 50% are women, their jury is going to disregard anything he had to say about that. Yeah, it doesn't all need to be a conspiracy. Scott Peterson, definitely not innocent. Like, yeah, they did definitely tell Karen to wear a gentler color and sort of fade into the background, but she also, like, can't get her face out of a computer, and that's not helping her. Koberger was set up. That's a good one. Because it needed to be. That's why, Anna. It was capitalized because it needed to be. That's very true. It's very, very true. He did buy a replacement knife on Amazon. Hey, Sharon, let's throw Yannetti around to the wall and see if he sticks, right? At this point. Oh my God, yes. We do have that somewhere. I'd have to dig for it, but I do have it somewhere. I do have that video somewhere. I do. Judge Bev has made it clear to any criminal and attorney in Massachusetts she is okay with lying, cheating, and ambush and will allow it in her courtroom. I agree. I agree with you there. I do believe that that's the precedent she's setting by allowing this ARCA crap to continue. But I also think that ARCA makes themselves look bad at this point, and their cross-examination is going to be freaking hilarious, in my opinion. And so is Russell's, and so is Richard Green's. It's really going to be quite funny, if you ask me. Canton looks so pretty. Boston appears a great place to live and so close to New York. Love the courthouse. You have to come visit someday, Eileen. It is very pretty. Dedham's really pretty. Canton's really pretty. It's a small town. It's a place where you would want normally to raise a family. You know what I mean? Like, it's not one of those places that you wouldn't want to raise a family. It's not a shitty place to live. Like, you know, I think people have made it, you know, a place that they wouldn't want to quote go with a conspiracy, but it's actually a nice place to live. Canton is. Boston is extreme. I wouldn't recommend moving to Massachusetts though if you live in another state. We are one of the most expensive states to live in besides California. We're more expensive than New York. California and Hawaii are the only two states that are more expensive than we are. And those states are, first of all, Hawaii is an island. That's why that's expensive. California is like 10 times the size that we are. So a lot of it, like, you have to think about, we're so small. Like, so that's really bad. Like, everything is super duper expensive here. Like, everything, food, utilities, rent, like you name it. And it's probably 5 times what it is in your state. And so I don't suggest ever moving here if you live in a state that's not California or Hawaii or even New York, because they're expensive, just a little less expensive than we are, but still very expensive. So if you live in a different state, like down south or the Midwest, stay there. Don't move here because your bills would go up 10 times, you know? Someone posted a clip from the waterfall. Karen throwing clay punches. Yeah, she was like sitting right when she was doing that, and she kind of like went like that. I remember seeing that last trial and being like, what in the hell? Like, what in the actual hell is going on here? This doesn't make any sense. Like, I'm in California. It's extremely expensive to live here. I don't know how we all get by. We don't. We basically like scrape by. That's what we do. Like, I don't think we even pay for the good weather, right, Jennifer? No, this is it. This is, I mean, if they were back, we would see it on the screen. I leave it on the screen for trial. So hold on. Oh, no, they're still playing clips.
Not only,
Still playing clips. So we are not back yet. Have it on the screen. So yeah, supporting D&E is awesome, you know? Yes, it does have a very quaint and cobblestone feel. And there's lots of places to visit, even like going down to like Frog Pond and places like that. It's nice, especially in the summer. A fuse blew in the courthouse? Okay. Probably a few fuses blew. Squeezed by New York is crazy. Oh, I bet. I'm telling you, they should show TV video this, what everyone should see. I can't unsee. Ugh. Don't want to unsee any of the stuff that I've seen. Unfortunately, I can't unsee any of it, and some of it you don't want to see. Like, yeah, that's true. Yannetti does look defeated. If you look at him, he kind of is like staring off into space, and he's kind of just like putting his head in his hands sometimes. Sometimes he's like this, sometimes he's like this, and I'm like, he looks quite defeated. It's 2:01, so we will be restarting again any second. There's 348 of you total watching. So if you all can do me a favor and hit the like button, I'd appreciate it. And hit the subscribe button if you already have not. Share the video with your friends or your family or someone who is interested in the trial and doesn't think that there's a crazy giant conspiracy happening. Or even if they do, maybe they want to hear some actual real life information about it and not just conjecture. Send them the link. You can also support the channel by donating. These are the 3 ways. We also have an Apple Pay link that we figured out how to do. I am not smart when it comes to that, but that was figured out by PayPal. They like tell you can make one for Apple Pay. I don't use Apple Pay because I have no Apple products. I have Androids and Windows. I don't have any Apple products. Oh yeah, the oh no video. A nip from I did see that and I'm like, what is that? I mean, could it be a medication? I mean, it kind of did look like a flask, but could it be like a medication? Like, what is it? What is it? I mean, a fuse isn't like a hard thing to fix. I mean, if they have extra fuses, it's really just about replacing the fuse. So I'm not sure what you mean. Or resetting the whole thing. John DePetro says just about the same as we are commenting here about how it's going. Yeah, I mean, usually him, me, Matt, Tim Panic, usually like all at the same time. We're all here. And I don't get to watch their stuff till after, but I do find that after I'll go back and sort of look and see. And a lot of the stuff is like the same as what we're saying, you know? Oh, you're totally welcome. Joy said that she heard somewhere that Yannetti has ethical problems currently with another of his cases. I don't know anything about that. She wants to know if anybody knows anything about that. I don't, but it wouldn't surprise me at this point. Like, I need to stay drunk during trial to see it through Karen's eyes. I don't know. But no, I appreciate you guys, B. Harley. I'm more than happy. Listen, is OSHA in the building right now? No. OSHA is not sitting in the courthouse. They're not in the building right now.
OSHA violations I break.
Like, you know, like OSHA's not sitting in the building of the courthouse, dude. If a fuse blew, it's really not hard to fix. It wouldn't take more than a few minutes of my husband's horrible singing skills. Honey, keep your day job.
That's a meme.
It's a meme?
Yeah.
Oh.
I'm
gonna make you a meme. It's a meme about OSHA violations. That's hilarious.
Yeah.
Fuse from 1987. It probably is from 1987, Anna. It's an old courthouse. Like, it's a very old courthouse. I'm not saying they don't have to abide by OSHA regulations, but fixing a fuse is not something that takes 9 years to do. A blown fuse doesn't mean they need to fix an entire, like, electrical line. You know what I'm saying? Don't encourage him, Jesse. Ashley, you either. Ashley said,
hi.
He says hi. Hi. Yannetti was yawning all afternoon. If you encourage him, Jesse, he will sing. All right. And then I have to suffer the consequences. Otherwise, I will subject you guys to listening to him sing in the shower. Okay. Like, I'll just put the audio right up to the door and you guys can listen to him sing in the shower. Anyone else see Karen hanging around the fuse box, right? Imagine. We're just going to blow this fuse for the day because I'm just done with this day. OMG. That smells good. What is that? Oh, it's an everything bagel. He's got an everything bagel sandwich. Don't give him a microphone. We'd all be deaf by the end. I mean, usually these guys stop, like the law and crime people. They usually stop when they think lunch is over too. So that leads me to believe that, like, yeah, they're gonna not stop until they think court's coming back. The fuse blown was Mr. Reed. Well, yeah, that's why I said there was a few fuses blown at the courthouse today. Sunken Grave sends $50 and says, for a great job. Thank you, Sunken Grave. I appreciate you, my friend. There was never horror. I'd be in shock too if that happened outside of my house or my sister's house or a friend's house and I was inside. I'd be in shock too. That would be horrible. Pinch on my side. It feels like something's pinching. It's probably a muscle, but I'm also falling apart body-wise, so it doesn't shock me. It doesn't feel like my fibromyalgia, but it hurts, whatever that is. I've seen them talk about that. Oh, I thought you meant like shock and horror, like, you know, like the defense being like shock and horror. Like, I mean, I'd be horrified as well. What do you mean? You wouldn't be horrified if that happened? Hey, Jimbo. Was hoping Jen was when asked if Hank told her to be motherly, she should have said in first trial, TB was harassing me every single day. This trial is less harassment. I agree. There was a couple times it could have came in, you know. AJ and Karen want to go to court to give them a call at the bar when the fuse is fixed, right? Probably would, to be honest. I can try, Casey. I can try. Let's see. I can try and get some information and see what the deal is with that. There is a discussion online that motions. I mean, I've heard that discussion too, but I don't necessarily, I mean, they very well could have for threats, but I don't have a strong feeling that will happen. I'm looking to see if I can get any other information for you guys. Give me a second. Oh, this thing that's in my way. Hold on a second. I don't see anything yet, but sometimes what will happen is when a proceeding starts or something, I'll get like updates on what's happening or the Zoom information or whatever. Hold on. Let me see if I got. I don't see anything yet. I'm trying to see. Let's see if anybody has posted anything on X to see. Jams said to Better, your spin is wild. And it is. His spin is wild. The shit he says is completely, utterly ridiculous, disgraceful, and it is wild. Like, the judge is trying to stop the jury from knowing that Jen McCabe lied to the FBI. She didn't lie to the FBI. So, like, that take is, like, so utterly ridiculous. Yeah, like, he literally, like, the shit he says is, like, wild. Wild. I don't see. Let me see. I don't see anything. I don't see anything. Here's the thing, right? Is most people are not. Uh-oh. Hold on. They may have gotten a motion. Hold on. No, they're not back yet. This is live. Or are they? I'm unmuted right now. So if this is live, then we are back. This is a motion. So it looks like this was filed on April 26, 25. Oh, yeah, they are probably asking for a revocation of bail on him. I have a motion right here. Tully is the mastermind of all this shit. They literally write what he said. There is a chance that they could be asking for bail revocation because why else would they bring this up? So I guess we'll find out, won't we? Wow. All right, well, here it is, folks. I'll keep an eye on that. And here we go.
All right, sorry about the delay, jurors. We were told that we blew a fuse, and that's why we couldn't get started on time. So these old courthouses. So, all right, we appreciate your patience. Go ahead, Mr. Jackson.
Thank you, Your Honor. Ms. McCabe, when you first saw Ms. Reed's SUV pull up, very shortly thereafter, you sent a text to John O'Keefe, correct?
I walked to the door, saw the car, and that's when I sent him a text, yes.
Right. So you walked up to the door, saw the SUV outside, and then texted him something at that, basically while you're standing at the door.
I believe so, yes.
What did you text him?
Here?
Okay. That was, do you remember the time?
I don't know.
Would it refresh your recollection if you were to look at a series of text messages contained in a Celbrite report. I think you've seen this before.
Sure.
May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
Thank you. May I ask one foundational question before I give this to the witness? Ms. McCabe, I'm going to ask you about a series of text messages. It's not a memory contest in terms of the timing. I'm going to ask you about probably 5 or so. All of those purport to be contained in here. Do you remember the times of those 5 texts?
I don't off the top of my head.
Do you think it would refresh your recollection to look at all those in one felled swoop as you look at this document? So I don't have to go back and forth?
Are these in evidence?
This is not in evidence to my knowledge. Not yet.
Would it help you to remember?
Yeah.
Okay, why don't you bring it to Ms. McCabe?
Thank you.
Thank you. This is just my sake. This one is. Yeah, I just think it's so much. I might turn to that. Ms. McCabe, if you wouldn't mind, take a look at the tabs, not that whole document, it's too dense. Take a look at the tabs and go in reverse chronological order and see if that refreshes your recollection about the time and content of text messages that you sent to Mr. O'Keefe those early that early morning of January 29th.
Okay. Yes.
May I approach?
Yes.
Thank you.
I'm not going to have to remember the exact times of all 5, am I?
I'll help.
Okay, thank you.
Ms. McCabe, did you see a text on here that was consistent with your memory that you texted here?
Yes.
And was that at 12:14, I'm sorry, at 12:27 a.m.?
I don't know exactly. I'm assuming if it's on that paper.
If I may have just a moment, Your Honor.
Why don't I see counsel at Sidebar for just a minute?
Oh my God, with this sidebar bullshit, dude. I'm guessing she's got a problem with whatever the hell Jackson just handed her that wasn't already in evidence that should have been given to the prosecution if they wanted it to come in at any point or to be talked about. So I'm guessing she's kind of done with these tactics. But what's she really going to do? Nothing. Just as she's done in the past, nothing. Also, I thought we were told the reporters can no longer stand because I'm seeing standing reporters at the moment. They were told that they have to sit, but I see standing reporters. So I'm confused here. Like, do me a favor, y'all, while you're waiting. Hit the like button. There's 339 of you. Hit the share button. Subscribe if you already haven't. Make sure you change your little notification bell to all instead of some so that you'll always be notified when we go live so you don't miss anything. You don't want to miss a second of this fucking circus. Donate to the channel if you can.
Ms. McCabe, we're going to make it a little easier for you, okay?
Thank you.
Trial days are very, very slow with donations to the channel, so it's been a bit of a struggle during the trial. So if you can help out, we always appreciate it very, very much.
May I?
Yes.
Your Honor, I would offer the following stipulation at 12:14:27 on January 29th, 2022. Text message from Jen McCabe to, text message from John O'Keefe's phone to Jen McCabe's phone. Where to? At 12:20, all these are on January
what is his
29th,
point?
2022 at 12:27:33 from Jennifer McCabe's phone to John O'Keefe's phone. Here, exclamation point, question mark. Same date, 12:31:47 from Jen McCabe's phone to John O'Keefe's phone. Pull behind me. Same date, 12:40:31 from Jen McCabe's phone to John O'Keefe's phone. Hello. 12:42 and 9 seconds. Text message from Jennifer McCabe's phone to John O'Keefe's phone. Where are the letter U?
Okay, thank you.
Finally, 12:45 and 53 seconds from Jen McCabe's phone to John O'Keefe's phone. Hello. I would offer the stipulation that those are correct times and dates and contents of the text messages between John O'Keefe's phone and Jen McCabe's phone on January 29, 2022.
All right, and that's what you're agreeing to, Mr. Brennan?
Yes, Your Honor, is contained in the Celbrite report.
Okay. All right, folks, so I told you yesterday about a stipulation when I talked about something in the front line. This is similar. So what you just heard, both lawyers agree that that's information contained in a Celbrite report.
Thank you, Your Honor. May I continue?
Yes.
At some point, you indicated that, and by the way, Ms. McCabe, at 12:27, it's now been stipulated to, you texted a single word, here, exclamation point, question mark, correct?
Yes.
Okay. You indicate that you saw the SUV move up after it was in front of the 34 Fairview residence. It moved up some number of feet, correct?
The next time I looked, it was at a different location.
Right. Now, you did not see the white Jeep move from the place that you originally saw it in front of the mailbox, correct?
I never looked out at the white Jeep.
But you never saw that move ever?
No.
As a matter of fact, Mr. Higgins, that Jeep was in the same spot while Mr. Higgins was inside the residence until he left, correct?
That's what I would assume, yes.
Okay. And you never saw him go out and move his car and come back in or anything like that?
I never did, no.
After you, it's fair to say that once you noted that the SUV, Ms. Reed's SUV, was in front of the location, you started paying some attention to it.
I went to the door a few times to look out, yes.
As a matter of fact, in the course of about 19 minutes, you went to the door no fewer than 5 times, correct?
I'm not sure if it was 5.
You've indicated in previously that for every time you went to the door and saw the SUV, you texted something, which are the texts contained in the document that was just stipulated to. Is that right?
I did text 5 times, you are correct.
Okay, so it's fair to say if you texted 5 times, then you went to the door 5 times, if those were associated with one another. You walk up, look at the door, see the SUV, and text something. Here, pull behind me, where are you? Those texts, correct?
I remember going to the front door, seeing the car, and texting here. When I went to the door the second time, the car had moved up towards the flagpole, and I texted, pull behind me, because I thought, did they not know where to park? Did they think they were at the wrong house?
So my question is this. Every time you went to the door, you texted something.
I'm not sure that I did, yes.
Do you remember
I'm not sure that I did, sorry.
Do you remember a year ago testifying that every single time you texted, you indicated that you looked out at the SUV and saw something that prompted you to text something?
Am I aware that I said that?
Correct, that you testified to that.
Could you show that to me, please?
Sure.
Thank you.
May I, Your Honor?
Yes.
Take a look at the highlighted
Sure.
portion and just read that to yourself. Let me know when you're finished.
Okay.
May I?
Yes.
Ms. McCabe, does that refresh your recollection about the issue we were just talking about?
I see what's written down, yes.
Okay. Did you testify in answer to the following question? And as a matter of fact, you looked every single time that you texted, you indicated that you looked out at the SUV and saw something that prompted you to text something, correct? Answer, correct.
I answered correct to that,
Okay.
yes.
So if you looked out, I'm sorry, if you texted 5 times, that's all I'm getting to, you went to the door about 5 times.
I'm not sure. I remember definitely going twice. And again, if I misstated or I said I went 5 times, 4 times, I apologize.
Well, do you think this testimony is in error?
No, I don't. I'm thinking with my memory, it was 3 years ago, and I'm thinking that maybe I wasn't clear on that detail of how many times that I went to the door.
And
What I
certainly,
can tell you I'm clear on is that I did go twice, and I saw it. I saw it straight ahead. I saw it at the flagpole, and a third time further up. I cannot say with certainty with my memory today that I was up at that door every single time. I'm sorry.
and then, and by the way, when you testified, as you just saw, that was a year ago, correct?
Yes.
A year earlier and a year closer to the event, correct?
Yes, it was.
Your memory would have been a little bit fresher then than it is now, a year later.
I don't think I can compare my memory then to now.
You can't compare your memory? Do you think your memory gets better with time or fades a little with time?
Well, some things, unfortunately, I think about every single day with this case, the trauma of it and what I experienced and went through. And there are some things that I am certain I will never forget. And I know for sure where the car was, and I know for sure I sent those 2 texts, but I apologize if I misstated. I went up more than I did. I'm just trying to give you what I remember today.
Let's talk about those texts and and you looking out the door. You did approach the door and you saw that the vehicle was there the initial time, correct? That's 1.
When I texted here, yes.
And you texted here, exclamation point, question mark. Is that right?
Correct.
And you indicated that when you first saw the vehicle, it was straight out ahead of you in front of the front door, and it was stationary. Is that right?
Yes.
Then you said you went back to the door and you saw that it had moved up, quote, a little bit. Isn't that right?
Yes.
Toward the flagpole. Is that right?
Is that the flagpole? Yes.
And when you saw that it had moved up toward the flagpole, then you texted again at 12:40, which has been stipulated to hello. Is that right?
When I saw it move up to the flagpole, I believe I texted pull behind me.
When you went the second time, and by the way, it's my mistake. I got I jumped over 1. It was 12:31:47, which we stipulated to pull behind me. That's when the SUV was up closer to the flagpole, correct?
I believe so, yes.
Then you went yet again at 12:40 and saw the SUV yet again and texted hello. It was the second hello.
I'm not sure if that was when I texted hello.
But you did see that the SUV had moved again.
Yes.
Now where was it?
At first, it was straight ahead. Then it was at the flagpole, and then it was further up.
Then at 12:42, 2 minutes later, you texted, where are you, correct?
Yes.
Okay. At that point, it was still up by the flagpole?
No, I'm not saying that it was still outside.
Where was it?
I'm not sure where the vehicle was.
At 12:45, you texted yet again, hello. Is that right?
Yes, I did.
You've indicated that was, you texted hello the last time you saw the vehicle. Is that right?
I'm not saying that today, no.
Well, did you say it previously?
In my testimony, did I say that the last time I texted? Do you have that written that I could see?
You just read it.
Well, that was your question that you had read to me. I never came out and said that.
Ms. McCabe, I asked you if you testified to that a year ago. That's my question. Did you testify to that a year ago, that when you went, every single time you went to the door, you texted something because seeing the vehicle prompted you to text something to Joan?
That's a summary of maybe the...
Did you testify to that a year ago?
To what? That when I went to the door? Yeah, different times when I went to the door, I did text, yes.
And then you testified as well that you went to the door a final time and saw that the SUV was gone. It had left, correct?
Yes, at one point I did.
And that was just a couple of minutes after your last text at 12:45. Is that right?
I'm not sure of the time.
Matter of fact, you've testified previously that it was around 12:50 that you last went to the door and noted that the car was completely gone. Is that right?
I'm not sure of that.
You're not sure of that?
No, if you could show me, I'd appreciate it.
At some point, did you note that the vehicle was gone? Let's get to that.
Yes,
Around what time was that?
I do not know.
12:45, a little before, a little after?
I'm not sure. I can't give a time.
Would it refresh your recollection to look at how you testified to that particular time last year?
Sure.
May I?
Yes.
Thank you. The highlighted portion,
Thank you.
Ms. McCabe? Yeah.
Yes.
Ms. McCabe, does that refresh your recollection as to what time last year you indicated that you went to the door and saw that the SUV was gone?
It says on the paper that I was asked if after 12:45 it was gone, and I answered correct.
Okay,
I never gave a time.
all right. And that coincides with the last hello that you texted to John's phone, correct?
Again, I don't have that paper in front of me. Is that the
Well, that's
time?
the stipulation. That's what you don't need to worry about
Okay.
that. That's been stipulated to. Your last hello text was at 12:45.
Okay.
Okay,
Yes.
so that coincides, that testimony from last year coincides with your last text message saying hello. You noted that the SUV at that point had gone, had left, correct?
Correct.
So if I hear your testimony correctly, you saw the SUV in position 1.
Yes.
There was a text or something, or 2 maybe. Then you saw it in position 2. You went back to the door and noted that SUV had moved and it was now closer to the flagpole, correct?
We've just asked 2 questions.
It had moved closer to the
The
flagpole.
first question is, you said I saw it and I sent a text, or 2. I know I just said 1 here.
Okay. Then you saw it a second time,
Correct.
and now it's closer to the flagpole.
Yes, correct.
And there's texting going on. I'm not getting down to the minute of the text, but there's texting going on. You're sending texts.
I'm sending, yes.
Okay. Then you went back to the door a third time and saw that it had moved beyond the flagpole, correct?
Correct.
Then, according to your testimony last year, you went back to the door at least a 4th time to see that it was gone, correct?
I believe so, yes.
Okay, so at bare minimum, based on your testimony today, you were at the door, looking out the window at that portion of either the yard directly in front of you, and in front of the house, or toward the flagpole, or beyond the flagpole, 4 times, correct?
From last year's testimony, but what I remember today
No,
with
Ms. McCabe, that's not
certainty
my
is
question.
twice.
You need to let her answer the question. Answer your question, please.
Go ahead.
Okay. What I remember certainty is looking at it out front, at the flagpole, and beyond. I don't remember how many times I went up to the door. I was back and forth.
Right, but according to you, you saw the car in 3 different positions, correct?
Correct.
So that's at least 3 times to the door, correct?
Correct.
And you saw the car gone, right?
Correct.
3 plus 1 is 4, correct?
Correct.
So now you're telling us that you went to the door a minimum of 4 times and looked across that yard at the SUV, correct?
Correct.
Okay. You had a clear view of that SUV as you looked out that storm door every time you went to the door, didn't you?
It was dark and snowing, but I could see a vehicle out there, yes.
As a matter of fact, you've indicated that it was a clear view. There was nothing obstructing your vision, correct?
No, there was nothing but the weather conditions.
And you indicated that, and by the way, the blizzard had basically just started. There was a dusting on the ground.
It was snowing. It was accumulating.
Right, but it was early
Correct.
in the storm.
Oh, yes, absolutely.
Right. And when asked about whether or not you had a view, well, let me ask it a different way. In terms of your view of the SUV and the distance from the storm door to the SUV to that curb line, there was nothing obstructing your view. You had a clear view of that, a good view of the SUV, correct?
When I looked out the window, I could see the SUV in front of me, yes.
At no time during any of this interaction with the door, meaning going back and forth to the storm door, texting, looking outside, seeing the SUV in position 1, seeing the SUV in position 2, seeing the SUV in position 3, at no time did you hear any noise that was unusual, did you?
No, I didn't.
You didn't hear any screaming?
No.
You didn't hear any yelling?
No.
No loud voices?
No.
No foul language?
No.
You didn't hear a door slam?
No.
You didn't hear a verbal argument or a fight of any kind?
No.
You didn't hear a revving engine?
No.
You didn't hear the squealing of tires or the scraping of tires on the pavement?
No.
You didn't hear a collision take place?
No.
Or a crash?
No.
Or screams for help?
No.
Moaning, groaning, as in someone was in distress?
No.
As you looked at the SUV the first time, you've already indicated that you had a clear view straight out the door, right? It's right in front of the front door as a crow flies, right? It's not at an angle.
Right there. Correct.
Okay. You also previously indicated that you saw tire tracks in the roadway.
Yes.
In that very, very light dusting of snow, the accumulation that you talked about, you saw tire tracks of some sort.
Yes.
So that's down on the ground, beyond the yard, somewhere in the roadway.
In the street, correct.
You had a good view of those tire tracks as well, correct?
Yes.
As a matter of fact, you were able to describe those as sort of almost a wave, I think you once said.
Yeah, across the street. I could see it because of the street light that was across the street.
Okay, and that presented at least enough illumination based on your view. You could see the tire tracks in the snow.
Yes, over to the left, yes.
And you've detailed not just the shape of those tire tracks as being sort of like a wave, but where those tire tracks were, correct?
No, that's, yeah.
Where did you see them?
I believe over to the left, if I'm looking on the street. Oh, sorry. Straight.
So if you're looking outside at the SUV, I'm just going to turn my back to the jurors for a second. For perspective. If you're looking outside the door, when you say straight out, the SUV is straight outside. When you say to the left, you mean to the left of the SUV on the ground. That's where you saw the tire track.
Yes.
Like somebody might parallel park or something.
Kind of a wave, yeah. I can't really explain what it was. I just saw it.
You weren't paying special attention. You weren't looking for tire tracks, were you?
No, when I glanced out, I saw it.
You weren't looking for anything in the roadway at that point. You just glanced out. There was something in your peripheral vision, and you made note of it.
Yes.
And the only thing between you and the SUV as you looked out was the lawn.
Correct.
There's no ditches or hills in that lawn. It's a flat lawn, correct?
I wasn't looking at the ground. I was just kind of looking like I am at you
That's
right
not my
now,
question.
straight.
You know that lawn. You've been to that house 100 times, 500 times. There's no ditches or berms or hills or mountains on that lawn. It's just a flat lawn, right?
I guess you could categorize it as flat, yeah.
Can we take a look?
Commonwealth's moving for bail revocation on the sewer turtle. I can see the motion in the court system. It's there. It has been delayed so we can be there in person and not Zoom. You have to be there in person when there's a bail revocation. I guess I was right when I guessed that. If it gets revoked, I'm buying champagne. Just saying.
Okay. Can you take a look at that photograph for a quick second and tell me if you recognize it?
I do, yes.
What do you recognize that as being?
34 Fairview.
That's the same photograph with just a little modification on it that you saw a few minutes ago.
Yes.
Your Honor, I'd ask that that be marked as identification.
Okay.
Wish to publish?
Not for identification, no.
I'm happy to read it as
Your Honor, if I may, if it's marked for identification, I wouldn't object to showing it.
Okay. All right.
It's a chalk at this point.
Okay.
May I publish?
Yes.
Thank you. May I approach?
Yes.
Thank you.
There you go. Mr. Wall, can you make that? There you go. Thank you. What's depicted in that photograph?
34 Fairview?
Do you see the front door that you went in?
I do, yes.
Can you point it out for the jurors, please?
Sure. Right there.
Okay, the one with the brick steps leading up to it.
Yes,
Now, with this perspective, can you point out the side door?
sure.
That looks like a screen door just to the right of the hedges.
Yes,
With that perspective, can you point out the garage door?
or that one, sorry.
That's just to the right of the window inside that recess of the home?
Yes,
Okay. And does that fairly and accurately depict the lawn as it was on January 28th, 29th, other than the fact that it's different weather? The
right.
shape of the lawn?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. We'll take that down, Mr. Wall.
So what was that marked as, Madam Court Reporter? Thank you.
Your Honor, I would ask to move that in evidence. If we need to take a minute on that, I'm happy to, but that is my request.
Is there an issue?
No, I won't object.
Okay.
46.
Thank you, Your Honor. May I continue, Your Honor?
Yes.
The first time you looked out over that lawn to the SUV, you did not see John O'Keefe, did you?
No, I did not.
He was not outside that SUV.
No,
He was not standing or sitting.
not that I saw.
He certainly wasn't on the ground, was he?
Not that I saw.
The second time you looked out and saw the SUV, now the SUV is more toward the flagpole, correct?
Yes,
And you had a clear field of view between you standing at that door and the SUV. You've already described that view, correct?
I can see the SUV, correct.
Correct. And you could see everything in front of the SUV as well, couldn't you?
I just would go to the door and look at the SUV. I wasn't taking in all the surroundings of,
Right. But just like you weren't taking in the surroundings, specifically looking for tire tracks, when you saw the SUV standing or sitting right in front of you, you saw that through your peripheral vision, you know, the tire track.
yes, and that's lighted where around the SUV it was very dark.
I didn't ask you about lighting yet. We'll get to that.
I'm
You
sorry.
looked at tire tracks, even though you weren't looking for tire tracks, right?
Yes, I did.
Something stood out to you in your peripheral vision. Just looking out, there they are.
Yes, absolutely.
That second time you looked directly at the SUV with no obstruction between you and the SUV, you did not see John O'Keefe standing outside the SUV.
No,
He wasn't sitting down.
no,
He wasn't lying down.
no,
You certainly did not see his body in the snow toward that flagpole.
no.
And you would have been looking directly toward that flagpole, correct?
I was look-
Directly.
I was looking at the vehicle.
Directly toward the flagpole, Ms. McCabe.
I was looking in the direction of the flagpole
Right.
at the vehicle. Yes.
Right. And you saw no body in the snow, did you?
I didn't look for a body in the snow.
I didn't ask you if you looked for one. You weren't looking for tire tracks either, were you? But you saw those.
I did see those, yes.
And you did not see a body in the snow.
No, I did not.
John O'Keefe, 6'2", 216 pounds, brawny guy, big boy, right?
I don't think I'd refer to him as a big boy, but he was tall, yes.
All right. You certainly didn't see him prostrate in the snow the way you found him the next morning, correct? Later that morning,
I didn't see anything on the ground, no.
correct? The third time you looked out toward that SUV, it's still in the direction of the flagpole, but a little further up, a little deeper to the right, correct?
Yes.
Again, looking directly in the direction, at least, of the flagpole and that area of the yard, you were looking beyond that to the SUV, correct?
Yes.
You did not see John O'Keefe standing outside the vehicle?
I did not, no,
He was not sitting outside the vehicle,
no,
and he certainly wasn't lying on the ground, was he?
I didn't see him.
And the last time you looked out, Ms. McCabe, this is now 12:45 or so, the last time you looked out, the SUV was gone. Is that right?
Yes,
But you were still looking in that direction because that's the last place you saw the SUV. Is that right?
I looked out the window like this. I wasn't searching anywhere, but just glanced out the window, and I didn't see it.
I'm just asking you direction, not whether or not you were searching. I know you didn't sit down a search card. That's not my question. My question is, were you looking toward the area where you last saw the SUV?
Objection on the commentary?
Yes,
That would be directly across the lawn, directly past the flagpole, and directly into the street where you last saw the SUV, correct?
I glanced out. Yes, correct.
And the same way you glanced out at the SUV, to use your words, glanced out and saw the tire tracks, right?
Correct. Yes.
But you did not see John
Because she was
O'Keefe
looking for the car.
standing on the lawn.
He sounds stupid.
No,
You did not see him sitting on the lawn,
no,
and you certainly did not see his body lying on the lawn, did you?
no, no, I did not.
Ultimately, you left the location that night, the gathering at 34 Fairview. Is that right? You didn't spend the night there?
No, I went home.
About what time was it that you left the location?
Approximately, it was after 1:30. Approximately 1:30, 1:45.
So this is maybe an hour later, later than what we've just been discussing.
Yes.
Seeing the SUV. Who did you leave with?
I left with my husband, Matt, and Julie Nagel and Sarah Levinson.
Who was driving?
Sorry, my husband, Matt, was driving.
And where was Sarah Levinson and Julie Nagel sitting in that SUV?
They were in the back seat.
By the way, what kind of SUV were you in that night?
A Yukon. Big-
Four-door,
yeah, big-
extended seating?
Yes,
When the SUV pulled out of the drive, it was in the driveway?
yes.
When the SUV backed out of the driveway, doing a three-point turn, backed out of the driveway, did it go toward Chapman or did it go toward Cedar Crest?
It went towards Chapman.
So as you backed out of the driveway, you would have been heading up toward the flagpole side of the property rather than back toward the driveway side of the property, correct?
Correct.
You would have driven directly adjacent to the area where John O'Keefe's body was later discovered at 6:04, 6:03 a.m., correct?
Yes, correct.
You were seated in the passenger seat of the vehicle, not the driver's seat.
Correct.
You were seated in the front of the vehicle, not the back seat.
Correct.
You would have been closest to the yard as y'all drove past, correct?
Correct.
That's a newer model Yukon. I'm assuming that the headlights automatically turn on at night.
Yes.
So the headlights were illuminated.
Yes.
Did your husband, Matt, did he turn on the brights or did he leave the beams on low? Or do you know?
I don't know.
But certainly the area in front of that SUV, that Yukon, was well lit.
The lights were on, yes.
You did not see anything out of the ordinary as you drove right by that location, did you?
I was looking in the back seat when we were driving.
Did you see anything out of the ordinary on that lawn as you drove by in that SUV?
No, because I wasn't looking at the lawn.
You certainly did not see John O'Keefe dressed in dark clothing laying prostrate in the lawn.
No, I did not.
You said that you were turned around talking to the other young ladies in the SUV, Julie Nagel and Sarah Levinson. Is that right?
Yes.
You indicated that you were engaged with them about a conversation having to do with bread and maybe peanut butter or something.
Yes.
You didn't, as you passed by that location adjacent to where John's body was later discovered, you didn't hear Julie Nagel say anything out of the ordinary about having seen something.
No.
You didn't hear Sarah Levinson say anything out of the ordinary about having seen something.
No.
And according to you, you were turned around, directly engaged with both these young ladies as you passed by that area where John's body was later discovered. Is that right?
When we pulled out, I turned around and I was talking to them about the bread and the peanut butter. I'm not sure exactly where we were driving, but it was when we pulled out, yes.
You certainly never heard anybody say anything like, what was that, or anything close to that.
No, I didn't.
I'd like to turn your attention to your arrival back at 34 Fairview just after 6 a.m. the next morning. You indicate that the visibility was relatively poor and that you could not see John O'Keefe on that lawn from your perspective, correct?
The visibility was extremely poor, and no, I could not see him.
You were in the front seat, passenger side.
Yes, I was.
It was Karen Reed who actually saw Mr. O'Keefe, jumped out of the car, and began attending to him immediately, correct?
Karen got out of the car and ran to John O'Keefe.
And you stayed by the car, and Miss Roberts ran over to assist Miss Reed in giving first aid to, at least initially, to Mr. O'Keefe. Is that right?
No, that is not. Carrie got out and walked over, and then I got out and walked over.
You indicated that well, let me ask a different question. Yesterday, you testified in pretty significant detail that when you got out of the car, you could not see anything even close to the flagpole, correct?
Visibility was very bad, yes.
Matter of fact, you used the word whiteout conditions. Is that right?
Yes, I did.
Whiteout conditions, you basically can't see your hand in front of your face.
I wouldn't say that extreme, but I used whiteout as there's just snow coming at you.
You were specifically asked by Mr. Brennan, how close did you have to get before you could actually see anything of note where Miss Reed had gone? Is that right?
Yes.
You testified yesterday that you could see just merely shadowy figures of Miss Reed and Carrie Roberts, and it wasn't until you got very close over to them that you could see John, in your words.
Correct.
As a matter of fact, you followed that up by saying that that was the first moment, once you got basically on top of them, that was the first moment that you realized that it was John, that there was a body on the ground, correct?
I said as I got close to them, I don't think on top of them.
Fair enough. It's my words, not yours. You did say, quote, very close to them, correct?
I'd have to see it, but...
Well, you just testified to it yesterday. Do you remember saying, I did get very close to them?
I know I said I had got very close to them or close to them, something like that, yes. Mm-hmm.
I don't have a transcript of yesterday's testimony. I'm sorry. Last year, you testified to something very different than that, though, didn't you?
No.
Isn't it true that last year you testified that you got out on the passenger side of the vehicle, which is, we'll agree, the furthest side from the lawn, as Ms. Roberts was driving from Chapman toward Crestview, Cedar Crest, correct?
Yes.
You testified that you were on the passenger side, and as you got out of the vehicle, you noted that Karen Reed was already at John. Is that right?
As I got out and walked around the back of the vehicle, the shadowy figure of Karen had already gotten onto something.
You further testified that as you got out of the vehicle, you noted that she straddled John, lifted up, said she would, and she was started removing snow from John's face. Correct?
I have the page and line number.
Where are you,
Sure.
Mr. Jackson?
May 17, 2024, RT 114, lines 14 to bottom, onto 115, line 4. Is that how you testified last year?
I'm sorry, would you mind just repeating it?
Sure.
Thank you.
You testified in substance that you were on the passenger side of the vehicle, and as you got out, quote, as I got out, end quote, she, Miss Reed, was already at John. You indicated that you saw her straddle him, lift up his shirt, lift up her shirt, and lay on top of him while Miss Roberts went over and removed snow from his face. That's how you testified last year, correct?
Object.
Is that how you testified last year?
I'm not sure. I know.
Next question.
Would it refresh your recollection if you were looking at a copy of your testimony from last year?
I don't think looking at it would refresh my memory. I know I might have used different words, but the bottom line is I got out of the car, went behind the car, went over, and Karen had done that.
Ms. McCabe, I'm asking, do you think it would refresh your, if you don't have a good recollection of how you testified last year on your own, sitting on that witness stand? I'm asking, do you think it would refresh your recollection to see your transcript from last year?
I don't need to see my transcript. I know what I know and I know what I remember. So
That's not my question. I'm not asking what you remember now. I'm asking how you testified a year ago, ma'am.
whether I said it was as we're fighting over silly words, whether I said as I got out of the car, we were there.
Words matter. They matter a lot.
Okay, so remember, Mr. Jackson, no comments. Ms. McCabe, can I answer his question?
Okay.
Do you remember exactly how it is that you testified last year?
I do not know.
May I approach?
Yes.
Thank you.
May I, Your Honor?
Yes.
Thank you. Ms. McCabe, does that refresh your recollection as to how you testified in substance last year?
I see what it says, I said, but it's a little bit different than what you stated.
Okay, then let's walk through that. Did you indicate last year that as you got out of the vehicle, that's when you could see what Ms. Reed was doing with John O'Keefe, down to the detail of pulling her shirt up and pulling his shirt up to try to go skin to skin?
I object. And
Why don't I see it, Sidebar? Why don't you bring it to Mr. Jackson, please?
While they're sidebarring, I just want to tell you guys, this is how much I love you, okay? Is I have on my phone currently the Globber baby gap so that I can find out what's happening with the sewer turtle stuff, since it's not being streamed because this trial is and nobody gives a fuck about him other than if he's going to jail or not. I have to listen to one ear this and my other ear, one headphone in on my phone with my regular ear, listen to this idiot until the Zoom starts so that I can find out if the bail's revoked or not. The Commonwealth has put in a bail revocation for his basic threats about Tully and burning down his house and hoping that he dies, all that stuff. They want to revoke his bail. They've told him he's got to be there in person. He can't be on Zoom, but the hearing is on Zoom. So I have this idiot on one screen. I've turned him all the way down for now until it starts. There's two other people, it sounds like, before him. And then this is how much I love you guys. I just want to throw that out there.
Thank you. Ms. McCabe, is it true that you had the following colloquy last year on this subject? Answer, I was on the passenger side, so as I got out, she was already at John. Question, so she gets out and essentially makes a beeline over to where John was. Answer, correct. Question, and you're getting out of the passenger side, and by the time you come around the car, she's already there? Answer, yes. Question, and when she gets over there, what, if anything, could you see at that point? Answer, she straddles John and lifts up his shirt, and then she lifted up her shirt and went to lay on him, and Miss Roberts went over and she was removing the snow from his face. Is that how you testified last year?
Yes, that's how I answered the questions.
Okay. Clearly, you didn't indicate last year that it was whiteout conditions. You could see nothing of the kind, and you had to get, quote unquote, very close to him before you could see anything, correct?
Objection.
Sustained. It's the first word that's problematic, Mr. Johnson.
Yesterday, you testified that it was whiteout conditions. You had to leave the car, walk all the way over and get, quote unquote, very close to John before you recognized that it was even a body. Is that right?
Yes.
But last year, you testified that you were still at the car when you noted the detail of Karen basically giving life-saving aid to John. You can see that clearly, all the way from the car, correct?
Objection.
Is that what you said, Ms. McCabe?
No.
Is there a reason, Ms. McCabe, that you might wish to improve your testimony this year than last year, over last year, with regard to the distance that you could see Ms. Reed engaged with Mr. O'Keefe?
No.
Are you trying to suggest or improve your testimony to suggest that you had no idea that there was a body there and nobody reasonably could have even seen a body there as you drove up?
Objection.
Is that what you're trying to say, Ms. Reed?
Ms. McCabe.
Okay.
Can you repeat the question, please?
Not sure. I'll give it a shot.
I'm sorry.
Are you trying to improve your testimony this year over last year to suggest that reasonably nobody could have seen where John was from the car?
I'm not trying to improve my testimony, no.
You claimed on direct examination today, as a matter of fact, that Ms. Reed looked at you at the scene and said the phrase, "I hit him, I hit him, I hit him." She said it 3 times, very distinctly, according to your testimony, correct?
She did, yes.
That was so impactful that it had the effect of putting you in some sort of shock and horror. Is that right?
I was in shock the whole morning, but that statement definitely was a lot.
And that's an incredibly memorable statement for you to have heard and now recount to us in this trial, correct?
Correct.
Something that you wouldn't easily forget or overlook. Is that right?
Something I wouldn't.
Something you would not easily
Correct.
forget or overlook. Is that right?
Correct, yes.
As a matter of fact, some might say it's the centerpiece of your testimony.
Objection.
Sustained.
Ms. McCabe, you testified at a grand jury in April of 2022, did you not?
I did, yes.
Before you testified, you took an oath, very much like the oath that you took before you testified in this case, correct?
Correct.
You swore to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God, correct?
Correct.
And that included the whole truth at the state grand jury, correct?
Correct.
That was only weeks, several weeks, but weeks after this incident, right? April 26th versus January 29th, 2022. Is that right?
Correct, yes.
Things were much fresher in your mind then than they are now.
I wouldn't necessarily say that.
Especially something as momentous as an admission from my client that she hit him. Would you agree?
Would I agree that she said that?
Would you agree that that would be fresh in your mind? Something as momentous as that. You wouldn't forget that.
I will never forget it.
You wouldn't overlook that.
I will never forget it.
You would not overlook that either, would you, Ms. McCabe?
I answer the questions I'm asked.
Can you answer the question that I just asked? You're not answering my question. Would you overlook that?
No.
And the reason you wouldn't overlook it is because it was so impactful on you, having heard that. Not once, not twice, 3 times. I hit him, I hit him, I hit him. Is that right?
Yes.
May I approach?
Yes.
Thank you.
Take a look at that document. Tell me if you recognize it.
Yes, I see it.
Is that a transcript of your entire testimony at the grand jury in April of 2022?
I believe so, yes.
You've reviewed it in the past?
I have read it about a year ago, yes.
You read it in anticipation of your testimony a year ago, correct?
Yes, I reviewed it.
Have you reviewed it in preparation for your testimony today?
No, I haven't.
Yesterday. Ms. McCabe, turn to the page or pages in that transcript where you recount to the grand jurors that my client said, I hit him, I hit him, I hit him.
This is over 227 pages.
Take your time.
How long did you say it was, Ms. McCabe?
227?
I'm not going to let her read 227 pages.
You reviewed it before, haven't you?
I reviewed it a year ago, yes.
You read the whole thing cover to cover, didn't you?
I skimmed through it.
One of the most important points in your testimony yesterday and today is recounting these jurors the phrase, I hit him, I hit him, I hit him. Is that right?
Objection.
To the form of that, I'm sustaining it.
Was it important to you to tell these jurors that you heard my client say, I hit him 3 times?
I answered the questions and I'm telling the jurors what I know.
Was it important to you before testifying today that you recount to these jurors the phrase, I hit him, coming out of my client's mouth?
Your client said she hit him, yes.
That's not my question. Listen to my question, Ms. McCabe.
I'm sorry.
Was it important to you before you testified to tell these jurors under oath that my client said, I hit him 3 times?
As a juror, as a witness, it's important to tell the truth and to answer the question you were asked.
And in point of fact, in your entire grand jury testimony, you never said, my client said the words, I hit him, did you?
Again, it's 227 pages.
Ms. McCabe, you were there. They're your words. I'm not asking you to rehearse something. You were there. Did you tell the grand jurors that my client said I hit him?
I have testified a number of times, but I was there the morning of January 29th when your client said I hit him, I hit him, I hit him.
Did you tell that to the grand jurors?
I'm not sure.
It's because you didn't, did you?
Again, I'm not sure.
Ms. McCabe, you were asked in your grand jury testimony no fewer than 12 times, 12 separate times, you were asked to repeat words that my client said both before, going to, and at the scene at 34th Avenue that morning. Correct?
Objection.
Do you know the answer to that?
No.
You were asked multiple times what my client's words were that you heard her say going to and at the scene. correct?
I was correct.
And you recounted those words truthfully and honestly at that time, correct?
Correct.
Because you were under the same oath that you're under today.
Correct.
And things were much fresher in your mind then than they are now 3.5 years later. Would you agree with that?
I hit him is just as fresh today as it was 3 years ago.
Turn to page 190, if you wouldn't mind.
Sure.
For court and counsel lines 10 and 11.
Which lines? I'm sorry.
10 and 11.
Oh, okay, I'm sorry.
You recounted what Ms. Reed said to you over the phone to the grand jurors, correct?
Correct.
And what she said at 4:53 a.m. was, did I hit him? Could I have hit him? She didn't say it. She asked it, correct?
She didn't say that at 4:53.
Did you testify that what Ms. Reed said to you that morning over the phone was, could I have hit him? Did I hit him?
Yes, I did.
May I approach?
Yes.
Yeah.
Oh, sure.
Just wanted to verify a page number, Your Honor. May I approach?
Yes. Why don't you tell Mr. Brennan the page number?
I will, with each one. If you turn to page 192. Line 4. What did you tell the grand jurors my client said in that answer?
Foundation.
What are we talking about?
I'll ask it a different way. Did you answer a question on page 192, line 4, concerning my client's statement?
Did I answer a question?
You were answering a question, correct?
Oh, yes, yes.
All right.
I'm sorry.
And the answer that you gave to the grand jurors was, she said, could I have hit him? Correct?
Yes, that's part of the answer I gave.
Turn to page 193.
I'd object.
So I don't want to have to see it, Sidebar. We need context in order for this to be admissible, Mr. Jackson. I have no idea what that said.
Your Honor, everyone, I can make an offer of proof at sidebar if you
Okay,
wish.
why don't you come to Sidebar?
Sure.
And bring them.
Here we go again with the fucking sidebars. Just an update. His stuff is not started yet. It is not started. So, I don't even know what he's asking anymore either, Anna. It's really getting frustrating to me, if you ask me. He's not getting anywhere. He sounds stupid, and all he's doing is making Jen McCabe repeat, I hit him, I hit him, I hit him. How helpful is that really to his case? It's really not. And he's also, like Jen McCabe said, that was part of what I answered, which means he's doing the same thing he always does. He wants to take things out of context, spin them around, the same thing the sewer turtle does, and let's see how that works out for him today. It is a joke. Jen is very much owning him. Yeah, he's definitely skipping the parts. It's 227 pages long, dude. Jen's making him look foolish, and all he is doing is reminding the jurors that she said it. I don't even know why he's arguing this, considering the clip was already played in her words that said she knows she said it, but she doesn't know how many times. So I don't even know where he's going with this, to be honest. It's like debunked by your own client's big-ass mouth, sir. Like, the clip was already played. Oh, yeah, she's definitely rattling him by keeping her cool. Grand jury, you're answering questions, though. Like, if the question's not asked, She
Do
has
you
no
have
right
an
to just
extra
blurt
copy
it
for
out.
yourself,
I have
Mr.
notes.
Justin?
I have
Okay,
notes.
thank you.
I think my notes is fine.
So they're like, she can't just say things without being asked a question. It's not how it works.
On page 192, line 4, for context, were you talking about a statement that was made in Karen's car on that morning before you got to the scene?
192.
192, line 4.
Yes, that was a comment she made in the car.
And she said the phrase, you recounted that she said the phrase, could I have hit him? Correct?
Yes, that was part of my answer.
Take a look at page 193, line 1 through 2. This was also in the context of a conversation that was in Karen's car, correct?
Yes.
And the phrase that you attributed to my client was, could I have hit him? The question, correct?
Yes.
Page 193, line 23. In the context of being in John's driveway at One Meadows,
Yes.
and you attributed the statement, and she's asking if she could have hit him, correct?
Yes, when she showed me her taillight.
Page 201, lines 23 and 24. This is driving to Fairview. She asked, what if I hit him? Could I have hit him? Correct?
Can you tell me the lines?
I'm sorry, lines 23 and 24. Page 201.
Okay, sorry. Okay, I've read it.
She stated, according to you, what if I hit him? Could I have hit him? Correct?
Yes, she did.
Page 202, top of the page, line 1 and 2. Again, in context, this is driving to Fairview before you arrived at Fairview. And she again asked, quote, according to you and your testimony in front of the grand jury, could I have hit him? Correct?
Yes, I see that here as part of my answer.
Then turn to page 208, lines 24 and 25.
I'm sorry, what lines 24 and 25?
Lines 24 and 25, let me know when you've
I've read them, thank
reviewed
you.
those. For context, this is at the scene outside Fairview.
Yes.
And you told those grand jurors under oath, she asked, did I hit him? Could I have hit him? Correct?
Yes.
On page 208, lines 24 and 20, I'm sorry, 208 and 209, going on to page 209, lines 1 through 3. You actually recounted to the grand jurors a conversation that you said my client had with a female EMT standing right there, exactly as you testified to today. Female EMT. You see that?
I do, yes.
And what did you say my client's statements were in front of that female EMT?
In this, I say that she said, could I have hit him? Is he dead?
It's actually, did I hit him?
Oh, sorry, I missed that part. I apologize. Did I hit him? Could I have hit him? Is he dead? Is he dead? Is he dead?
And that was at the scene in front of the female EMT, exactly the scene that you're describing. You attributed the 3 statements to my client to today.
correct?
There was many different times when we were talking to different EMTs, the female EMT, the men, police officers.
May I approach you?
Yes.
Just a moment, Your Honor.
Sure.
Ms. McCabe, your full statement at page 208, starting at lines 22 through 25, going on to page 209, down to line 4, was, quote, so there are different, police officers getting statements from us. And at one point, I'm standing with Miss Reed, and she's saying, did I hit him? Could I have hit him? And there was, I believe, an EMT, a female, standing right next to me, listening to her yelling, did I hit him? Could I have hit him? Is he dead? Is he dead? Is he dead? It was pretty much nonstop. That was your testimony in front of the grand jurors, correct?
Yes, it was.
And that was April 26th, 2022, correct?
Correct.
Not one time. Not one time, Ms. McCabe, did you utter the phrase, I hit him, as it relates to my client in front of that grand jury on April 26th, 2022, did you? Not once.
I'd have to read through the 227 pages to see.
As you sit here today, do you remember ever saying to those grand jurors, she said, I hit him, I hit him, I hit him, in front of a female EMT?
I've spoken to in a few grand juries. What I said specifically at different ones, I don't recall at this moment, but I do know that morning your client said, I hit him, I hit him, I hit him 3 times, and there was a female EMT there.
You spoke with Trooper Proctor just the same day, right? January 29th.
Yes.
Trooper Proctor was taking notes
Yes.
about your conversation?
Yes, he was.
You reviewed those notes, as a matter of fact, at some point.
I didn't review his notes. I think I've seen a report at one point or another.
On that very day, January 29th, 2022, when you were asked to recount what happened at the scene, who was doing what and who said what, you never told Trooper Proctor that my client said, I hit him either, did you?
Oh, I told him. Yes, I did.
He just leave that out of his report?
I'm not responsible for his report.
No, you're not. But you have read his report.
So again, no comments, Mr. Jackson.
You have read his report, right?
I have seen it before, yes.
May I approach you?
Yes.
Thank you.
You looked at that report for another particular this morning. Do you still recognize it?
Yes, I do.
Can you review that report, scan it, and let me know when you're done?
Okay, is there something specific I should be looking for?
I don't think you're going to find it, Ms. McCabe. It's for I hit him.
So again, jurors disregard the comments. So it's question answer format only.
My question is, do you see the phrase, I hit him, as it's attributable to my client in that report
Objection.
Sustained.
Do you recall telling Trooper Proctor that my client said, I hit him, I hit him, I hit him?
Objection.
Do you recall that?
Yes, I told him.
He was taking notes at the time.
He was taking notes, correct?
Those notes ended up being memorialized in a formal report.
I'm assuming he,
The report that you're holding.
I object.
Sustained.
Does that appear to be a report of the January 29th, 11:35 or so a.m. interview that you did with Trooper Proctor?
yes, it does.
You said you reviewed that report in the past,
Yes, in the past.
and you're aware in no place in that report does the phrase "I hit him" show up anywhere, correct?
Objection.
Sustained.
Can I approach?
Yes.
Oh, I'm sorry, I'm going to approach the witness. Sorry, Mr. Brennan, I'm sorry. I'm being vague. I was just grabbing the report back. Sorry. May I have just a moment, Your Honor?
Sure.
I want to draw your attention to the very early morning hours of January 29th, around 4:53 a.m. when you indicated you received that phone call from Kaylee's phone. Do you have that time and date in mind?
Yes, I do.
My client told you that John had not come home, correct?
Yes,
And you knew that Miss Reed at that point was awake and looking for John.
I didn't know what, I just knew that she was awake and screaming.
Right, because she was worried about where John was.
Objection.
Sustained.
You've been asked who you communicated with first thing that morning after you received that first call from Miss Reed. Is that right?
Yes,
You were asked by Trooper Prince in her formal interview. Trooper Prince interviewed you on February 1st, about 3 days after the incident, correct?
I've met with a lot. I don't really remember specific days.
Do you remember a female trooper?
Yes, I do, actually.
Okay. In your house?
Yes,
Or I should say at your house?
yes.
That was around 3 days after the incident?
Was it Tuesday, maybe? Yeah.
I don't know. I wasn't there.
I think so, yes, if
Okay.
it's the one I'm thinking.
You were also asked at the same grand jury who you communicated with on the morning of January 29th.
Okay.
You remember that?
Not specifically.
Would it refresh your recollection if we were to take a look at that, a specific page of that grand jury transcript?
Sure.
Do you need a couple of minutes, Mr. Jackson?
I do, Your Honor.
So, jurors, why don't you stand up and stretch, okay? You can too, Ms. McCabe, if you want. Thanks. Mr. Jackson, do you want a 5-minute recess?
Sure.
We're still going to stop at 4, so really 5 minutes, folks. We'll have you go back and come back.
Talk amongst yourselves, kids.
Hey there, Karen Reed trial watchers.
Listening
a
to
lot of the
this
trials we cover remind
sewer
me of
turtle
that
shit,
the world
so I can
is
report on
unfortunately
it.
very unpredictable. And I'll tell you what, having a great lawyer matters so much. That is where a great partner and sponsor, Morgan & Morgan, comes in. This is a firm with over 1,000 attorneys. You know why? Because they win a lot. In the past few months, Morgan & Morgan secured a $9.3 million verdict for a car crash victim in Florida, a $5.6 million verdict for another car accident victim in Atlanta, and not to mention $1.8 million in Kentucky after insurance offered them a mere $5,000 in that case. And even if you think your case isn't worth millions,
Group chat stretches is right. Do me a favor, though. Give me that button, that little thumbs up button. Hit that button. Hit the like. Hit the subscribe button. That's very helpful to the channel. Donate if you can. That's always helpful as well. Cash App and PayPal is what we have. We have an Apple Pay link for some of you who asked for the Apple Pay. We will have something other than PayPal for you UK people soon. Revolut said it would take 5 days for that account to start working, so I will let you guys know when it's up and running.
All right, we're bringing the jurors over. Are we still on schedule?
We are.
Okay.
Thank you.
That sounds so good, Jesse. I'm not going to lie. I'm a little bit jealous.
The scores of the session, please be seated.
All right, whenever you're ready, Mr. Jackson.
Thank you, Your Honor. Ms. McCabe, I want to draw your attention back to the morning, later in the morning, after you're back at 34 Fairview, after the police have already cleared the scene, and you're back with your friends and family inside the home at 34 Fairview. We've already talked about the fact that the witnesses were not sequestered in any way. They were not separated in any way by the police. Is that right?
We were just sitting together with friends
Right.
and family. So yeah, no.
Everybody was free. All the friends and family that were in there were free to talk amongst themselves, which you did do, correct?
Yes.
All right. Everybody had the opportunity to say their piece and to listen to others say their piece as well.
We had conversations. It wasn't really nothing more than that.
At some point, you did, I think you mentioned this on direct examination, you did reach out to Mike Lank. Is that right?
Yes.
Remind us who Mike Lank is in your world, in addition to being a Canton police officer, police sergeant, I think he was at the time. Who is he in your world?
He was just a local guy that I, knew was friendly with.
And had gone to high school with?
No.
Was he ahead of you in high school?
We weren't in high school at the same time.
Got it. He was about 5 years ahead of you, is that right?
Yes.
Okay. But you'd known him or known of him from basically childhood or young adulthood.
Yeah, I just knew him from around town.
At some point, you decided that you were going to call Sergeant Lank back to the scene because there was a piece of information that you wanted to provide him again. Sorry, provide him so he needed to come back again.
Yes.
Ultimately, you called him on his cell phone, right?
I did, yes.
So you were close enough that you had his cell phone number, he had your cell phone number.
No, I didn't have his cell phone number.
Where'd you get that number?
I asked Julie Albert for that number.
So Julie had his cell phone number.
Yes, she did.
And Julie is Chris's wife?
Yes.
She was at the location?
Yes.
When I say the location, 34 Fairview that morning?
Yes.
As was Chris.
He came at some point. I don't know if he was there when I called Officer Lank or not.
As was Brian Higgins, correct?
Yes, he was.
He came back over to the location as well.
Yes, he did.
As a matter of fact, it was Brian Higgins who suggested that you reach out to Officer Lank.
I'm not sure if it was him who suggested it.
Someone suggested to you that you reach out to Officer Lank, is that right?
As I was sitting there remembering things, I believe, I can't say who did or didn't.
So as you were sitting there remembering things, you weren't just remembering things, you were remembering things and then telling others things that you remembered.
Oh, absolutely.
So
Yes.
others were absorbing whatever information you were providing to them and vice versa.
No one was really providing me any information because they didn't know what happened.
Sorry, go ahead.
Okay, I'm sorry. I was just sitting there trying to recount what had transpired since I got that 4:53 phone call.
And one of the things that you decided you wanted to tell Sergeant Lank was a statement by my client.
Yes.
So you call Sergeant Lank on his cell phone, and you're able to get a hold of him, correct?
Yes.
Whatever he's doing, I'm guessing he's busy at the time.
I don't know what he was doing.
He's the first responder on a death of a police officer case that was just hours old. So he had to be busy.
I would assume. I, again, don't know what he was doing.
But in fact, after you got your phone call, you dropped everything and headed back to 34 Fairview, correct?
Yes.
Assisting.
Did he come back to 34 Fairview quickly?
He was there fairly quickly, yes, I would say.
At your request?
Yes, I called him and asked him to come back.
Because you told him that you had information that was important enough that he needed to get over there so you could tell him in person what this new information was.
I called him and told him that I was remembering things and asked if he could come back.
And he didn't just say, "Yeah, just tell me what it is over the phone." He literally said, "Okay, I'm going to get in my car, drive in a blizzard." It was still a blizzard, right?
Yes, it was.
I'm going to get all my gear on, drive in a blizzard back over to 34 Fairview, get out of my cruiser, come into the house, and get ready for this new information that you're going to give me. Correct?
He did not say all that, no.
No, that's what he did.
I have no idea what he did. I called him and then he came.
Well, he didn't walk over. I mean, he came over in his car, right?
I would assume so, yes.
Right. So he had to hit his car, drive over a blizzard, get out of the car, walk through the blizzard, go in the front door, and get ready for this new meeting that he's going to have. Correct?
Yes, that seems like steps one would take.
And whatever it was that you wanted to tell him, you let him know it was important enough to have a special additional meeting. It wasn't something that you were just going to sit on. You wanted to give him this information immediately without hesitation, correct?
He said if I remembered anything to give him a call, so I did.
So when he came back over, he obviously had a notepad and a pen in his hand, correct?
I believe he was taking notes.
And you told him, you testified this morning that what you told him was Karen Reed said, I hit him, right?
Correct.
But what he wrote in his report, you said, she said, I hope I didn't hit him. Correct?
I don't have his report in front of me.
Yeah, just one minute.
Yes.
Thank you.
You're welcome. You could turn to the orange tab. Do you see that?
I do, yes.
Okay, and you've had a chance to read it?
Just the highlighted
Okay.
part.
May I approach?
Yes.
Thank you. In fact, what you told Officer Lank was something to the effect of, I hope I didn't hit him. Correct?
Incorrect. I told him that she said I hit him.
He wrote in his report, you just read, something to the effect of,
Sustained.
I hope I didn't hit him.
Sustained.
Is this another example of an officer getting a report wrong?
Objection.
Is that report right?
Your Honor.
Sustained. Move on, Mr. Jackson.
I hope I didn't hit him, or something to the effect of, I hope I didn't hit him. Sounds an awful lot like, could I hit him? Did I hit him? Do you agree with that?
If that does sound similar, yeah.
You testified yesterday that during that first phone call, that first phone conversation with Ms. Reed at 4:53 a.m., she told you, according to your testimony, that in that phone call, in that very first phone call, Ms. Reed said she had gotten into a fight, her taillight was cracked, and she asked, could I have hit him or did I hit him? Correct?
Incorrect.
Tell me where I'm wrong.
The first phone call, she had said we got into a fight and he didn't come home and I left him at the waterfall. In the second phone call, once I told her that I saw her outside of my sister's house on Fairview, that is when she said, could she have hit him, and talked about her taillight.
So 2 hours after Ms. Reed found John O'Keefe and began giving him CPR, you were interviewed by Sergeant Sean Good, correct?
Objection.
Ask the question differently, Mr. Jackson.
2 hours after Ms. Reed found Mr. O'Keefe, about 2 hours later, say 8 o'clock, 8:30 in the morning, after the scene was cleared, you were interviewed by Sean Good, were you not?
Objection.
Sustained.
May we approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
Oh, what the actual fuck with the sidebars.
May I?
Yes.
Thank you. While you were at the scene, after Miss Reed had been giving CPR, Sean Good interviewed you, correct?
I don't remember a formal interview with Sean Good.
Do you remember talking to him?
When he arrived at the scene, I do remember briefly talking to him after all three of us gave John CPR.
And he asked you certain questions about what you'd seen, what you'd heard, what had happened, correct?
I have to tell you that I remember seeing him there and I remember talking to him, but I do not remember specifics of any conversation or any questions that he asked me.
Do you remember him do you remember him asking you about any initial calls you had and you telling him about that 4:53 call and the early morning calls thereafter? The initial calls before you met up with Miss Reed?
I don't recall.
Did you tell Sergeant Good, by the way, he was a sergeant at the time. Sean Good was a sergeant, not an officer?
I'm not sure.
Okay. By the way, you knew Sergeant Good, did you not?
I didn't know him. I knew of him, like I knew his name, but that was it.
How'd you know of him before that day?
Because his sister is a year or two younger than me, and I knew she had a brother that was younger, that was a Canton cop, just through the town, but I didn't know him.
Okay, friendly but not friends.
I wouldn't even say I was friendly with him.
Okay. You actually told Sergeant Good at the time when he asked about those first phone calls that when Miss Reed called you, she was inquiring about John's whereabouts, correct?
Again, I don't recall my conversations with Sean Good.
You certainly never mentioned to Sergeant Good the incessant screaming and hysteria that you've described here in court.
Objection.
Did you ever mention anything about an argument or a fight to Sean Good?
Objection.
Sustained, Mr. Jackson. She said she didn't remember. Next question.
I have to go through the series of machinations. I don't know what she remembers and doesn't remember.
Next question, Mr. Jackson.
Did you mention anything about a cracked taillight to Sergeant Good?
Objection.
Sustained.
Do you have no memory at all about what you talked to Sergeant Good about?
There were many officers there,
Right.
and like I said, I know I talked to Sergeant Good, but I do not remember the specifics of my conversation during that chaotic scene.
Okay.
I'm
Well,
sorry.
Let me ask a different question. There were many officers there, and many officers were asking you questions, correct?
Correct.
Did you did you tell any officer while at the scene that during those first few phone calls, first couple of phone calls with Miss Reed, that there was incessant screaming and hysteria?
Again, there were many officers asking me questions. Most of them were regarding who John was, if he had medical issues or concerns, things like that.
Right.
It was a chaotic scene. I don't remember any specific questions about phone calls. I apologize.
But you did tell at least one officer about the initial phone call that you received indicating that John may be missing, correct?
I possibly said, I got a phone call and that's why I'm here. We all came out to look for him. I apologize for not remembering specifics.
Did you tell any officer at the scene anything about an argument or fighting that Miss Reed said occurred on that first couple of phone calls?
Again, the conversations were very brief and they were with a lot of different officers. There wasn't
yes or no?
in-depth conversations.
Yes or no?
Let her answer the question.
Do you recall? That is a yes or no question. Do you recall telling any officer about a conversation in the initial couple of phone calls that you had with Miss Reed about fighting or being in an argument? Do you recall that?
I cannot answer yes or no.
Well, you either do or you don't. If you don't,
I said
say
there
you
was
don't.
many different conversations. I am not sure.
So you don't recall?
I'm not sure on specific conversations about that. I apologize.
Is there a reason why you're not telling us that you simply don't recall making that statement?
Sustained.
Do you recall telling any officer about a cracked taillight that came up in one of those first two phone calls?
At the scene?
At the scene.
Again, I think all the conversations were about what was happening in the present time.
And literally, this was a couple of hours after this incident, correct? When everything was freshest in your mind.
These conversations were at the scene when Miss Reed was running around screaming.
Were you also interviewed by Officer Mullaney?
Again, there were many officers there that I spoke to.
Ms. McCabe, do you understand my question? Did you understand the last question I asked you?
If I spoke to an officer, Mullaney,
Correct.
again, I could have. I am not sure. I don't remember every officer. It was a chaotic scene. I had just found my friend on the ground.
So the answer is, I don't remember.
I
Correct?
don't remember speaking to him. No, sorry.
Later that morning, you did have a conversation with Officer Lank that you actually do remember, correct?
Yes, correct.
What you told Officer Lank, or Sergeant Lank, was that you received a phone call from Kaylee's phone and that Karen Reed was distraught because John never came home, correct?
I told him she was, I don't remember the exact words, but I told him something like she was hysterical and screaming and said John never came home.
You never mentioned that she said anything about a fight during that initial phone call, correct?
Again, I'm not sure what exactly was said during that initial phone call.
You never mentioned that she said something about a cracked taillight in that initial phone call or those two phone calls, correct?
Are these phone calls with who? Who are these phone calls? Who am I speaking
The
to at this
initial
point?
phone calls that you had with Miss Reed,
Yes.
you never mentioned to Officer Lank or Sergeant Lank that Miss Reed mentioned anything about a fight or an argument, correct?
I don't remember.
You never mentioned anything about having Miss Reed saying anything about a cracked taillight in one of those two initial phone calls, correct?
Again, I don't remember all the things that I told Officer Lank.
And you certainly never mentioned that Miss Reed said anything about could I have hit him in either of those initial phone calls, correct?
Again, I don't remember my specific conversation with Officer Lank.
So you don't remember the conversation that you had with Officer Lank when it was the clear light of day. You had a chance to take a beat and a breath, catch your breath, because it's now 11 o'clock in the morning. You don't remember anything about that conversation, but according to your testimony, you remember in detail what my client said, waking you out of a dead sleep, correct?
So I didn't speak to him at 11:30. It was earlier in the morning when he came back to Fairview.
Let's call it 9 o'clock, whatever.
Okay.
Right? Whatever. It wasn't the same chaos as my client screaming into the phone that John never came home, waking you out of a dead sleep, correct?
Correct.
But when you recounted that conversation or those conversations to Sergeant Lank, you didn't say a thing about Miss Reed saying that there had been an argument, did you?
I'm saying I don't remember the specifics of my conversation with Officer Lank. I'm also saying that I was woken up out of a dead sleep. Karen showed up at my house screaming. I went out to help her look for John. And then we found one of my closest friends on the front lawn. And she was saying crazy things and acting crazy and
Ms. McCabe,
acting
that's not my
erratic.
question.
And so every
Ms. McCabe,
police
that is
officer
not my
that I
question.
spoke to,
Let her finish.
every police officer that I spoke to, I tried to answer their questions the best I could. It took me hours and in some cases days to remember all the things that Miss Reed had said. My mind, I was in a state of shock. But the minute I remembered, she said, I hit him, I hit him, I hit him. I called Officer Lank.
And your memory is getting better even as we sit here today, correct?
There are certain things I will never forget, Mr. Jackson.
Including the fact that you never, ever, ever said, she said the words I hit him to a grand jury when you were asked about it 3 months after the incident, correct?
She said, I hit him, I hit him, I hit him.
You never told that to the grand jury, did you?
I don't remember specifically that every grand jury and everything I said, but I can tell you with 100% accuracy, she screamed, I hit him, I hit him, I hit him.
You
never said that to the grand jurors.
I don't recall if I
You were
did.
there to get the truth, correct?
The truth is, she said, I hit him, I hit him, I hit him.
You were asked that specific question at the grand jury. What did she say at the scene in front of the female EMT? And you know what your answer was? You do, because you just read it.
I wasn't asked what she was said at
What
the
was the
scene.
answer to that question?
I'm objecting.
The objection sustained. Ask one more clear question, Mr. Jackson.
What was the answer you gave in answer to the question about what was said by Miss Reed to the EMT, the female EMT at the scene? What did you say she said?
I don't know if I was asked specifically what she said to a female EMT.
All right, we're going to end this now.
Your Honor, may I have one more question?
Go ahead.
I can't end it like this. You said
Okay,
she
jurors,
said-
ignore the comments of counsel. Ask one question, Mr. Jackson.
You said that she said, could I have hit him? Did I hit him in the presence of the female EMT? That's what you testified to under oath at the grand jury, isn't it?
Yes, because she also said that.
All right, so folks, we are done for today. You remember tomorrow is the day that we're not in session. So we will see you Friday. Friday is a full day. And I have to give you those questions. You can stay and file out after the jurors. Please do not discuss this case with anyone. Don't do any independent research or investigation into the case. If you happen to see, hear, or read about the case, please disregard it and let us know, and be very careful with your social media. Have a great night, a good day off tomorrow. We'll see you on Friday. Thank you.
Rise to the jury.
This is his hearing. I'll put it as close to you guys as you can hear it real quick, because this is kind of probably the end of it. This is the bail revocation hearing part.
So I don't want to belabor this, Your Honor.
Can I just go back with you, Attorney Cosgrove?
Yes.
As to Exhibit A, could you explain that to me a little bit more?
One you just marked?
This one right here.
Yes. About whatever time is indicated on the top of the email, I received that email from Lieutenant Tully indicating that he had received that communication from this person, who, so far as I know, is unknown to all of us. Whether his identification is genuine or pseudonymous, I have no knowledge, and that he received it through LinkedIn. And that's about all the background that I can give Your Honor.
To your knowledge, though, this says, well, strike that. What's the
To
relation?
my knowledge, I do not allege that Mr. Kearney personally sent it.
Okay.
I allege, number one, that it may well be, one could infer reasonably that it is the result of Mr. Kearney's broadcast.
Okay.
And two, I infer that one could infer that Lieutenant Tully reasonably anticipated these kinds of responses. You know, I don't know if this nut is going to be motivated to go out and try to assist in a car accident or in burning things down. And you know, when somebody says to an audience that Jesus told him Jesus wants revenge, how does that play? And revenge in the form of somebody being burnt up in the most painful way. You know, Mr. Kearney expresses concern that I gather what Lieutenant Tully is supposed to have done to his children is arrest Mr. Kearney on one occasion pursuant to a warrant at the bus stop after Mr. Kearney dropped his children off. If Mr. Bradle had looked at the discovery, that the Commonwealth turned over of the body cameras of the arrest. He would observe the officers carefully waited for the children to get on the bus and be on their way before their father was arrested. But yet, this is continually held out as a crime, while at the same time, Mr. Kearney has no compunction about wishing death on Lieutenant Tully's children and wife. So, Your Honor, I make those two arguments. One, that this was posted with a sure and certain knowledge and intent that it comes to Lieutenant Tully's attention, which in fact has happened. And two, I make the point that a no contact order means no contact. The content, before Your Honor hears the First Amendment argument, the content of the contact is irrelevant as far as whether there was a violation of the order. I'd just like to call Your Honor's attention, if I can do it, to a case that I cited in my memorandum to Your Honor. I believe I cited it for another purpose, but it's O'Brien versus Borowski at 461 Mass 14. In the course of that case, the court refers to the Cho case on page 424 of the opinion. It summarizes that case as follows. The defendant produced flyers with the word missing printed in large type across the top, between which was a photograph of a former girlfriend who had broken up with him and offensive sexual remarks about her, and he then hung the flyers in several places in her high school. He was convicted under a statute which criminally punishes persons with offensive and disorderly acts of language that cost or annoy persons of the opposite sex. We, that's the appeals court, concluded that the defendant's criminal conviction for this communication did not violate the First Amendment because it was a true threat that had no expressive purpose, but was instead intended to get back at the victim by placing her in fear that she might suffer some sexual harm or wind up among the missing. Your Honor can look a long time, I think, at the language of Mr. Kearney's message in an attempt to distinguish it from the Cho case in terms of the language having no expressive purpose, but instead being intended to get back at Lieutenant Tully by placing him in fear that he or his family might suffer some harm. In fact, what other meaning are we to draw from revenge? Revenge. But apart from that, Your Honor, even if there's some far-fetched First Amendment phrase somewhere lurking in this message, the other material is not protective, and the violation of the order does not consist of the language, but simply the content. Now, the other string in my bow, Your Honor, is the argument that this is again a violation of the intimidation of the witness statute. Mr. Kearney and I have gone back and forth on that statute and how it should be construed and how it should not be construed. Your Honor currently has it under advisement. You see my arguments in my memorandum here with respect to this case. I won't belabor them in oral argument. So I will rest at that point.
Okay.
Mr. Brennan.
Mr. Brettel, tell me about that word revenge, and how am I supposed to interpret that?
Yep.
Judge, this is not a threat. This is not contact.
Please.
This is satire. This is all protected. I am so sick of having to come before a court because of Norfolk County and talk about speech that Norfolk County doesn't like.
not to anybody else.
Yeah, tell the
Just
judge
tell
that.
me about
Smarty.
that word revenge.
What a dumbass.
Revenge. Excuse me 1 second. Yep, no, take your time. You can confer with your client.
Yeah, confer with your client. Let him know what that means, other than satire, sir, because you can't use that as a fucking excuse when your client claims he's a journalist. Isn't that funny? He's a satire journalist? Is there such a thing?
My client is allowed to have hopes and desires and wishes that you or me or Mr. Cosgrove don't agree with their own life or are repelled by. You know, why do we keep having to come back here? I don't know what it must be like to wake up on the wrong side of the First Amendment every day. This is protected speech, Your Honor, over and over again. The Supreme Court has spoken for decades and decades. Brandenburg, Watts, Chaplinsky, O'Brien v. Borowski, Welch. Judge, this is a waste of this court's time. This is intentional infliction of emotional distress on my client.
Oh, my, please.
The Commonwealth has been rebuffed over and over and over on this exact scenario. He is not contacting a witness.
Yeah, he is.
He is not threatening a witness.
Yes, he is.
He is talking about someone who has destroyed his life, Your Honor.
No, he destroyed his life.
He is allowed to lash out back.
No, he's not.
And the First Amendment...
Horrible argument, by the way.
...declarant this room to talk without fear, without the kind of fear that this county has inflicted on Mr. Carney over and over and over
please
again.
Save it, sir.
And it has to stop, Your Honor. This is First Amendment protected speech. I don't care. If you don't like it, I don't care. It doesn't matter. He's not threatening Tully.
Yes, it is.
He is not
Yes, he is.
contacting Tully. He is a reporter with his own style of satire.
Thought it was satire.
That is addressing a large audience, and he is doing a major service pointing out over and over and over again corruption in this county, perversion of the First Amendment, abuse of the witness intimidation statute, Your Honor. This has got to stop. I don't want to come in here anymore and pretend like, gee whiz, this is a close call. It's not, Your Honor.
It is.
This is First Amendment protected activity.
Lock him up.
The court, I have every confidence that this court is going to vindicate. It cannot happen over and over again. I get a motion to destroy my client's liberty 3 hours before every single time they want to do this.
Oh, wow.
I get communications, we're not going to try to revoke his bail. Then I go to Stoughton, they want to revoke his bail.
Gee, I wonder why.
Doing? They're corroborating the affidavit we talked about 5 minutes ago, where Jennifer McCabe said, I'm not going to testify on that. I'm interested about the word revenge.
That's it.
Judge, he can say revenge. He hopes it's revenge on a bad guy that's been destroying him. We cannot engage in this kind of content-based viewpoint discrimination. We don't have to like the viewpoint, but like Voltaire's biographer said, we have to defend to the death his right to say it.
Sure.
And that's all this is, Your Honor, over and over again with this.
This is a terrible argument.
1 second, please, Your Honor. I'll take your time.
Terrible fucking argument. You just spit in the face of the judge in that district, you absolute fucking idiot.
And Judge, in this context, to address your question, in this context, Judge, revenge means karma.
Oh, please.
He's not saying, I'm going to go get revenge on you. He's saying that karma's a bitch, is what he's saying, Your Honor.
Please.
And he's allowed to say that. This isn't something that is intended to be played on a judge's bench in the formality of the courtroom.
Why not?
This is something that he is talking to his viewers online.
Yeah.
And he's allowed
publicly
to do that, Your Honor. So we have got to stop this charade that this is somehow, gee whiz, we got to lock him up because he's talking and satirizing.
He's a dangerous
engaging in political
cultist.
hyperbole, protected by Watts, Brandenburg. The only thing he can't say are true threats and fighting words.
These are true
we
threats.
all know that 100 times over. Why are we here, Your Honor? I ask that you deny the motion.
Of course you do.
Please issue a ruling that settles this issue once and for all.
Please, guys.
That this has a chilling effect, Your Honor.
No.
Every time we're here, how many journalists do we have in this room? Okay, I'm up here.
Yeah.
Direct your remarks to me, not to anybody else. No, I'm just looking to see if there's... No, I'm up here. These journalists cover this case. They are experiencing a chilling effect.
No, they're not. No, they're not.
The Commonwealth going to go after me next.
No one thinks they're next, by the way, because nobody does what he does.
Knock on the door. Oh, did I intimidate somebody? Is Norfolk County going to go after me? We don't know.
They do know.
We don't know what they're capable of. And Your Honor, you're the bulwark here. This is the First Amendment we're talking about. We're kicking this around like it's some city ordinance. Okay. Thank you, Your Honor. All right.
Yeah.
I'm going to take it under advisement. Mr. Kenny, please stand up. You're walking on kind of thin ice.
Oh.
I'm going to review everything and I'll come out with an order. But I take what Mr. Cosgrove has presented very seriously. I also take into account that there are certain First Amendment rights here as well.
But
and then the issue is always how far does the First Amendment take you and when does it become intimidation of a witness?
Yep.
The word revenge, some of those other words that are on that tape are getting very, very close. So I'll take it all under advisement. Let me just see the lawyers at Sidebar.
shouldn't be in my opinion. That bail should have been revoked. No ifs, ands, or buts. But clearly the judge is fed up with this bullshit, and I don't think he appreciated the tirade that Bradel just threw. Wah, Your Honor, please don't lock my client up. Everyone's all afraid. Journalists are afraid. Well, I'll tell you this. I'm not afraid the cops are going to come knock at my fucking door and arrest me because I'm not over here intimidating witnesses and threatening people. So I'm pretty sure nobody else has a, quote, chilling effect because nobody else gets on their shows and acts like a fucking cultist. Nor is anybody else talking about people in that manner or that way. Like, and that's exactly it. How is that not harassment? It's dog whistles. Yeah, it's what he uses is dog whistles. Oh, God, I don't want to hear them. I don't want to hear him. Can fuck right off with that. Yeah, he has beyond stepped over the line, and I'm going to guess that the judge is probably going to revoke his bail at some point. He's already been in front of the judge numerous times to have it revoked. Yeah, yeah, that's true. But that's not the same state. It's not the same state, you know. No, so the judge is saying he'll take it under advisement, but why take a bail revocation under advisement? Why not just revoke it or not revoke it? Like, it's really it's quite that simple. The dog whistle, yeah, exactly. And this is how he does it to try to get away with it. And I wish Cosgrove would have said exactly that, which is, this is what Mr. Kearney does to circumvent the law, which is to use dog whistles so that his viewers in turn then go and do something to help him. And I wish Cosgrove would have sort of thrown that out there because that's exactly what's happening. And he didn't. They're still at Sidebar right now. The judge has even thrown his arms up. Judge does not look happy, I'll tell you that much. They have it on mute, but the judge is not looking happy. Bradel is clearly going on and on and on. Cosgrove says a few things. Well, that's what he does. It's incitement. It's incitement. He's inciting. It's what he hopes to do. Yeah, because it's Norfolk County's fault. Like, dude, you guys have the amount of like donations coming into this channel that's playing this is utterly disgusting. I just want to throw that out there for this idiot. Like, bleh.
Judge, how far out were you contemplating? Give me a take, 5 weeks.
They're scheduling another date.
Could I suggest June 18th or June 20th?
I agree, Amber.
Is the 20th available? No work for Mr. Cosgrove?
I'm looking here. Okay. June 20th, that's a Friday.
Yeah.
Yes, I think Mr. Bradel and I are supposed to be trying the district court case relative to Mr. Kearney on the 9th of June, but it should be concluded by
I would think so.
20th.
Yeah.
Okay. So that's fine. 2 o'clock or?
June 20th.
Okay, the 20th. Thank you. You all that. Thank you.
All right, so the judge took it under advisement for the bail revocation. I'll tell you this, if he was going to deny it, he would have outright denied it already, which is actually a good thing. Although you know that the cult will spin it another way, which will be like, they didn't lock me up today, so it's a win. No, they didn't deny it outright today, so that's not the win that he will claim it is. Of course, he'll do that. But at this point, I say to the court, does somebody need to commit suicide for you guys to do something? That's what I say. I say, does a tragedy need to happen? Okay? Because I think many of us have warned that that is something that's eventually going to happen if something is not done. The First Amendment is not absolute. There's a reason why you can't go into a fucking theater and scream fire when there's no fire. Okay? That's been reaffirmed over and over. So Mr. Bradle's interpretation of the law is ridiculous. And not only is it ridiculous, but he didn't even make a legal argument. All he did was basically bitch and whine that he doesn't like Norfolk County or that they're charging his client. That's what he did. And then said, please, Your Honor, please put this to rest and write in order so they could never charge my client again. That's not how it works, Mr. Bradle. Here's an idea. Tell your client to stop breaking the law and to just leave the witnesses alone. He's mad at Tully because Tully arrested him. That's all that's all he's mad about. Here's an idea. Don't commit crimes. You wouldn't be arrested. You know what I'm saying? Like, if I had a reason to believe he was innocent on anything, I would say so. The man is not innocent. He has not been discriminated against. He is not, there's no conspiracy. Nobody set him up. Kate Peter is not a agent of the Commonwealth. If she's a fucking agent of the Commonwealth, I'm goddamn Queen Elizabeth. Okay? And my husband's Brad Pitt. All right? Like, that's the most ridiculous things I've probably ever heard a day in my fucking life. Cyber stalking is a federal crime. A federal crime. The stalking statute in Massachusetts actually covers cyber. Electronic communications is covered under the stalking statute. They need to just charge him with stalking, period. Like, in this case, they could have charged him with a multitude of different crimes that they have not charged him with yet. I don't know why. To be honest, blackmail being one of them, and they have many instances of that. Many, many people came forth with evidence to the police about that. Why they haven't charged him? No friggin' idea. But make no mistake that even probably before whatever the judge decides comes out, Amber, you are right. He will shoot himself in the foot. He can't shut the fuck up. Possibly in the next 24 hours, which is what he does when he thinks he's like winning and he's gloated. Sad, but if the judge was going to deny the bail revocation, the judge would have denied it right there and been like, all right, I'm not going to revoke his bail. So it's actually not a bad sign that the judge took it under advisement, which means he's sort of struggling with it one way or another, and not that he didn't deny it outright, because if he thought the First Amendment argument was good enough, he would have denied outright right there and not taken it under advisement. It's about the pattern of behavior at this point. That's what it is. Yeah, it's possible. Sometimes they just, they call you back into court and say, like, your bail's being revoked, but how do we know he just isn't going to run again? Like, yeah, I heard that, but they said, wait, he didn't say whether he would, right? If it was going to be today, the judge would have already done it right here, right now. It wouldn't be today. We wouldn't get it today. Well, that's the thing, right? The judge isn't going to have to pay the consequence for their rulings. Everyone else does. Everyone else does. I agree that judges should be held accountable for their decisions, which is why I believe in Massachusetts, judges should be voted in like most other states. The fact that they're not allows corrupt judges to do whatever they want with no consequences whatsoever. That's a huge problem. Because he said he wanted revenge on Tully and that his house should burn down with his wife and children inside. And a bunch of other really horrible things. Nick Arena was hit by a car. Trooper Nick Arena was hit by a car, by a drunk driver nonetheless. And then he talks about how he thinks he should be hit by a car again. So, ridiculous. Like, well, to be honest, the most fast, straightforward way I can tell you recipe is Jen McCabe's still on the stand, and she'll be on the stand again. And Jackson spent about 3 hours harping on the I hit him, and whether Jen McCabe said it in one of the grand jury testimonies or whether she didn't say it in one of the grand jury testimonies. And I'll tell you this, He did absolutely nothing for his client other than reaffirm to the jury that Karen Reed said, I hit him like a billion times over. Like, again, he overdoes it. He doesn't know when to stop. And all he did was just make sure that the jury understands, as Jen McCabe kept reiterating, that she said, I hit him. Like, right? We're going to make a song out of that. The Twusman's going to sing it. Make a song out of that, babe.
Mm-hmm.
I hit him. Right? Cue documentary. That's really all that happened. Yep. It's a federal crime. Cyber stalking is a federal crime. That's pretty much all that happened, Recipe. That's the best way that I could throw it up to you. Jen remained calm, cool, collected. She looked like the adult in the room. Jackson was getting really unhinged because he couldn't rattle her or get her to be upset. I have no idea, Lou, but did anybody else hear that, or was that just me? The judge said, Friday's a full day. I'm sorry, is tomorrow a half a day? I'm not understanding. Like, I'm not grasping what's happening with that. Because I did hear the judge say it's full day Friday, like as if it wouldn't already be a full day. So I don't really understand what the actual F she is talking about. But as usual, I will look into it and figure out what she meant by that. I was trying to listen to two things at once. To be honest with you, I was trying to listen to this and to the hearing for that, for you both, so I could get the information to you guys as fast as humanly possible. So it was kind of hard to listen to both. I did my best, right? Well, for them, I guess, but for me, it would be different. Half a day? No, she said it would be a full day. She said Friday would be a full day. At the very, very end, she said Friday is going to be a full day, which is why I couldn't figure out why she kept saying Friday was going to, why tell us that Friday is going to be a full day? Wouldn't it already be? But, well, it doesn't mean he's free until the June hearing. It means that the judge took it under advisement. So that means today, tomorrow, the next week, 2 weeks, the judge could put a ruling out, which I'll keep an eye on the docket. As soon as I see it, I'll let you guys know, but you'll put the ruling out saying what he decided. So I don't expect to see that until maybe tomorrow, maybe a week from now. It really depends. But I don't expect to see it today. The judge isn't going to give an answer today, Ash. If the judge was going to give an answer today, he would have done it right there on the bench. So I promise you we will not see anything today. Yeah, revenge does not mean fucking karma. Karma is a cat. Just saying. Every time somebody says karma, my daughter says karma is a cat because of that song. Yeah, the fact that the judge let him play the whole spiel that he said in court was like, ouchies. Then Bradle whines and bitches. It's not meant to be played in a court in front of a judge. Well, sir, it's a global audience. I have a global audience. I have people from Ireland, the UK. I mean, you guys can tell me where you're from. Why don't we do, as a matter of fact, just give the country or the state you're from in the chat. I have people from all over the world. He has a global audience just like I do. Like,
From I wish a bitch would Massachusetts.
I wish a bitch would Massachusetts. You know what I mean? Like, he has a global audience, so if he didn't want it played in front of a friggin' judge, then maybe, just maybe, he should shut his face hole. I'm just saying. Stop coming out the side of your neck and talking about Jesus told you to. Like, stop. I know you're in Hanover, Jesse, because I told you personally why that's cool. We're going to get together this summer. Played that out, and he was squeezing his ass cheeks tight. I bet he was. Puckering his butthole, they're waiting for them silver bracelets. New Hampshire, Hampshire, UK. You see that? Portsmouth, Hampshire, UK. We have a Portsmouth, New Hampshire here in Massachusetts. Isn't that funny? I can't watch it. It was Zoom, so I was letting you guys listen in. Or sooner, yes, or sooner. But usually it doesn't come out today unless he's gonna, you know, give it right there on the bench. Usually they don't do it the same day. I think he was not deciding right then and there. That's very clear. Yeah, Jesus never preached revenge. Jesus definitely never spoke to him. I'll tell you that much. I think he meant, you know, the devil. He meant Lucifer. That's what he meant. That's what he meant. Beach day, girl. No, we got to do a pool day. We got to do a pool day. But I was doing my best. I was doing my best trying to keep you guys getting the information that was coming in. I'm telling you, that was probably the most. I was trying to pay attention to what the judge was saying and what Jen was saying, and then also pay attention to what Cosgrove was saying, because I already knew what Bradle's argument would be. But I just wanted to hear how Cosgrove laid it out, you know. But that was, yeah, that was another thing, talking about it's satire. It's not satire. He's not, there's no such thing as a journalist satirist. All right. Just saying. Like, that's not a thing. Like, you're one or the other. There's no such thing as a satire journalist. But what we can say for today is Jen McCabe did an amazing job staying cool, calm, and collected. I probably would have punched Alan Jackson in his stupid face. And you can ask my husband, he can confirm this. I would have punched him in his stupid face. Like, that's a fact. There's no chance that I would have let him badger me like that. There's just no chance. Sorry, not sorry. I don't care. I'll sit in the jail cell and would be bailed out for $40. It'd be well worth it. Like, because there's no way I would have let him badger me and badger me and badger me over the same answer I gave him 75 freaking times over and over and over. So good for Jen McCabe. She's got more patience than I do. That's for damn sure. Like, I'm not an ocean person. I don't like the salt. Yeah, you know, it's all those things. Yeah, he was very mad. He was very upset that he could not rattle Jen. And he wanted her to give answers that he wanted, and she wasn't giving them. And he was not happy about that. That's true. You know. So no, Jen's not done. She's got to come back. Right? No way I could have kept my cool either. Not a chance, Deb. Not a chance. Like, but that's what we can say for today. We can say that Jen's going to have to be back. It's very clear she's not done yet by any stretch of the imagination. So we'll wrap this show up for today. Let me make sure there's no other. If you guys want to make the last minute donations, I'll put the thing on the screen. Otherwise, I'll read it on the next one if I get it later. Oh, what's happening here? Oh. I'm not a beach person. Yep, there's the Apple Pay link. We have the Apple Pay link. She did do fantastic, DJ. I think she did a great job. Better than I would have done. That's for damn sure. Yeah, she's got to come back. They're not done with her. You know, Hank's got to do a recross. So, I mean, a redirect. And then I think they give Jackson the, you know, recross again after that, which is not something they did in the first trial. I'm not really understanding why they did it again. But until tomorrow morning, folks, hold on. I love your stinking faces, and I will see you guys later. All right? Behave yourselves. Or don't. It's not my, you know, I can't help myself sometimes. So maybe you guys need to go out and have a drink after today, because I don't know how anybody could not have a drink.